Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of Ultima Final Fantasy, the ultimate 10-year-old Final Fantasy podcast. I am your host, Caleb Schweiss.
I'm Joe. They're ready to have caffeine.
And today,
Double
guys...
digits.
Yeah, today, guys, we are reviewing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. But before that, 10 years. 10 years ago, as of the time of us recording this, our first episode of Ultima Final Fantasy was released. May 20th, 2014. Can you fucking believe that?
I can and can't at the same time. There's like a part of me that's definitely been like, yeah, I've been doing this fucking podcast for 1,000,000 years, and we still haven't beaten all the games. I sure did fucking try.
Yeah, yeah.
to beat them in time. So in a way, I can believe it, but in a way, not. And as you said earlier, wow, a lot of things have changed. I'm like, yeah, a lot of things have changed, but a lot of things haven't changed.
Yeah.
And that's a terrible thought.
Yeah. I mean, fuck, I don't know what else to say. Yeah, it's crazy. It's been a long time since you were just the dude who randomly decided to do laundry at my house, even though I barely knew you.
I mean,
and then we started.
We had hung out a couple times.
Yeah.
In friend groups.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like,
I mean, I felt
it's not like I just knocked on your door.
Yeah.
As
hey, you got a washer?
It was more like you were the closest person I knew. And I was like, can I come walk over to your house and do some laundry?
Yeah.
Just crazy that I took a laundry basket from down that hill, like next to Rancho Market in Provo, and went all the way to Starcrest in Orem.
Yeah.
With the laundry basket in tow. I was that desperate to do laundry and that broke.
That is pretty desperate.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that makes it make more sense. I just thinking back on it lately, I'm like, that's kind of weird. Like, kind of knew you a little bit, and then like a month later, you're like folding your underwear in my living room while I'm watching a movie or something. I'm like, seems kind of like we skipped some steps.
I don't think we skipped because here's the deal. We also had Caleb Craig was our mutual friend.
Yeah,
and we were all playing like League together. So I think there was more to it than that. And we all liked Final Fantasy. I mean, Craig pretended that he had ever played any of them. But
yeah, all Craig did was lose or destroy my copies of Final Fantasy games. So, as opposed to beating them, yeah.
Apparently, Caleb Craig has a problem with keeping people's games.
Yeah, or maybe, you know. I mean, my Tactics was a greatest hits copy, but it returned to me as a greatest hits copy without a booklet and not working anymore. So that was fun.
I mean, it wasn't working anymore, or it was just Final Fantasy Tactics?
It wasn't working anymore, even more so than normal. So I had to buy another one, but, you know, whatever.
Yeah, so we are coming to you. I know I tried, guys. And I talked about this on the Xenogears episode, but I was like, we're going to try to beat all these games on the 10-year anniversary, and then I had to get married earlier than expected. A full explanation in the Xenogears episode and also one of the episodes of New Clan that came out recently. And so I had to slow down on the games a little bit, which is why I only put 82 hours into Final Fantasy VII Rebirth.
A measly 82.
In the last 2.5 months or however long the game's been out.
Yeah.
But at this point, we only have 3 games left on our official timeline. So we have 3 games. We have 2 guests that we got to pull in. There's some side stuff we got to decide whether or not we want to do, and we have a radio drama to still record. So this podcast is going to go a few months longer than was expected, but
yeah.
So it'll be a 10 years and blankety blink months when it finally ends. But yeah, this is the 10-year point.
I mean, we got to come back for the new Mana game, right?
So, I mean, part of beating the games within the 10-year span was so that we could avoid fucking playing the new Mana game.
Yeah. Hey, maybe it won't suck. I know that's a lot to ask for because they've gotten worse They peaked at the third one, and then just everyone since is like, it's like Brosnan era Bond. It's just half as good as the one before, and that's like you're talking Dawn of Mana. Half as good as that is like you can't even imagine.
It's half as good as Die Another Day. You guys have. That's how bad the last Mana game was.
Yeah, it's crazy. you can't even imagine if you haven't played it. Like you just don't even know, man.
Dude, if you've ever watched Die Another Day, if you ever heard the song Die Another Day, somehow it's worse than the song Die Another Day, which is one of the worst songs ever made.
Yeah. Yeah. So but hey, maybe. It's supposed to look. It says
there's no official date on it yet.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they think it's
like
going
a
to
week
be.
Ago.
They think it's going to be this year, but like if there's no official date yet, I'm kind of doubting that it's going to come out this year. But
hey, we don't want to spoil a good thing.
Yeah, true. Yeah, don't rush, Square.
Yeah, don't rush.
Make your game.
We'll let you guys do it, but I mean, as soon as I fucking finish these games, there's no guarantee about any future games. Period.
Yeah,
That's
I did pre-order Dawn Trail or whatever the new.
No,
14.
you didn't.
I did. Yeah.
Why?
I gotta get the collector's edition,
dude. I'm not playing that fucking thing. I was serious. That wasn't a joke.
I mean, there's still a part of me that wants to do it all. And you got to have that part too. I mean, just think about it. Like,
dude, if I can skip the cutscenes and play it, I'm not fucking watching those god awful cutscenes. They get worse and worse every expansion.
What if they get better? You never know. Now, maybe now they've turned over a new leaf. Now that the main story's over, which I am kind of annoyed that they're still continuing it because I was like, I feel like that was like. I wouldn't say a nice nightcap to the series, but like it was a nightcap, and like it was done. The arc was over.
The bow was tied.
Yeah, the bow was tied, and now they're like unraveling the bow for I don't know why, but
I apologize for any coughing. I'm getting over a cold I had last week.
Yeah, sorry. It was probably from me. But because I was getting over it in the theater next to you watching that movie.
Oh, shit. It could have been from you. I thought it was from my niece who was also sick. Or my boss who was sick a week and a half ago.
Yeah, who can say? Mine's lasting forever. I'm still kind of like...
Yeah, I can't wait to be saying my vows or whatever and be like... Oh.
Yeah. Don't worry. Everybody else is going to be coughing too.
That's true.
So we'll be
I'm afraid for Laura. She's going to like get sick like right before... She hasn't gotten sick yet, and I'm like, fuck, I think it's impending.
Yeah. And then she's going to be pissed and just say no.
We're canceling the whole thing.
Yeah. It's goddamn cold.
You gave me a cold. It's not my fault.
Yeah. Isn't that so weird how everyone, like when you get sick, they're like, oh, you got me sick. And it's like, fuck you, man. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, I understand, like, the times that I've given you, like, stomach flu. Because it's like, oh, yeah, come on over. Oh, by the way.
Have fun throwing up tomorrow.
Yeah. But, like, in normal interactions, like, I have no choice but to interact with you, and you got me sick. Like, how could you get mad at somebody for that?
I don't know. Dude, it's not... If you don't cover yourself with a mask and... a human condom throughout your entire body, you are, of course, responsible for everyone else who gets sick from you.
Yeah, fair.
We know that.
Yeah.
We've been through that.
Yeah, if you don't wash your mail, then it's your fault that I got sick. I didn't see you spray down that box earlier, bro. Yeah. That fucking Amazon guy is going to get us all.
That's true. You're just irresponsible at that point.
Exactly.
Speaking of COVID, the last time we played a remake game,
yeah, it was COVID.
It was during COVID, and I think that actually had to do with like when we played the game and the response of the game. I think honestly, COVID has a lot to do with that.
Yeah, it was like a breath of fresh air that we really needed.
Yeah.
Since we weren't allowed to have fresh air because we had to have a fucking piece of cloth strapped to our face. But like it was, yeah, we had a lot of time.
I mean, some of us had a lot of overtime, but
yeah. But I still had a lot of,
there was
free
still
time.
Nothing else to do.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, so my free time, it was like, well, I'm going to do this because I can't, go anywhere because everywhere's closed.
Yeah, well, this game comes out and the world is basically back to normal. and now people are complaining that there's too many things to do in the game.
Yeah, I did have that moment where I was like, man, I feel like there's too much. And then I was also like, well, I don't have to do it. Like, I know I'm going to do it, but I don't have to. So really, it's a self-inflicted wound.
That's
But
true.
yeah, there's a lot in this fucking game, man.
Yeah.
So much more than in Remake.
But well, in that case, we should probably get to it then.
Yeah, let's dive in. So, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is a 2024 action role-playing game developed and published by Square Enix. It's the second part of a planned trilogy of remakes, and at this point, if I know the constant complaint about sales is a concern for Square, but they have to at least finish this, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure it didn't fuck up that badly, but the game was produced by Yoshinori Kitase and was directed by Naoki Hamaguchi. We got a new gooch in town. Motomu. I'm gonna say that at work whenever a new female employee
Oh no.
starts. Like, hey, we got a new gooch in town.
I highly recommend not doing that.
Yeah, the new gooch. Got a fresh gooch.
Jesus Christ. Just add misogynistic onto that one guy's review of our show.
Yeah, it's just like
That'll be good.
we gotta make sure we gotta be inclusive of all of the negative things. Naoki Hamaguchi, Motomu Toriyama, and Tetsuya Nomura. The score was composed by Mitsudo Suzuki and Masashi Hamazu, who worked on the Saga series, apparently.
Okay.
Production for Rebirth began in November of 2019, which is prior even to the release of Remake and COVID, and was officially announced in June of 2022. I guess unless you're in China, it was there in 2019. It was officially announced June of 2022. All of Remake's previous lead staff returned. The only exceptions and shakeup was Tetsuya Nomura being the creative director rather than the overall director this time, and Hamaguchi as the director rather than a co-director. So pretty much the same team. The game was eventually released for the PlayStation 5 on February 29th, 2024 to critical acclaim. So...
Okay. But the sales haven't done well? Is that what I just heard from you?
Yeah. I mean, Square, there's like a meme online about like Square saying that the sales didn't reach their expectations. But I think this one has sold quite a bit less than Remake at this time in its life.
Well, wasn't the thing, so with Final Fantasy XIII, the trilogy there, the second game sold like 1/3 the amount as the first, and then another 1/3 into Lightning Returns. And that's pretty normal, right, for sequels not to do as well as the
Yeah, that's pretty much like
first
every
one.
time.
Yeah, pretty much like every time. Obviously, there are lots of exceptions to that, but I think that's a pretty normal thing for them to like expect. Like they'll expect a certain amount of like fans to come back in, but then some people are just going to check out. And I think that's going to be like for a narrative game like this that makes even more sense. Like there's a lot of games that aren't necessarily that story driven, and you can kind of like deal with the fact that you're going from one game to another and there's not like a huge connection between the two.
Yeah.
Even though they might be like a continuation. But it's more in like the spiritual continuation sense than anything, like a Call of Duty game.
Yeah.
You don't need to go from one to the next. And if you do, maybe it's rewarding, but then at the same time you don't. And with the last game, I can imagine if this game's not doing as well, then there's probably people that were maybe, I guess, like, you know, they were looking for Final Fantasy VII Remake last time, weren't in it like we were, knowing it would be a trilogy or whatever, and then finally beating the game, and spoilers, and finding out that the game was, of course, not really Final Fantasy VII.
Yeah.
I can imagine the sales being lower.
Yeah.
It's still probably a pretty high fucking selling game, I'm guessing.
Yeah, they estimates online say it's probably about 2 million sales, which is about half of Remake at this time.
Okay.
So, yeah, that about checks out. And I mean, it's going to be that way.
But it was the only thing people were talking about for like 2 weeks. Isn't that kind of crazy?
Yeah.
Like, even people that aren't in the Final Fantasy community, I think have heard of the game.
Yeah, true. I don't know. I mean, I think 2 million is a pretty big number. I mean, I'm sure this game was expensive as fuck, but that's still a lot of copies sold,
2 million at the brand new price.
Yeah. So we're talking, that's what? $60 a pop, $70?
70.
$140 million.
140 million gross.
So
who knows what the net is for Square, but
yeah. They were definitely not super stoked on the sales, at least so far, but it's also a console exclusive.
Right, so you're cutting out half your audience already.
Yeah, once it releases on PC and stuff like that down the road, I'm sure it'll end up picking up.
Yeah. Like 16, I think they gave the stink to about as well, right? Like that it was the number one selling game and then it dropped a lot.
Yeah.
Into the next week. I don't know. I think this is probably doing okay, honestly. Considering everybody I know has it. But
yeah.
Maybe that's just my sample size. My sample group is,
I mean, the crazy thing is the last one sold 3.5 million copies in the first 3 days and topped out at like 7 million. So in 3 days, Remake sold more than Rebirth has in it's only been out for like 2.5 months though, but still, I don't know. I just think Square, they have,
but also
aren't realistic.
It was during COVID.
Yeah.
And there was nothing else to do. And you have a home media thing that's massive that people are looking forward to. I don't know. It does kind of make a little bit of sense to me that it goes in that direction.
That's true. I mean, timing is a big part of these things, for sure.
Yeah.
And that was perfect timing.
I think Square lucked out on the COVID.
Yeah.
I think that helped them a lot. That game, and wasn't the Final Fantasy 14 thing, did that come out during COVID?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
That one too.
Expansion.
Like that helps them a lot, honestly. Now there's going to be more competition for people's time, period. So you have that mixed with all the other elements of it being a sequel to Final Fantasy VII Remake, which, and then the PS5 as well.
Yeah, the PS5 is not nearly as plentiful as the PS4 was at the time, especially when Remake came out. The PS4 was already well established. PS5 is still kind of, having its struggles. Admittedly, though, that's not like God of War Ragnarok didn't sell like a motherfucker, so it's hard to say.
I don't know what God of War Ragnarok sold. That's a good question. So this is kind of news to me that it wasn't selling well, or what well means though is what well means is confusing because like for Square, because it's a publicly traded company, there's a lot of its sales and shit that are public for everyone, and they're always going to be trying to like satisfy the shareholders so that there's like they're always letting the shareholders know like, oh, the stock's going to go up because we're working on these things and we're going to be seen as more valuable.
True.
So they
So Ragnarok 5.1 million in the first week. And
Okay.
15 million total as of November. So that one sold like crazy. But admittedly, that is RPGs, it's more of a niche audience, I think.
Yeah, that is just an action game, huh?
Yeah. It's a sweet
It definitely
game,
has some RPG elements in it.
Oh, yeah. But it's not an RPG, straight up.
Yep.
Shit,
Okay.
this might actually be Rebirth might be more of an action game than the action God of War game. So fuck, maybe we're wrong. Maybe God of War is more of an RPG now.
Yeah, they're just switching places.
Yeah. So let's dive into the story a little bit here. So, the story. There are multiple timelines, just so you know. And here's a quick rundown. So, Rebirth takes over right where Remake left off, the open world. So, Remake ended right as they kind of come out, and it's time to like have fun in Final Fantasy VII, and then it's over, right?
Right.
So, much of the game follows the order of the original FF7, but the order of areas and locations differ from the original game. One of the big ones that you mentioned earlier today is Wutai. It's not going to be explored until the third game. We get a glimpse into one of the three timelines. I think it's three. It might just be two. In the game's story with Zack, who we saw survive, quote unquote, at the end of Remake, right? So that weird scene where Zack's kind of like carrying Cloud out at the end of Remake is a thing. So Zack's apocalyptic timeline is fueled by the planet's Mako being completely depleted. In this timeline, Shinra has Barrett and Tifa captured, Red 13 ends up sacrificing himself to free Aerith, and Zack takes a comatose Cloud and Aerith to Aerith's mom's house and tracks down Biggs, who apparently is from the original timeline, but was rescued by the Whispers. So they pulled him and brought him there.
Okay. I don't think I got that, but
not sure.
That's good.
And then they just murder Biggs later, so that's fun. And Marlene gives a prophecy that Sephiroth is going to kill Aerith, which kind of leaves Zack to decide whether he's going to save Cloud or Aerith. So it's kind of like a Batman Dark Knight Rises conundrum, or Dark Knight conundrum. Who's he going to save, right? So that's one timeline. And that's kind of like the...
We're immediately starting on the timeline, but if you're playing the game, that stuff is like stitched together later. Like it's just random scenes with Zack.
Yeah.
And you're like, what the fuck is going on?
And you don't really quite understand.
And you don't get it until like chapter fucking 13 or some shit.
Yeah, very end.
When you finally like go, when Aerith is like, we're going to go and we're going to see... versions of ourselves or whatever, and then it starts becoming more clear.
Yeah, so like when you're doing the game, when the Zack stuff pops up, you're like, is he just alive now, I guess? But like, how is he not running into the party?
Yeah.
And the answer is, oh, well, he's alive in a manner of speaking.
So now, with the ending of this game kind of making more sense, then you have Remake. It'll make a little bit more sense when it comes to seeing Zack in a couple spots.
Yeah.
And at the end, when Aerith is obviously peeking through and seeing things from a different timeline, now it kind of makes sense. Now that's what we've seen is Zack in the apocalyptic timeline, which I had to have explained to me that he was pulled out of that timeline and now he's in the Final Fantasy Remake timeline or the timeline that takes most of this game up. And then the third timeline is the original game.
Yeah.
So it's stuff that happens in the original game, which you get to peek into again later in the game. You actually see Cloud is saying visions of things that had actually happened in the original game that aren't happening in Remake. Like Aerith getting stabbed, for example.
Yeah.
So it gets, and the game definitely doesn't hold your hand, and it gets a little bit no Murray with the with the crazy cutting around, and you're going like, okay, I missed something. But luckily, nerds on the internet can sort it out for us.
That's right. So, in the original timeline, or I guess the remake timeline, Cloud and Co. are resting in calm. He kind of tells everybody about his past with Sephiroth, about the massacre at Nibelheim, and Sephiroth's kind of insanity at discovering that he was created by cells from Genova's body. In this timeline, Tifa tells Aerith that she remembers the incident, but doesn't remember Cloud being there. So this is where it kind of like, tells us that it's starting to get kind of fucked up. Whereas in like original FF7, the thing that was happening was he was remembering Zack as the main guy that was there, but Cloud was still there. He was just one of the little blue soldier guys.
I thought that's what Tifa was saying.
And this one?
Was that it was, a different person. It wasn't Cloud there, but Cloud is remembering it.
Yeah. No, because
himself.
In the original game, Cloud is there. He's just one of the...
he's one of the other soldiers. And so when the soldiers go and they're swept up by the river, like they're both remembering that differently.
Yeah.
So I wonder where this game is going to take the Cloud. The next game is going to take the Cloud and Zack memory dealio.
Yeah, because at this point, it's kind of only beat around the bush with it a little bit. Like, this is like the only thing we've really seen.
Yeah.
Other than the guy has like memory and mental problems, but we haven't had anything like concrete.
So now that is even more confusing because now they're dealing with the timeline confusion too.
Yeah.
So like now Cloud is seeing two different timelines and is dealing with Zack's memories, or he's not dealing with Zack's memories right now.
Maybe he's not.
And it is what you said, it's just dealing with timeline stuff. That's interesting. There might be an answer out there, but right now I don't remember.
Yeah. Maybe. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of shit left out of this game, like at the end, where like they didn't really answer anything.
Yeah.
They just kind of ended it. So Shinra forces raid Calm to find the party, forcing them to flee. We then basically just follow the black robes across the land, play some cards, do some side quests, go on a date with Barrett, and introduce a few new party members.
Or you can go on a date with a dog.
Yeah.
And be like, what the fuck? What do you mean that's my fucking date at the Gold Saucer? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I was pretty pumped that I got Barrett, honestly. It was funny how awkward it was because he's like, are we really? Cloud's like, are we really doing this? He's like, come on, don't make it weird. That's fucking sweet.
I think in the original game, I've also never gotten the girls. I think I've gotten Barrett.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I always got Aerith every time I played it.
That must be nice.
Yeah. I mean, I want Tifa. But
I want Tifa every time. Every time, and I can't have it. And in this one, I was like, okay, the relationship changing thing, every time you interact with a character and you get to make like dialogue choices, like it'll at the end of whatever little part you're at, it'll go like your relationship with blankety blank changed.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I get what it's doing. I'm gonna make sure to make Tifa happy every time, and it didn't fucking work. It didn't work.
Yeah,
I ended up with a fucking dog.
Gotta learn how to talk to women, man. See, with Barrett, it was always like, there was the track thing with Yuffie where you're riding the track, and it's like you either do the Yuffie one that's easy going or the Barrett one that's gonna make her throw up. And I'm like, hell yeah, I'm gonna do the Barrett one to see her vomit. So basically, every douche move I can make in the game, I did, and apparently that like fueled Barrett to fall in love with me to go on the date.
Yeah, the Tifa date. So I watched all the different versions you could have.
Yeah.
You sent me the link, and I watched it today. The Tifa one, they actually kiss, and then they're awkward about it afterwards, which I think if I had that would have colored the rest of the game very differently. I'm like, are they ever going to return to that? And the answer, not really.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I guess it's fine that I got the dog one. I liked the Yuffie one. That was funny. But yeah, I got the lamest one, dude. I got the Red 13 one.
Yeah, I think Roxo, I was texting him because he was playing it around the same time. He said he got Sid and Vincent. And I guess if like no one is the top one, you just get like everybody else.
Rox is in the chat. I think he said he got Tifa.
Oh, maybe.
So
who
I don't
was
know
it
who
then?
you were talking to.
Who was it that got Kate Sith and like, unless he was telling me that that's how you can get them. And I was like, how the fuck do you get Sid? He's not even in the game. And it's just like everybody else just tags along and it's just a bro night with the cat and the fucking Vincent and Sid.
Wow.
Tifa's the one you want to get.
Tifa's the one you want to get in real life.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Huge tits, super nice, rocking abs. Like, yeah, man, I don't know.
Yeah. I'm not an abs guy. But she is in great shape.
Yeah.
Generally.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not really an abs guy either, but she's fucking smoking. Yeah, so the date was awesome, except for you. I
No,
guess.
it fucking sucked, dude. I was like, are you kidding me? Like, I was nice to Aerith and I was nice to Tifa and I got the fucking dog?
Yeah, yeah. You were super nice to the dog. You
Jesus.
threw him a bone, man. You took him on the date. So we get a few new party members. Kate Sith, Yuffie. Yuffie's not really new because we played the DLC.
We played the DLC with her.
Sid is there. You don't really play as him. Vincent's there. You don't really play as him either, but they are introduced in the game. And the party also discovers that the planet has released its guardians, known as the Weapons. They look like giant manatees to me, but to protect itself. There's also two opposing forces within the Whispers, one aiding Sephiroth and the other one helping the planet. So there's even more confusion with the weird Dementors that the first remake gave us. Rufus gets an inauguration ceremony, and he continues his father's search for the Promised Land. The party discovers Sephiroth's intentions to use the black materia to destroy the world. The group goes to the Cetra Temple of the Ancients to take the materia, only for Cloud to hand it over to Sephiroth due to his control over Cloud's mind, as per the Genova cell thing within his body. Sephiroth reveals to Cloud and Aerith that countless worlds were created following the death of the Arbiter of Fate in the first game, which allowed Sephiroth to carry out the reunion, which in this context is the combination of timelines into a paradisal world where he wants to rule over. So reunion's got like 9 different meanings in this one, just like remake in the last one.
Yep.
Rebirth, not so much, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know where the birth of birth
of a new timeline. It's kind of weak. So Aerith discovers that the Whispers have used up her white materia, which is the natural counter to Meteo. And this is where it gets really weird. So in an alternate universe, Aerith summons Cloud to her world. She tells him she's in love with him, and then gives him her white materia. Don't know how that's possible, but whatever. Cloud blocks the legendary scene where Sephiroth runs Aerith through, but apparently didn't, even though we saw it before our very eyes, and she's fucking dead anyway. Which I thought was weird. I thought for sure when they were going to remake this game, they were going to make it so that she lived.
It also it also made it more confusing because she's like Cloud and like she is alive.
Yeah, and then she's talking to him
only to Cloud.
She's talking to him after she's dead, and I'm like, but then also like Red 13 kind of noticed her too. Remember when she like pats Red 13 in the last cutscene? He senses that she's there too. So maybe she's alive in a timeline. Maybe there's more because he said countless worlds were created. I mean, I'm sure she's going to come back to life is what's going to happen, and she's going to be in the real world.
I don't know. I think she, no matter what, she needs to be dead. Same with this, in order for them to like win, which I think she knew.
Yeah.
So there's a whole bunch of like things that I'm sure if you do a second playthrough are going to be like clear setup. But there are definitely moments where like it seems like Aerith knows her fate. She knows she's going to die or that she needs to die. And then to come back to like as holy to save the planet. So she needs to die no matter what.
To save it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that could be it. I mean, we were talking about that when I was beating it earlier. I could see that. And maybe one of the bad timelines, she's still alive, though.
Yeah,
like
maybe
the one where the planet's just fucked on Zach's timeline. So, speaking of timeline mixtures, Cloud and the party, we spent about 2 hours fighting Sephiroth here. And Cloud and Zach's timeline come together for a little while, and they fight Sephiroth together, which is kind of cool. I thought that was a cool part of the game. Doesn't last, though. Zach is kicked back to his own timeline by Sephiroth, which is when the alternate Aerith aids Cloud, apparently. Sephiroth is defeated, and Zach is convinced he's going to see Cloud again. I am not convinced, of course. We then cut to Rufus, who finds out that Sephiroth caused the tensions between Wutai and Shinra, because, again, Sephiroth, anyone that's got any piece of Genova, apparently he can just control at any point, which is, I mean, that's basically what happened in the original game, too. Although this game actually tells you, the story a little bit better. The party is wrecked from Aerith's death, though Cloud seems fine due to the fact that he can still see and talk to her. We resume our pursuit of Sephiroth in the northern cavern, or crater is where he's at. And Cloud fuses the black materia with the Buster Sword, says goodbye to whatever the fuck he's talking to that's Aerith, who says she will stay behind and find a way to stop Meteor from destroying the planet.
Okay, so there's more confusing things because there's one timeline he's looking at wholly in the clear, materia. It's wholly in one, and then it's the black materia in the other, which he puts into the sword. So I'm guessing that's a big setup for the third game, that at least one of the timelines, or maybe he actually just has it's the clear materia. It could be the black or white materia, no matter what.
Yeah, maybe the game starts out and it's like Return of the Jedi, and it's all like Dark Cloud for a little while.
Dark Cloud.
Before he changes his mind,
Yeah, so yeah, it's a wild time, a wild ending, I would say. Like most of our discussion has been about the ending of the game. But actually, you do get these large episodes throughout that are kind of retelling, of course, the original Final Fantasy VII with a lot more detail and different characters and different motivations and stuff.
I mean, you get the gold saucer is completely built up. You've got Dio. There's a whole thing with Dio. Way more to it. Loveless, the little play you're in, is hilarious. I was laughing pretty hard.
It's hilarious until I want to kill myself out of the cringe.
With Barrett?
No, not with Barrett. It's not. I guess it's not Loveless. It's right after when Aerith does a song.
Oh.
Which stank of Final Fantasy X-2 in a way that I do not appreciate very much. And I bitched about it on the Discord, and I don't think anybody even responded to me. But I was like, what the fuck is up with these Final Fantasy games where one of your main characters just randomly has to do a concert? What the fuck is that? I know it was a big thing in FF6. I guess we can live with it because it's a pixel game. But this one's 3D, and having done some community theater... The idea of someone just going up there and fucking just going up there, just going up on the stage and blowing everybody away with an impromptu performance out of nowhere is fucking bullshit. Yeah. And I just can't, it's hard for me to believe it. It's hard for me to suspend my disbelief for that thing. And the song that apparently she's writing the whole time, I'm like, okay, she just made a new Japanese pop song to go in here. I don't know. I'm kind of not buying any of it, so it hurts. It just hurt. Watching that scene.
I mean, most of the music tracks are that way. I mean, at least the one in 10-2, they, it was it served a purpose for the main story. This one was just kind of tossed in there, I felt.
I mean, but Yuna being a big pop star is also really fucking stupid.
Yeah, that's dumb, yeah. I mean, obviously, that's dumb. That's really dumb.
I guess that is worse than this.
Yeah.
Instead of just one performance, it's
the whole time.
A lot of performances.
Yeah.
As the famous sphere, as the famous summoner that becomes a famous pop star.
Yeah, it's man, it's just all famous people. Whenever they start doing another thing, they just take over that thing as well. They're like, I'm going to start streaming now. And then they have 1 million streaming followers. And you bastards. Or when a famous chick gets on OnlyFans, it's they just take over.
I mean, yeah. Us OnlyFans people,
Yeah,
There's a limited audience for that.
Yeah,
I don't like those famous. I don't like whatever on whatever show that was on MTV at 2:00 in the morning, getting on there and being the biggest OnlyFans person.
Yeah, man. I jerked off for 8 hours straight yesterday, and I only made $8. How many times you come in an 8-hour session, dude? It's fucking ridiculous. But yeah. But yeah, dude, it's I don't know. The song was dumb. The play was awesome, though. The play
was fun. Watching Barrett do like the Shakespeare-y language in the play, I was dying.
Yeah, I was laughing pretty
great.
hard the whole time. So that was a joy. Yeah, the Corel prison was super cool, I thought, in this one. Like, they built it out like a ton. You know, the one character, I can't remember his name, but the dude who, like, he kind of, like, hooks you up and gets you to where you can go race the chocobos to get your freedom. Like, he has a whole gang, and, like, it's a whole thing down there. That was a lot of fun. The inn at the saucer, I thought was super cool. Like, the spooky inn. They went all out.
Yeah, too all out. I actually think it was like, if I was actually staying there, I'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah. I want one of those little Tonberry, like, fucking, what are those things?
Dude, I fell for the chest thing like 3 different times. When I would go back to the gold saucer, see that there was a chest there, and then it would pop out, and it would be like, I don't know, it's something to scare you, right?
Yeah.
3 times. And every time, like the second time, I was like, I'm an idiot. I knew what that was. Then the third time, I'm like, I'm just going to kill myself. I can't believe how many times I've fallen for this stupid thing.
Yeah, like, I'm going to do it. What's in there? Fuck.
It's just so automatic to go to every treasure chest and open it.
Yeah. That was a super cool. I thought it was awesome. The little, like, humidifier, that's what it is. The little Tonberry humidifier.
Yeah.
That, like, goes around the room and sprays. Like, the level of fucking detail in this game is, like, insane. Everything that they could have thought of, if it isn't Advent Children, which of course happens after, it's in this fucking game. All of it. And if you don't think Dirge is in there, play the fucking Yuffie DLC and you'll find out you're wrong. It's all here. The whole compilation. And they did it in a way that it's not fucked up. Like, it works. You know, even Cisne, even fucking Before Crisis, the phone game. The chick from the phone game is in this game. Like, they're going full hog on the Final Fantasy VII story. The Johnny section in this was fucking funny, where Johnny, like, clones himself.
Yeah, because you get like a different, like Hojo's a bigger character in this, and you get like a fight with Hojo, and Yuffie needed to like do some secret ninja. Tell me if this is wrong, because it's been a couple months now, to do some like secret ninja move that like made multiple versions of herself.
Yeah,
and then that unfortunately, like, Johnny was like caught up in that, so there's like a million Johnnies. Which Johnny was like the best character in Remake.
Yeah.
And he's now out with like a roach motel that he has over in Costa del Sol. And now you got to like do a bunch of quests. And then eventually all the Johnnies have to get back together with the singular Johnny.
Yeah. That was pretty funny. There is that's one of my favorite Yuffie abilities you get later, the doppelganger, where she like splits into 2 and she doubles down and everything. It's fucking OP, man. But yeah, that was really funny. There's a nice religious cult in this game.
The religious cult when you get to Cosmo Canyon.
Yeah.
Yep. And that was all that stuff was kind of interesting because they're all a bunch of like planet worshipping.
Yeah. Bunch of goddamn hippies.
Living in the next to the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, it's just Burning Man. That's just what these people are. They're just Burning Man.
Just a bunch of Burning Man.
Yeah, all the time.
But there is one lady like doing a speech out in the town, and she's just like, it's we need to be worried about the thing from above, the great demon thing from above. And I was like, okay, that's kind of a cool little like send up to like Genova's existence, period. You know?
Yeah, and the stuff with Genova in this game was super cool. Like, they really dug in, and like, it's all stuff that I remembered from FF7, and it really reminded me of how good of a story FF7, even the original, is. Like, how much shit is in there. You know, it's not just evil power company that you're fighting. It's evil power company, strange alien life form that killed all the other life forms. You know, the ancients, the Cetra. The humans, I'm not really sure if humans are aliens in this world. They might be. I think they actually might be. But Like all of that, the gi, like fuck, man. There's like it was really in depth in this game, and it just reminded me of how good FF7, even the original, is with all of its mistranslations. And
I mean, you are taking like a gosh, how many hours would this section have been in FF7? Just two?
Fuck, like
12 hours, maybe?
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
And you're turning it into 82 hours.
So you can take your...
Or 132 hours.
Yeah, or if you're me, you can take your sweet fucking time doing it. And I think it does the game... It really does it justice, you know? The magnitude and the awesomeness of the story. I think that the bringing it out in this manner is... It's a great way to tell it, honestly.
It's pretty cool. So knowing that this is, of course, like the A team at Square, the people that are like in charge of just the main Final Fantasy games.
Yeah.
And that now this is like their big project, and like a different team made 15, a different team made 16. Of course, I did see some news that maybe they're like changing the teams around again. Recently in the Discord, but that was still like it makes sense. Like the high production value of this thing at the very least is like, oh, these are like the top of the top.
Yeah.
Giving us, even though like it's kind of a, you know, this quasi remake sequel of a game, you definitely do see that. I think that attention put into it, and it's even more so than in remake.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Like the amount of time they put into this thing is impressive. Like they really left no stone unturned. And it's not in like a bad way either. It's not in like a, you know, Disney bought Star Wars and ruined it by like, remember that one line in the scroll? Well, here's a movie.
We're going to make a whole $200 million movie off of that.
Even though that's like arguably one of the best ones they've done since they took it over. But it's not like, you know, you got Han Solo, mysterious. Not anymore. You know everything about the motherfucker. Like, it's not in that way. It's in like everything you can think, hey, are they going to do this? Yeah, they're going to do it. And they did. And it's crazy. There's some other really fun stuff in Junon. You have to, where you're collecting all of the soldiers to do the little like march. To get the high TV ratings. The minigame kind of sucks, but I just retried it once. I probably didn't even need to, just to make sure I got the max rank, because I did not.
It was
go back.
Really similar to like the Andrea stuff in
remake. Yeah, I want to see that boy in a dress.
Yeah, the best section of
see
remake.
That boy in a dress.
There was nothing as good. Like, I think the soldier part was pretty much the next funniest. Thing.
The part where you find the club of like bald men. That was pretty hilarious.
The club of bald men was amazing.
The play was pretty close.
The play was close. Okay, all right. The play was good. And then there was like the scenes on the boat.
Yeah, with Red.
That was a pretty fun section with like Madam M and doing the card games.
Yeah, the tournament.
Yeah.
Red 13 was brutal though. I was like kind of pissed.
Those are sections that are like they're reaching for the greatness of that whatever chapter that was in Final Fantasy VII Remake. Never quite hit it.
Yeah.
But they're all pretty good. Like,
yeah, the Gi was like an amazing section, kind of learning about them and learning, you know, about Nanaki's father.
And being forced to play as Red 13.
Yeah, I had him in my party. My party this game was...
Because for me, it was like every time they forced me to play a character, of course it was a character that I fucking never touch. Like, ever.
I made it a point to play as people that I didn't normally play as.
Oh, you didn't want to do in the last game when we had to beat the big baddie with every character, right?
Yeah.
And that was a big pain in the ass. I remember I had to learn a character for one boss.
I did not want that, no.
Over and over again.
So I started with Barrett Tifa Cloud, which is like the classic party, because it's like the first party. Then I put Aerith in for about 2 seconds, and then I decided, no, I'm going to do what I always do and not play as Aerith. And I played as Red 13, Yuffie, and Cloud. That was my party the whole game, pretty much. Unless it forced me to not. Or when it forced me to be Kate Sith, and my party was me ripping my hair out, screaming. And then I do a Vincent fight where it's like, Oh, now it's a bullshit hard fight, and I got this dumbass in my party that
Vincent was not the one I had trouble on
fuck.
with him.
He killed me like 4 times, dude.
I had trouble.
God damn it.
I had trouble on the like dual guy, the guy who was switching from like physical to magic over and over again.
I beat him the first time.
I don't think it took me that many times, but it was the amount of time it took to kill him.
Yeah.
That was like makes me like
when I beat him, I was like,
anxiety
oh, that could have been hard.
just thinking about it.
Like that could have been rough. But yeah, that was cool. The dates were cool. I mean, the Tifa one's pretty good. The bear one's funny.
Yeah.
We had a Nanaki voice change.
Hated it. Fucking hated it. And I didn't think that I think the thing is that they already had a voice for him. And so now I'm like thrown off. Now the new voice does sound like a guy. Like if you were to give a dog a voice, then yeah, it would sound like that guy. And it wouldn't sound like the Advent Children version of Red 13, for sure.
Yeah.
But still, I was used to one and then I got the other and I was like, oh, so he literally gets younger when he gets home? Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Yeah, it was kind of dumb. The Bugenhagen stuff was pretty cool, as always. I really liked Cosmo Canyon as an area. I thought that was... I hated the Chocobo travel.
Oh my God, dude.
The flying. But
unlocking that...
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Unlock it. Just imagine mastering it. Mastering it was so much worse, dude. I would like...
What does mastering mean?
You gotta get all the points. I did all the mini games all the way.
How the fuck do you get all the points in that?
You gotta hit every one of them.
How, though? How? That has to be impossible, dude.
It's close.
It was already bad enough just unlocking it. Like, I had to do one of them like a gazillion times.
I spent...
That's how many times.
One of my sessions, I spent about an hour and 40 minutes, and that was all I did. Was one of those challenges, and I didn't beat it. When I came back, I beat it like almost right away. But it was like the last one, the third one, where I had to like do a really deep swoop, come up, and then have just enough to like hit all the top ones, and then glide forever.
Like, it's kind of fun, but not when you're stuck on it. Man, it's the worst.
No, man.
It's the worst.
Yeah.
There was some like Chocobo speed run things going around. The fucking frog minigame.
Oh, that was awesome. It was like Fall Guys, the little free PlayStation.
I could not get the top rung, no matter how much I tried.
Oh, I got it on the frog. There's another frog one that unlocks too. There's a second frog minigame.
Maybe that's the one I'm talking about.
That one was no, I thought the second one was actually really easy. That's the one where it was like rotating circles, and then you'd have to like hop off to one platform instead of the other, and then you'd have to jump, as opposed to just the little bars swinging at you. There's a second.
Okay,
one.
so the bar, like like a clock, like the bar swinging.
Yeah,
and you have to like jump over it or like stay under it.
Yeah,
and there's like 2 of them.
Yeah, that's the first one, and there's a second one. The second one's actually a lot easier, I thought.
I'm sure it is, because the first one made me want to kill myself. And I was like, I want to do everything in this game. And that was the first time. That's the first wall I hit into where I was like, never mind. I'm not going to do everything in this game.
I left that for a long time. And when I came back, that's when I discovered there's a second one. But then I did the first one, and I actually got it done.
God.
But yeah, everything is like that. Again, that's another thing that's super cool. Like the frogs, like everything is in here. Everything is in here, and it's all well done. And my Chocobo Sam joke for this game.
Hold on, you're saying everything's in here, but you can't just. There's one boss where you can't just give him a potion and he dies immediately.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That was asshole-ish.
Ginadak. That was the guy you said you died on a few times.
Yeah,
I killed him the first try.
The guy who I've never pronounced his name right ever in my entire life.
Yeah.
I'm like, I can't. My eyes can't read Natak. Like they look at it and they go cross-eyed. They look at that word. It's like applause and applesauce. Like I can't. When I'm fucking reading a book, for some reason the word applause, the word applause always, like my mind turns it into applesauce.
Dang.
Every time I see the word applause, and I'm like, I don't. It's like selective dyslexia for certain words. Like just applesauce. They sat there and applesauced.
Like weird.
Yeah, that's weird.
It's a weird thing to do at that time. Yeah, my Chocobo Sam. So last time it was I want to see that boy in a dress, and this time it's I want to see that frog in a dress. So when they turn into frogs, they have like some of their equipment on, and the Tifa one's just in a little skirt. Like,
and then the Aerith one has the bow, I think.
Yeah. Cloud's got his little mini Buster Sword. It's fucking awesome. Like
it's got a good sense of humor, just like in Remake. That's a really good part of this game. Honestly, it has a serious undertone, pretty dark story, pretty dismal world that you're in, but it does have a good sense of humor throughout most of it.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we're not touching on every bit of the story, but there's so much. Like they fleshed out each of the areas like a lot. Mm-hmm. There's just a lot of little stuff in there. The quests kind of help flesh out the zones and the characters. And
so my thing is with these two games now is that I don't know how well or if they would work, especially the second one, without playing Final Fantasy VII. Because I think a lot of our interest in the game is that we're revisiting, like it's using our, I guess, sentimentality to help tell the story. Like you're revisiting these areas and you want to have like an expanded look into all of these areas instead of just moving on. Like these would probably, I could imagine like these sequences being like they're gonna feel like they're dragging on forever in each of these like little areas with all these like strange characters, and then the game never doesn't actually end. You know?
Yeah.
Like that would be something that if you're not looking at it as a sequel to Final Fantasy VII, that would be, I think, a little bit frustrating to a newer audience. Like people playing Remake definitely. I think it was Zach, maybe. He was like a little confused as to what was happening.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, it's because it's not a standalone game.
Yeah. It's not a standalone game, 1, and 2, it actually connects to the original game, which is weird. You never do that. But this one has the Halo 2 effect where like it ends and it's not over. Like Master Chief rolls in and is like, time to finish the fight, and then the game's over.
Well, neither does the other one.
No, part 1 doesn't either. Yeah, but Halo 1 does end.
That's true.
Halo 1 ends. Okay, that's the only game out of that we've talked about today that actually ends. I guess in Final Fantasy VII.
Final Fantasy VII does end. There never needed to be a sequel to Final Fantasy VII.
True.
We have had 12,000.
Yeah, let alone a dozen.
Yeah. But, or Final Fantasy X also ended. And we got a sequel that didn't need to exist as well.
No, that's why I'm
where they're also trying to bring back characters that died.
That's why I'm like, I kind of want them to not sell that well, because once they sell too well, then Square Enix is like,
Final Fantasy VIII Remake.
Yeah, like now we're gonna have to do part 2. It's like, you don't have to do that though.
I'm really still, dude. I know I'm on this train. I'm gonna say this for the about 16th time. The people who are working there worked on Final Fantasy VII. They made Final Fantasy VII. About half the team that made Final Fantasy VII are there, and they're in like the heads of departments now, and they don't want to remake the fucking game they already made.
Yeah.
And I just don't like part of the charm of the old game is the old game. Like, I get you going like you think you believe the story is powerful, especially for the medium that it's in, and you want other people to experience that, and maybe you want to experience that, and you go back and you play the game, and you're just like so used to all the quality of life improvements over the years of video games that it's hard to go back and play an old game and experience it again. And so you want some sort of a remake on these things. I don't think there should be a remake. Remaster makes sense where the picture is sharp on a new TV.
Yeah, well, let me tell you. So my brother-in-law, years ago, he played Remake most of the way through. He didn't finish it, though. And I was playing Rebirth, and he's like, man, and you gave me your PS4. And he's like, man, do you still have Remake? And I'm like, yeah, I do. And I actually have a working PS4 if you want to play it. And he popped it in. played it for about 2 chapters, and then he decided he was like, no. And then he was asking questions. He's like, wait, is this like, do I need to play the first game first? And I'm like, yeah, you kind of do need to play the original first. Like, because he was picking up on some of the cutscenes being weird and like
making no sense.
Yeah, making no sense. I'm like, you really do need to play the first game, like the original game. And he played it, and it was rough at first, but he's playing the original FF7. So it's not impossible. It's aged for sure, but it's got some really cool mechanics in it. And you know, if you can get past the graphics and the fucking Lego style, Popeye style like art and stuff, it's actually, I think it still holds up as being fun at least.
Yeah, and I think what's good about RPGs, like those turn-based RPGs or those active time battle RPGs, they are still playable later. I think the quality, like, they may look like shit in comparison to something new, especially 7. Like, I don't think 8 or 9 really look like shit. I think they look pretty good. But 7 with the like 3D was new, like, and it's clear it was new. I think the fact that it's an active time battle and it's a menu system, like the gameplay, it's an old type of gameplay that people aren't used to playing.
Yeah.
But it is, you know, you can still press the X button and the back button and it'd still be fine. You play Dirge of Cerberus again, you want to kill yourself. Like, that is the worst.
Yeah.
When you play an old shooter, an old action game on a 3D plane, like that's the stuff where like the physics aren't there, the responsiveness of the actions aren't there.
The controls are
the controls are terrible.
Fuck. There was a fucking trophy for Medal of Honor Frontline for playing the one level, just any level, with the original controls, dude, and I almost couldn't do it. Like, it wrapping my mind around like the buttons I had to press, like I don't even remember what shoot was, but it was ungodly.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and we have discussed this, especially with their services. Like, shooters have been standardized.
Yeah.
And so when you play a shooter, pre-standardization,
I think you could change
it's like
controls in
impossible to
Dirge,
play.
but still, Dirge is still clunk.
Oh, yeah, Dirge is, it'd be a terrible game even with decent, like, shooting controls.
Yeah. I can't, man, and I was like so pumped for you to get to that one, and then when I played it again, I was like, ooh. Oh, man, I kind of regret saying, like, I think you're going to enjoy Dirge. I think you're going to like Dirge. You're a shooter guy. It's like, oh, that's exactly why he's going to fucking hate it. It's because he knows what a shooter's supposed to feel like.
Yeah.
And it's not this.
It doesn't feel like this.
Yeah, so I think they do get a pass. It's kind of like how the Pixel ones get a pass on graphics where, like, or like even story. Like, they just get a pass on stuff because it's like a simpler time.
Yep.
Whereas, like, 13, if 13 was in, like, a Pixel thing, you know, maybe it'd be like Xenogears. Maybe it'd be, like, bloated like Xenogears, but it wouldn't be, like, offensive like 13 is, you know.
Sure. I think
something to that. I don't know.
There definitely is. It's just a different style of.
And you couldn't have packed that many fucking words into those old games, so 13 would have learned when to shut the fuck up.
Oh, you'd think.
Yeah.
I mean, FF9 has some long ass text box.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
That.
9's real chatty.
They started getting real bloated, and then they were like, "Oh, thank God! With 10, they have voice acting."
Yeah.
Yeah, they got more chattier and chattier every game that they've ever made. Square Enix, I swear to God.
Yeah, man.
16 is it's less chatty. Honestly.
Yeah, well, we got a like stoic main character, so he like doesn't need to talk all day. So that's nice.
He does use the F word though. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
So like that idea, like these guys don't want to remake their fucking game, and you can still enjoy old stuff. Like, it's fine. Not old shooters, obviously. But
unless you could change the control scheme from the bottom up.
Maybe, yeah. Maybe you could have a mouse, or when they do a remaster, you know, they've remapped the buttons onto like regular controls.
You can actually play Dirge with the mouse and keyboard.
Okay, well there you go.
It's pretty smooth.
So when they remake Dirge of Cerberus,
yeah, for the Vincent DLC.
But yeah, I think it's totally like, let it live in the past. Like, really. And so, like, with Final Fantasy VII, the original remake, thinking that it was just a straight on remake, we definitely had discussions about like, should we even play this thing?
Yeah.
At least that's where I was at. I know you were headstrong into it, but I'm like, we didn't play the remake of 4. There is a 3D fully voiced remake of Final Fantasy IV that we did not play for this show.
True. It's different though because it's not remake like this.
Yeah, I know.
So this counted,
but
more
we
than
only knew that
after we started.
after we played it.
True, and it ended up being like some top shelf shit.
Yeah, it's top shelf. It's great stuff.
And so is this one. And it's like it's funny because we were like, oh, just give us 16, and then they give us 16. I'm like, meh, 16's mid.
I like 16 a lot.
They give me 7, and I'm like, yeah, this is actually really good.
I think 16's pretty sick. But
that's me, man.
But
like,
do I think this game is possibly better than 16?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I do actually.
I
But
think the combat, which is weird because the combat in 16 is
16 's
really
great.
good, but in this one, it's perfect.
it only hurts because it's in comparison. To be
Yeah.
honest. 16's a really good game.
No, it is, but damn, this fluidity of the combat, the like active time hack and slash, like the way they morph it in this one is even smoother than in remake, which was already like holy fuck. This
that
is
was
pretty
already
fun.
like one of the best battle systems,
yeah.
if not the best battle system. So this might be the best battle system.
I think
if
it
you think this
is.
is improvement. The only thing I don't like is fucking Kate Sith. I fucking hate Kate Sith.
Yeah.
I also don't like the progression in the gameplay stuff. Is there anything else about story before we accidentally diatribe into the gameplay?
I don't think so. I'm sure with the questions and reviews we'll hit some more stuff, but
Some more points because there's a lot there.
the fleshing out of everything was awesome. Like, meeting Vincent, and I thought it was hilarious when he's like he announces who he is and says he's security. I was laughing. I thought that was funny.
Yeah.
Like all of it is just really well done.
Oh my god. Oh yeah, there's something I do want to talk about. When they go and they see either their past or into the other timeline / their past, and they each have their own little thing when they go into the temple.
Oh, the Temple of the Ancients.
Yeah.
Yeah. Their trial.
Their trial. Exactly. That fucking Aerith one, that one hits hard. Like,
Oh yeah, where her mom dies. in front
where her
of you?
mom dies
Yeah.
and she's just begging people for help. I was like not ready for that. That was I thought probably like the dramatic high point of the game for me.
Yeah. Oh fuck. And then the Dine stuff. That was really good too.
Yeah, the Dine stuff was good.
Dine. Fuck yeah, man. I'm like, this is the problem with this game. It's 1,000,000 hours long. And so like some of the big hitting moments, it's just like, oh yeah, I forgot.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Dine was really good. The Aerith trial was really good. Yeah, there's a lot of really good stuff. All the stuff that was good in the original game is like even better, honestly.
It's expanded in this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoyed the story of this. The Tifa in the materia world, the materia world. No, that's not what I meant to say. The live stream. Tifa in the live stream section I thought was cool.
Yeah.
I loved seeing the old characters in remake that were new for that game coming back in. So it was fun seeing like Andrea and also Madame M like pop up in this game.
Yeah.
And of course we already talked about Johnny.
She wasn't milking me under the table. Like
No,
no,
there wasn't. And I don't think there was anything quite as fun. Like that Sector 7 section of remake, I don't think is topped in this game ever.
No.
I think it's topped. I think there's a bunch of other things that top remake, but there's nothing quite as good as that in this one, which is, it's a bummer, but whatever.
Yeah. What do you do?
What do you do? Okay. Well, we talk about gameplay. How about that?
So, gameplay in the game. Lots to play. Lots of mini games. So again, action RPG, very similar to Remake. There's a few additions to the combat. There is a folio system where you can earn SP, which allows you to like gain special abilities. It's kind of similar to like the job board or the sphere grid in FF10. Except for you barely ever get
but like you never get anything and you hardly use it, and the stat boosts are minor if at all.
Yeah. So kind of like those, but not at all.
It's kind of like those, but useless.
Yeah. A lot of it's in like the extra content, though. I've noticed like rewards from the Coliseum. You'll get like a book, and it'll give you a bunch of points for a character. So that's great. But one of the cool things that it has is synergy abilities, which are abilities that you can use. I don't really know when you can fucking use them in combat. It's like when a bunch of shit's happening, and like suddenly
when a bunch of shit's happening. No, they each have different. They each have different things that set them off.
Oh, do they?
So if you keep taking a bunch of damage over time in a battle, then one of them will come up. If you keep on getting like. I don't remember what the other ones are either, but a bunch of stagger or something. Another one pops off. There's like 3 different ways to get them.
Oh, okay. I must not have paid attention.
And then it's based upon the party members that you have.
Yeah, certain party members you can buy. So like if you want to play, like if I was smart, what I would have done is like, okay, I'm going to buy the ones that are Yuffie, Cloud, and Red. Mm-hmm. And instead, I was just thinking sphere grid, max it out. I was just buying whatever, like a fucking jackass. And I think you could reset it. Maybe, but I didn't. I was just like, man, fuck it, I'll just leave it. But yeah, those are really cool. Those add some really cool effects. Like there's
your relationship with characters changing also gives you new synergy abilities.
You're right. It does. Some of them were really good though. You'll like extend the stagger. You'll do a bunch of damage and then like extend the stagger bar mid stagger. One of them that I really liked was you would gain like unlimited MP for a short amount of time. So like if you're fighting an elemental boss and you launch that one off, you can just fucking sit back and just nuke with your magical spell. And speaking of magic, I've been drinking some of that Magic Mind again.
Nice.
Yeah, they graciously sent Joe and I a big pack, is what they call it, of the Magic Mind for us to dabble in once again. It's a good little shot of energy. It kind of lasts for a while, and it's kind of like a slow burn. So like you can get like a real fast kick off of like an energy drink, high sugar energy drink, but then you get the crash. With the Magic Mind, you don't really get the crash. It's got a lot of nootropics, which is like a really fancy way of saying mushrooms.
It's mushrooms for your brain. It's to help your concentration, and it's supposed to get you into a flow state and all that.
Yeah, I imagine that's probably, I mean, if I were doing more creative endeavors, it'd probably help me even more. But it does help kind of curb the need for caffeine in me, at least. That's what I'm trying to do this time with it, is kind of ease, because I drink a lot of freaking soda, man. Like it's all diet soda, so it's no calories, but like the amount of caffeine, I'm like, that can't be good for my heart. Like over the long run, like I feel like it's not good.
I don't know about your heart per se, but yeah, I've definitely been researching and looking into like mushroom supplementation, and especially like the lion's mane. That's part of their ingredients list.
Yes, yeah.
As something that can help improve my brain. The fact is that is something that I've been looking into. I've been putting my phone away. I've been trying to concentrate more. I've been trying to concentrate more onto the thing that I am doing. Like when we were playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I really tried to not pick up the phone all the time. Like I tried to keep it away from me and not like while a cutscene is playing, check something on my phone, because I found that I'm doing so many things, but I'm remembering nothing. That's what I've been noticing over the last like year and a half, I think. And so I'm really trying to make social media not so much a part of my life, and I'm trying to exercise more, because that's obviously supposed to help your cognition.
Yeah.
And I've been doing the mushroom stuff. So I will continue to do that. So thank you, Magic Mind.
Yeah, we really appreciate it. There's a lot of science behind it. I've watched their videos. I haven't read the book, but the guy that created it made a book. Because he's really into this kind of stuff too. He's probably similar to you, just trying to experiment on like, okay, I'm getting too distracted on crap. Like, what do I need to do?
Yeah. What I've noticed about myself is like, I am someone who can do one task and get it done as long as I do certain things in order to give myself an environment in which that can be the case.
Yeah, like shut the phone off.
Yeah,
like,
shut the phone off or whatever. Because like there's a certain point I'm like, do I have ADD? And it's like, no. And I think most people don't have ADD.
Yeah.
I think most people just have a distraction device around them. So
Yeah.
there's a whole bunch of things about focus that I've been trying to get into. Focus and creativity.
Yeah, this little thing in my hand, that's what it's made for, is to track you and to distract you.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, distract you and distract you. I mean, you can use the cell phone as a tool, and you should use it as a tool, but you should be the one controlling the cell phone, not the cell phone controlling you.
Exactly.
But anyway, where can people get these awesome nootropics?
You can go to www.magicmind.com/Final Fantasy to claim up to 48% off your first subscription through Magic Mind, or 20% off one-time purchase. And then if you just go to the website, you can enter Final Fantasy 20 at checkout to get our discount code.
Nice.
Give it a try. I've liked it both times, this time and last time. I do feel like it helps. And yeah, give it a go. I mean, if you're finding yourself unable to concentrate and need to get in that flow state, give it a try.
Without using 400 milligrams of caffeine.
Yeah, without like getting so much caffeine that you can feel your heartbeat in every fiber of your body. Give this stuff a go.
Okay.
So thank you to them, and thank you to you guys for trying it out.
So magic,
yes. Standard in this game. The materia, similar situation. I didn't really use magic that much this time around.
No, because you don't like level up the magic very quickly.
Yeah, it's really slow.
I do use it, or I have used the magic.
Yeah.
But it's only for really certain bosses, and especially for like protective spells I've used, and then of course white magic spells like raise and cure. I've used those just to not dip into my item supply, which I kind of always look at as like, unless it's in the shop, which of course only the crappy stuff is in the shop. Like I don't want to use it unless I absolutely have to. So that's kind of where I'm using magic.
Yeah, I would use. I got into the debuffing game kind of late.
Oh, okay.
And there was one.
I did the buffing, but not the debuffing very often.
Yeah, there's one particular summon fight in Chadley's Hellscape that you have to debuff, and it's. Did you do the Odin one?
No,
It's bullshit, dude. Like if
I didn't do any.
Are you
them.
fucking kidding
I'm
me?
not kidding.
You didn't get a single summon?
No, I had some summons, but I didn't get a summon.
Oh my god, you bastard, dude! The most of them were pretty easy, but the Odin one was crazy. Like if he hit you too many times, he would basically become disinterested and then just do his Zanzukin or whatever the fuck it is move and just insta kill you, and everybody's dead.
So he has to hit you?
No, you have to dodge him and then hit him with powerful moves and debuff him, and then he might not kill you. But sometimes he would just do it anyway. Like he would just, it was crazy. And like I had like, because if you do the little summon mini game where you have to memorize where like the button combos are, if you do that 3 times, you can lower their might all the way to the minimum. And I was still losing, even though he was minimum might, because it doesn't matter because his one move just kills everybody.
See, that's what I had. I was going to do everything in the game, right?
Yeah.
And I explored the first couple of areas like to 100%.
Yeah.
Did all the quests.
It takes forever.
Takes hours to go through. And like, oh man, I just sat here for 3 hours and did nothing. Apparently, that's what it felt like I was doing a lot of the times. Except for like I went to a tower and found more things I had to do. Because that's this game. That's the Chadley quest in this game.
Yeah.
But yeah, I tried fighting Titan and I tried fighting like I think Shiva. Fuck that, dude. Fuck that.
Yeah, you never beat him?
No.
Oh man, that's crazy.
I started fighting him and I was like, this is going to take forever and I hate this. This is too much.
Yeah, once you lower him, I think I fought the first
I'm sure
3.
it's doable once you lower him, but he was still a pain in the ass.
I think I fought the first 3 or 4 on max settings because I was like, oh, I want to do it all, like max. And then I was like, hey, this is taking too long. Like, and that was a mere 50 hours in when I probably said that the first time. And I just decided, like, okay, fuck it. I'm just going to go minimum and just knock these guys out. And then the Odin one came, and I was like, oh no, this is gonna be a minute. And so I died to him for like 40 minutes, and I was like, you know what, fuck you. And I just did like a bunch of other Chadley fights, and then I would find like another doucher one in there, and it was like there was one that was like, oh my god, you had those little face hugger guys, those like root fuckers that are like moving, like undulating their limbs, and they like grab onto your face.
Oh yeah.
I had 2 of them and the Mind Flayer in a fight, and the objective to win the fight was I had to kill the Mind Flayer first. But the problem is those face hugger guys, when they face hug you, they just explode. And so they die, and I lose.
You can't get face hugged.
Yeah, so I have to do many things at once. I have to put the 2 face hugger guys to sleep, make sure my asshole AI buddies don't attack the face huggers and reactivate them, and then kill the fucking other guy while that's happening. And sometimes they'll and the other guy will disappear, and when he disappears, everyone just like looks for a new guy to attack.
Yeah,
and
there's no one that attack.
They wake up the face hugger. The face hugger hugs some face, and then we lose. Dude, I was so livid during this fight. I was like, what the fuck, man? I was like, I'm putting them to sleep. They're still attacking them. I'm like pulling everyone into a corner, like, get away, get away, get away. And then they're waking up, and sometimes they'll just face hug right after they wake up. Like, it was crazy. I like could not believe how fucking awful that fucking challenge was,
Man,
dude.
every time you talk about this stuff, I go, yeah, I made the right decision for myself. I didn't do everything in the game like I did on the last game.
Oh, it was vicious, man. Like, oh, that one I was so mad about. And there's another one that I this is where I stopped, because like I would get through the phases, and then the last fight, it was just this like wolf guy and like a couple other dudes, and I could kill the other guys pretty quick, but this fucking wolf dude, like, he would just be running around the map. He'd do a couple swipes at me, but then he would like snipe me with like these moves, and it was like 400 damage a chunk, and I'm like, what the fuck, man? And like the description for staggering him was just like, yeah, just kind of do stuff. I'm like, oh, do a bunch of high damage attacks. I'm like, what? I can't do shit to this guy. Like, I'm hitting him with everything I got, and he's just like, nah, nuking me. And I'm like, oh my god. And it was like stage 5 in the challenge, and the other 4 were easy as fuck. And then this guy, I'm just like, I've never seen this thing before in this game, and it's just fucking ruining me, man.
Oh my god.
And so at that point, I was like, all right, I'm done with the challenges. I'm just gonna move on. There's like 9 fucking Coliseums in this game anyway, and I'm done with all of them. And like, I don't think I finished one, because there's the one in the Corel prison where you're just Cloud, and the last one on that with the like, what did I call them? It's the fucking it's like the brain damaged new Brooklyn dog guys is what I called them, I think, because they have like a Brooklyn accent, and they're like the dogs. They look like the dogs that Rufus has.
Okay.
Like, with the weird squiggly like flow snake hair.
Okay.
And they would just like talk shit in like a Brooklyn accent, dude. And the first one, there's one fight where you got to fight one of them, and it's like pretty infuriating because he's really strong, and he's like just talking shit, like stupid shit, just random crap that he would say during the fight. But then there's one where you got to fight 2 of those assholes, and I'm like, no, man. Like, I was getting so fucking livid, and I just said no to that one too. Let me see what I referred to it as.
I mean, I guess we can just talk about extra stuff all day here, because there's so much to do.
The 2 dogs that sound like completely brain dead New Yorkers. Yeah, I said that fight's totally unfair. Because they're just like, they hit you like fucking hard. And the way you stagger them is, I think you have to like be in prime mode. And then there's another way, it's like dodging or something, but like the way they just like bowl you over, and you just like fly up in the air and then land hard, and then the other one hits you and you fly up in the air and land hard, and I'm just like, just getting steamrolled. But anyway, sorry, go ahead.
No, I didn't really have a point. I was just trying to say something while you were looking on your phone for an answer. No, there was so much to do in this game. I did the first 2 areas and pretty much 100% of them. Up until, of course, more quests pop up later. But I did them, and then I got to Cosmo Canyon, maybe? Or Corel? No, Gungaga. Got to Gungaga and said, fuckaga. This And there was just too much stuff for me to want to do. The thing is, last time, again, to bring it back to the COVID, Final Fantasy VII Remake came out during COVID. We had nothing to do. We might as well do all this, all the shit in the game. This time around, we got more stuff to do, and there's more stuff to do in the game, and it's harder. So I just, I didn't have a million free hours to just pump into Final Fantasy VII Remake, even though I did put the same amount of hours as Remake as I did in Rebirth.
Yeah, but we beat that one twice.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? It's fucking nuts how much more there is in this game. And the other game honestly felt like there was...
It felt like it was a lot.
There was a lot of stuff. I guess there wasn't... Like, the areas I remember feeling kind of limited. Like, some of the slums and stuff I wanted to explore more. And, like, there would be false paths. You'd think there'd be a path, but there wasn't. It would just be like a fence that turned into nothing. So, that is something that they greatly improved in this game. It's like every area you can kind of like fully explore it when you couldn't in Remake. But yeah, that being said, like there's a ton of things to do here, tons of side quests, really good, fun mini games. A lot of them, some of them, if you're a frog and you want to jump from thing to thing, they're the most frustrating thing you've ever played. But there's just so much there, and I really liked that, and I really liked, despite the fact that there's 20 hours of cutscenes in this game. Luckily, they're good cutscenes, so it's not like torture playing this game.
Yeah.
There's so much gameplay that can go along with that, and as a person who likes to quote unquote Joe core things, you do have the option. You don't have to do the extra stuff, and the game this is kind of, I have a love-hate relationship with this. I said I hated it earlier. The love-hate relationship with this is that your leveling up in this game is so slow that it doesn't but doing the extra stuff barely even affects it.
Yeah, because I wasn't that much higher level than you when I beat it, and I put way more time.
Dude, you were one level higher than me when you said what level you were.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, we're about at the same place. And you're like, are you fucking serious? And I'm like, yeah. Yeah, we're both on this same chapter, and I'm one level lower than you.
Yeah.
And I've put, 50 hours less into the game, which I kind of love and I kind of hate. I think something that we brought up about the magic system, like, you don't even get the high... like, I never got Faraga. I got to Fira. And I swear to God, that thing was attached the whole time.
I got some max ones done.
Okay, you did?
I also plugged them in with AP boost stuff, and that's where I think doing all the Chadley combat simulators really helped, because you get AP every time you kill something. And so I was cranking out more AP.
So you're getting better materia.
Yeah, and I was intentionally combining the AP plus stuff with the ones I wanted to max. I'd usually do the elements, the buffs, the cures.
Yeah, to me that was much more of a thing in Remake than it was in Rebirth.
Yeah, well, I think part of it too was the hard mode we had to play on, because you didn't have items, so you had to have your magic squared away to cure and stay alive.
And I know that there are some cheesing that you can do later in the game. I think you can do the cat quest over and over again, and that gives you a ton of XP and AP.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And I know that you can get that AP boost materia, and then you can go and there's certain guys you can fight and you can level up faster. So I know that there are things you can do late in the game with that, but for most of the game you're on it doesn't want to hand you a level. It just takes it just holds back.
Yeah, it's stingy.
It's so stingy with the levels. So that was something that was again, I kind of like and I kind of don't like. I would like for the things that you do in the game to affect the gameplay and make the story easier.
Yeah.
I like that about RPGs. I like that about Bravely Default. I could just fucking grind all day on that thing and get some amazing abilities, and then I know I can do good in the game later, It's kind of like endurance training, I could be out there for hours and hours and hours, building in zone 2 and building up my endurance ability on my heart, and it's going to make things better and easier down the road for everything else that has to do with that. But when you have a game that like artificially stops you, FF16 did it with the boss fights, and then this one, it just makes the leveling just super slow.
Yeah.
And then most of the fights you do that actually give you experience are in the story. So I think that's how it's kind of like making up for that. That's something I'm iffy on. I'm iffy on. Like, I get that it makes the game consistently difficult.
Yeah, which is something that we complimented on with like 13, and that kind of does similar things. That one's more of like a hard stop on your level.
Yeah.
And it just makes you like have to actually think and do the game, play the game they want you to, or play the game the way they want you to. But yeah, this one, it seemed real fucking cheap with the XP.
Yeah.
Like, they do not hand out much. But I mean, that being said, though, I don't think it was a super difficult game. There was just a couple boss fights that were pretty hard.
Cait Sith.
Yeah, the Cait Sith one.
Cait Sith is like, when you have to do the section, you have to do 2 sections with characters you never play. Maybe 3 if you never use Barrett, but
yeah.
I use Barrett all the time. But
yeah, I like Barrett a lot.
There's the Yuffie part, which was kind of a little, that one went on a little long with all the puzzles and the zip lines and shit.
Oh, yeah. I was like not okay when I did that one. I was like a little buzzed.
Okay.
So I was like, I can't do this right now. Like, it's a little too much brain power. So I had to like wait. There was a night I had time to play, but I was like, I can't
right now.
Yeah, this is not a good time.
So there's that, and then there's the Cait Sith one.
The Cait Sith one, there's never a good time.
Oh my god, dude. Playing Cait Sith is, I said this earlier, playing Cait Sith is like playing this game with one arm behind your back. It's like, you got one hand doing all the controls for, like, I swear to God, it's that clunky and bad. So, like, I would say, like, everything in this game is an improvement from the last game, except that, like, Cait Sith sucks to play. I fucking hate playing as Cait Sith.
Yeah, he's trash. Easily the worst one. Like, all of the others I thought were fun in their own way.
Yeah.
Barrett I liked a lot, but I kicked him out of the party just because I wanted to play 2 distinct people that I never really played. Mm-hmm. And Yuffie kind of got the Barrett I needed anyway with the ranged.
Well, I like the combos you can get, because, like, there's... specifically like Red 13 and Tifa are both stagger people. Like, they'll do a bunch of staggering, like, really good and really quickly. And then you have like Cloud and Yuffie, and they're both damage. Like, they can do damage. They can hit hard. And Yuffie can even do range, which is nice. Barrett is person you need for range for some of the creatures that are a pain in the ass to hit.
Yeah.
Until you like, and then Barrett's like building up abilities. If he can do an ice attack or a fire attack real quick without using MP, so you can like stagger some of the guys that are like in the air. I use that a lot. But Cait Sith, he can do magic or physical attack depending on where he's standing.
Yeah.
And yeah, he can do ranged and close up because of that. But I really hate that he's only useful if you build up the AP to get on the fucking thing. So it already takes like, there's a step, as you said earlier, there's a step involved with making Cait Sith useful. And then he get kicked off of that fucking thing. And then like his like kitty power move, yeah, it does some damage, but he's also like clunky and shitty. Like, I don't like him. I don't like playing. I think Cait Sith is a terrible character, period.
Yeah.
But I also hate playing him in the game.
Yeah, I mean, he's just trash all around. Like, truly. I was glad when the pedestal crushed him. I wish that was the only copy of him.
Oh god. And
I was thinking about, like, in the original game, like, how much of a fucking weeb is Reeve? Like, what a fucking weeb, man. He's got like he's so introverted, but he's got like this cat robot on another robot, and he's like hanging out with people as if they're his actual friends. Like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? At least in this one, it was like an AI program. They like modernized it a little bit. He wasn't like actively controlling the fucking cat the entire time. And I was like, God, like, what a loser, man. Like, fucking A, man. And then like he's got to have like his little persona where he's like in the gold saucer entertaining people too. I'm like, what? How fucking? When do you get your job done? Like, what is wrong with you, man? Like, when do you sleep?
I'm gonna bring this up. I brought this up on the Final Fantasy VII Remake episode, but I gotta bring it up again. When the plate comes down and there's there's utter destruction. And you just see a fucking random ass like cat going, no, and there's just a random shot of like, there's no fucking way that Square Enix thought that this was for someone who's never played Final Fantasy VII before, because they just cut to a random fucking goofy looking cat, goofier than the other cats that already look goofy.
Yeah, that are already fucked
by
up
the way.
looking. Yeah.
They just cut to some random fucking cat like doing the fucking platoon, like getting shot in the back while the helicopter's taking off. Like that pose while utter destruction is in front of them. It's one of the most unintentionally, I think, like most of this game is like funny on purpose when it's funny, but that unintentionally hilarious shot of this cat going through like existential like misery.
And it's even weirder knowing that it's not even, I mean, I guess, I don't know, it's less weird. It'd be more weird if it was like the OG game where it's like him controlling the cat, like doing the thing, like, no, like he's in his office just like, Then he takes off his VR headset and like, all right, gotta go back to work. But like, yeah, that was one of the weirdest scenes in the original game. It's like, who the fuck is a cat? Like, what was that? Like, how many fucked up cats are in this game?
What the fuck does this game have to do with? There's so many cat things in Remake.
Yeah.
Less cat things in this one. I did have to slowly bring a cat to town, and apparently that's how you cheese the experience in this game. But
oh yeah, and then we had to lure a chicken with a little.
The worst fucking thing in the game. God damn that fucking chicken quest, dude! I fucking hated that chicken quest.
I mean, the only positive was that at the end they killed one of them.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That was
funny.
Nice. Yeah. I don't know if it was worth the cutscene.
No, it's not
to do that side quest. But man, dude, pulling that chicken in with the diggly like the can. Oh, dude, awful.
Yeah, that was not a good moment.
No moments, dude. That took me a long time because I tried it and I was like, "Fuck this," and I moved on. And then there was a point where I was like, "I should really just do all the green quests."
Yeah.
And then I went back and did it again, and I still hated it.
So yeah, there's a million mini games in this game as well. There's all the stuff in the gold saucer that there was before. And then a weird Star Fox, clunky ass Star Fox game is in there as well. That's fun until you play it on like expert, and then it's not very fun.
Would you call it Star Fox, or is it also the Kingdom Hearts?
Oh, the gummy ship? Yeah,
the gummy ship game.
Yeah. It's about as bad as that too, actually. The G-Bike was pretty fun, and I think I got the hard difficulty or the expert mode in like 2 tries or something. I just had to actually pick up fuel. The one that I really hated, and I haven't even 100%ed it yet, because I think there's supposed to be a Sephiroth fight, according to the trophies anyway, is the like little like Rock'em Sock'em game. I hate that fucker in this game, dude. It's terrible. Like it's bad. Like the way they move their arms, because you got to like counter or you have to like block or dodge in a certain direction based on how they pull back to punch you, and like my brain just can't handle the different varieties of how they're gonna beat the shit.
I really hated that. I tried it for like 1 second. I'm like, nope.
Yeah,
like I only played things to where they needed to be played for the story or one of the side quests. So I pretty much dabbled. I dabbled in everything you've said, but the only one I like fucking made my bitch was the Chocobo Racing, which wasn't that hard. But
yeah, you did all of those.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it takes like it's a few.
It takes
hours,
like 2 hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was pretty fun, and then you finally got to see Chocobo Sam again with that little quest line.
Yeah. So that was good. What else have we got? frog shit. We already talked about that. The Colosseums, like we said, there's like 5 different Colosseums. We got multiple party towns. So you got the first party town, Costa del Sol, which is like the vacation hotspot. And also has a ton of mini games. So like that's like mini game town 1. And then mini game town 2 is obviously the Gold Saucer, but like I felt kind of mini gamed out by the time I finished Costa del Sol because I did all of it, like all the way, including the Rocket League Red 13 game. But then there's even more later. And also there's a weird moped thing that you can fucking hop up on. I think that's what those are called.
Yeah.
In Costa del Sol, and you can just fucking destroy the
Segways.
environment. Oh, Segway. That's what
Yeah,
it is.
that took me all day to remember what the fuck that word was, by the way. Segway. Because I asked Caleb earlier, I was like, what are those things that you drive around in? It's like moped. I'm like, okay, that'll work for now.
Yeah, it's Segway.
It's a Segway.
You know what's even lamer than the Segway? The like no grip Segway. The ones that are just like the little like you kind of move your foot forward or backwards and you go, and it's just like a little sideways skateboard almost.
Are you talking about a real one?
Yeah.
Okay, I've never hopped on anything like that.
I've never hopped on one, but when I see people do it, like I can't take them seriously. Like there was a guy that was trying to sell me pest services, and he hopped on one of those afterwards, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not going with that guy.
Yeah, I'm not buying that.
That's fucking lame, dude. Like just
Telling me
walk.
I'm funding that.
Yeah, like I'm sorry, I'm not gonna pay for your freak skateboard. Like, but yeah, so no, I'm not into those. But yeah, there's that. That was kind of crazy. And then like the weird thing about that town is like the environment is like completely destructible. Like you can just fucking blast the chairs out of the way, like the fucking everything in that area. It was just weird.
I like that though, because in remake that was not a thing. Like everything looked like you could touch it, and nothing could actually be touched.
Yeah, there's like very few.
That was a pretty cool improvement on the game.
Yeah, that was. I guess that was good. There's nothing quite like seeing the water spout chocobo being ridden by a red dog with a flame on his tail. That's an image that I didn't think I needed in life, but I got, and it's pretty awesome.
It's pretty sweet. Costa del Sol. Did we talk about the changing clothes?
No. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah,
some good outfits there for old Tifa and
Aerith. Yeah,
and Aerith. Yeah, some classy get-ups.
Good stuff. It's pretty much what you want, like out of life.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you want a little more skin on Tifa, but she looked good.
No, she looked great. Each area had like a chocobo capturing quest, and each
sure did
was annoying and hard, and some of them were way harder. Like the water one, dude, fuck, where you had to like lure the little bastard past the. It was like something would activate and like fuck the chocobo up, and if they got hit more than twice, they would run off. And you had to like lure them with the fucking plants. You're like chucking these greens off of the cliff, and you got to like lure them over. And
cactuses. They were like,
oh yeah, cactus.
They were like blow up cactuses. They would like get big, and then it would get small.
God damn it.
Yeah, dude, that one frustrated the fuck out of me. That one, and then the flying one, which I thought was kind of fun, but then kind of not because it took forever.
Yeah,
flying one was an asshole.
Oh, the flying dude, yeah, it was like Salaman with fucking Prompto bad. Like I was getting that pissed at that shit because like the last one I would get like so close. I would just like hover, and I'd miss the one. I'd be right underneath the 500, and I hit the last one, and it'd be like almost. And I'd have to do the whole motherfucker again, and I was getting so pissed. But I mean, and again, I did it to myself. I didn't have to do the entirety of it.
You didn't have to get a chocobo, frankly.
You didn't, yeah. But I thought it was cool how they made the chocobos like they were in the game, you know, like the water chocobo would ride on water. Now, admittedly, it didn't shoot water out of its ass and float 400 feet in the air in FF7. But it would run on water.
Bummer.
It was a Jesus chocobo instead, yeah. It's a little sacrilege with this one, I suppose, but very bizarre to behold. But the rock chocobo, like in the Gungaga or whatever, I don't know what fucking... No, it was the Junon area where it would just fucking climb up the wall. That one was super cool. Good Gaga, I hated. That was when I started not liking the open world as well. And it's like, I would kind of do most of the story, and then I'd start like, all right, let's knock out the open world. And then I'd be like, oh, let's do a little more story. I'd do some story, segue into chapter blah, 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 new area. And I'm like, I just finished the last one, man. Like, really? You're going to give me a whole new one? And then it's like, yeah,
Exactly
we're gonna give you a new one, but then we're not gonna let you explore this other half of it. So we're gonna give you another new one first, and then you'll go back to the old new one later, and then you can like ride buggy across the fucking water to get to the the rest of the stuff.
There was a Tonberry quest or something. I couldn't even get to the area. I had to get like the next vehicle in order to get over the thing, the buggy.
Oh.
Or was it the buggy or the ship? I can't remember, but it was something really annoying. And I like could not figure it out. I was doing extra stuff and I'm like, I can't find this goddamn Tonberry. Like I wouldn't have been able to.
Yeah.
So there's a bunch. It is a huge world. So what's interesting about these games is like, this is what I'm saying. Okay. So I don't know how you segment off in your mind the Final Fantasy community. But there's definitely like the people that are playing the new games, and a lot of times it'll be first-time players. Like 16 was someone's first time playing it. 15 was, cause of course, it doesn't help that these games are being made like 9 years apart now.
Yeah.
And then there's the old school people that will like play the new ones, dabble in them, and then hate on them because they're not FF7. And then we're getting an FF7 remake. It's getting a lot of love for most people. I know it has its detractors, but it's really good reviews, solid sales. But what's funny about remake and Rebirth is that they are taking elements from the newer Final Fantasy games.
Yeah.
And they're actually polishing them up. And they're making a really good overall experience. That open world nature to it, that's a Final Fantasy 15. Like the way that it's doing it is Final Fantasy 15.
Yeah.
Like, so that's kind of funny to me. It's like, you're going to praise this one a lot. This other game was being shat on for almost the same thing.
I think, it's similar in like Dark Souls. A lot of people don't like the second one. But then a lot of them love Elden Ring, and it's like I played all of those, and that's the one that's most like Elden Ring. Like there's a million bosses, the world is huge and very explorable, and it's like, okay, you guys say you hate that one, but I don't think you do. I think you actually love it.
And even that Final
different.
Fantasy 15 thing is almost like a Grand Pulse.
Yeah.
Exploration of Grand Pulse and from FF13.
And 16's a lot more like 10 with like bigger, well, some of 10 where it's like big open areas but still confined.
Yeah.
But this, man,
yeah, but it is taking like it's an amalgamation of a bunch of other Final Fantasy games.
Yeah.
That came out way after 7.
Yeah.
So it's just funny to me. It is definitely a more polished version. Like it's definitely better at the exploration and the side quests in 15.
Yeah.
And in 16.
Oh yeah.
However, it took the way you use the chocobo, just the simple like calling a chocobo to you and getting on it thing. That's from like 16.
Yeah.
Did the same way they did that.
You just have to like it's just behind you and you discover it every time. Like you
call which I thought was sweet.
There it is. Yeah.
The fact that it's using when something happens to you over and over again in a battle, you can do like the synergy attacks.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty similar to when certain things happen and unlocks certain summons in Final Fantasy 15 as well. So it took another 15.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Angle there.
Stagger. It's 13.
Stagger, the active attacks, like the fact that it's an action system. Like they were like, this is the first action Final Fantasy game when 16 came out. I'm like, not really.
Yeah.
Both 15 and 16, I would call those action games.
Yeah.
Or the holding down the button and not just smashing it. That's another one from 15, actually.
Yeah.
You can actually see it's almost like this is like what they wanted for 15, almost like all those elements in 15 have been polished. They made into this new game.
Yeah. I mean, to me,
In 16, I felt kind of the same way because there's some things in 16 that like 15 definitely has its stamp in.
yeah.
And I keep on just bringing up 15, but there's other examples of other Final Fantasy games that have obviously influenced this one, and that this one's the one being praised for the things that the other games had already did.
Yeah.
So
this one, the side content, there's probably, I mean, I think it's about as big as FF12, which is insane. Because 12 was fucking huge and like legendarily huge for years. And this one's about as long as that to like 100%. And I didn't even 100% it. So actually there's more content in this than there is in FF12.
and it only has given you a middle act of a story.
Yeah. It's like literally
That's funny.
Part 2 of 3.
And it is pretty light on the... There's not that much that happens in the game.
Not really.
Not in the plot.
For how long we spent on it, there's really not that much, yeah.
No, and there are somehow 20 hours of cutscenes. But again, they're good cutscenes. So that is the difference. Like, you get 10 hours of bad cutscenes.
You feel it.
You feel it so much.
Yeah.
Like,
the best part about the gameplay, though, other than, I think, the perfect combination of active action battle and ATB fighting, which I think this game nails, the combat is probably the best in the series. We got some Queen's Gambit in this game.
the best thing that's ever been made.
Yeah, I didn't really like it at first. When I was figuring it out, I was like, "What the fuck is?"
Well,
this
the first two games you play of it, you're like,
yeah, really, I'm gonna have to play a card game.
another card game.
And then that was like all I wanted, and that's another reason why the Gongaga area sucked. Is because there was like 2 card games, and I'm like, "What the fuck, man? Don't you know this is a card game? This is just an excuse to play cards."
This is a card game with a big story around it.
Yeah, come on.
And like a side game where you level up and shit.
Yeah, and you use magic. How lame. Like, I want to play the cards, motherfucker.
Yeah.
And it got to that point with me. I was like, man, I'm loving the cards. Like, the first thing I would do
Yeah, dude.
in the town is like, where's all the cards?
Where's the next card player? Oh man, there wasn't enough. When the fact that you beat the last guy in cards, Vincent, like chapter 10, there's still 3 chapters left in the game. Like, why am I playing this?
Yeah, like, why is this
The
not
game ended.
credits right now?
Also, why is this not a multiplayer function?
Yeah, that would be awesome. Something similar to like what you could have done in I think it was I think we wanted that too. We wanted a multiplayer function with the cards in the Chocobo Tales game, and they didn't have it in there either. They've talked about doing a standalone thing with this.
No, just add it to the game, dude.
Yeah, I kind of agree. And if you want, what you can do is make updates and give you people more players to face off against in the world, and you unlock more cards that you can then use to destroy your friends with.
I want to, like in FF8, you could just go up to someone and press like the card button.
Yeah.
And you would find out if they were a card player.
Yeah, and it was
I kind of wish it was like that.
You would just everybody play.
Yeah.
It's like the world is ending.
Because the card game is so fucking stupidly fun for me. I like...
Yeah.
It's simple. There's some strategy behind it. I definitely had a deck that I just like built up, and it would wipe face with like about 75% of the people I would fight.
Was it a buff deck or was it a
No, it actually
doucher deck?
It actually started out as the one where you were like, "Oh, make sure you get the Chocobo down first, and then everybody else." So it would, but yeah, you'd be working on buffing your own guys.
Yeah.
But it was like a control the field deck. I was just trying to like get as many
Just crowd
places,
out.
crowd them out, and then buff my guys. And then when you could start replacing your own cards, oh my god! Oh, what a beautiful game!
The G-Natic card, dude. I fucking leveled people with that because they'd be like, I'd have a really strong middle lane, and this is how I built it. I would like build the really strong middle lane, and they'd be beating me on the other 2 lanes, and I would just throw down the G-Natic, and it would like replace the guy that you landed on, and then the card above and below it would then take that guy's buff power as their own. And it was just like, suddenly I go from winning 1 lane to losing that lane and winning the other 2 by like a shit ton. And then that one, and then I had to build, I think for the final
You're
level.
forced to build different decks in a couple spots.
You got to build the douchebag deck where it's like you buff.
Every time something dies, you get...
Yeah. That's how I beat the queen. That's how I beat her. I made like a douche deck, and like I was like, fine, you want to blow your guys up? Fine, blow them up. But I'm going to fucking gain some shit too, and I'm going to blow my guys up too. It's just... I called it the Kamikaze Bonsai deck.
Dude, we must have played at least like 10 hours of cards at this game, right?
Easily, yeah. And it was a blast.
Because that's all I would do is like I just wanted to get to the next area. I wouldn't care about the Chadley stuff. I wouldn't really care about exploration because I wasn't getting like the summons or anything like that.
Yeah.
I didn't know that there were other games when you did the other thing.
Yeah, the Proto Relic.
Proto Relic stuff. I didn't know that until Cosmo Canyon, and I was just going back to Cosmo Canyon to do stuff. It wasn't even my initial run. So I think I missed out on that section of the game pretty good, but
that one was really cool in this game, dude,
but that's all I would do. I would just play story, play cards.
Yeah.
Play story, play cards. That was like,
it was awesome, yeah.
Fantastic.
The Proto Relic quest, I think it's the first one, actually. It's where you unlock the... what is that? It's like, what is that minigame called from the DLC?
I don't know. The Cosmo Canyon minigame, I have no idea what it's actually called.
Yeah, it's like something keep...
The game is pretty awesome from what I remember in the DLC.
Yeah, it's in this one as well. But what's cool is they made a whole quest line where you guys come up to the board and like it like digitizes your dudes and you become like... It's like... They look like they did in the original FF7, and they're like in the game, like actually in the game, and you're fighting against the computer, and Gilgamesh is there and all that. It was really fun. There was that one. There was like a weird flan version of that game that was pretty similar. It wasn't as fun, but this one, the cool thing about the mini game was that you would get catapults, and so what I did was I would like push out just far enough, and then I'd slap down like some catapults and just destroy the last. That's how I beat the one on hard mode. It's like I just got lucky enough, and I pushed out my hero characters, which is like Cloud and Barrett and them, and they would like fight just enough, and I'd like put a fucking line of catapults and just launch at the final base and killed it. That's the only reason why I did it on hard. It's like on the tip of my tongue. It's like something roost, and it has to do with the big bird.
Fort Condor.
Fort Condor, that's what it is, yeah. Fort Condor is in this game, yeah, that's awesome.
It's just called Fort Condor?
Yeah.
I don't remember the name. Fort Condor is like it. That actual section of game is kind of missing.
Yeah.
If you're talking about like remake versus the original, that one's missing. You already brought it up, but the Yuffie section is missing.
Yeah.
Which is it's totally optional. I only ever did it one time.
Yeah, same. I only did it once.
The Zack memory thing when you go to Nibelheim, that's also optional, is missing.
Yeah.
The Lucrezia.
Yeah, I thought we were going to get some of that when we were.
I thought
Vincent.
so too. It
like,
seemed like there was
cool.
some like setup for that, and then it just didn't happen. It was like, I guess they're saving it for part 3, or we're never going to get it because this isn't the exact story.
I think what they'll do is they'll do a DLC for Vincent, and they'll do a DLC for Sid. And we're gonna
get those sections.
Yeah, we're gonna get Sid being an asshole to his wife, which I'm all for, and then we're gonna get Vincent mourning over his dead wife. I think it was his wife anyway. The Lucrezia stuff, which was really cool. And then we could play Megadeth while we're doing that part.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I bet you they do the Vincent one first, if they do both.
Yeah, I was surprised by the things that they left out, and then I felt like an old man, like going through this thing, being like, "Wait, which one did that come first? Where's the Fort Condor? Where's it?" Like, I just couldn't figure out in the other game like the order of things. I couldn't remember.
Yeah,
and I would not be able to know. I'm sure there's some big YouTube video or big article out there that like goes through and then like details all the changes and how they're different.
Yeah.
But I was kind of going through and being like, I thought Fort Condor was next. And then I don't think Sid was the person driving the little buggy plane thing.
Yeah.
That was just something you got.
Yeah, it was.
And Sid was much later. So I do like that they wrapped that. Obviously, it's, airplane. So and airship. So you get kind of a connection there between the two elements.
I'm excited to get
and Sid comes in earlier in the story, but
yeah, I'm excited to get the airship though, because you see it in the game.
Yeah,
you see the high wind, and I'm like, oh man, that thing looks sweet. But it's just a tease, just a cock tease.
Yes.
I do like they aged Sid down a little. He actually looks like he's in his 30s, not like his 50s.
He does smoke.
Yeah, he smoked a lot in the other game apparently in the OG timeline because he looks old as fuck. He's a little less pissy, but again, he's not around his wife, so maybe he's just with the bros, he's cooler.
I do think there's the perfect amount, and I thought about this in Remake too. Not that this has to do with gameplay, but there is the perfect amount of swearing.
Yeah.
Where it's like 1990s PG-13 swearing, which is what we got in FF7. And then the games kind of got cleaner and cleaner as they got older. Up until 16, which almost felt like way too much of a correction, like course correction.
Yeah.
In the main series, there was just suddenly 16 was like fuck.
Yeah, it was like an episode of the fucking Wire. Fuck.
It wasn't as bad as Stranger of Paradise, I guess, which was also like fuck,
bitch. Yeah.
But this one has like the perfect amount of like, for me, as like a Final Fantasy fan, I think it's like the perfect amount. Because if they had done it and they had no swearing in it, when like the original FF7 had some like mild swears, you'd be disappointed, right?
Yeah, it's like they really hit every detail. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, there's another bullshit workout minigame for Tifa. This one was the crunches.
Way easier.
I don't know how, but it was way easier.
Oh my god, way easier than that fucking the other Jules one.
Yeah, dude. What's weird though is like sometimes this one will change.
I mean, to be fair, sit-ups and crunches are way easier than a real pull.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Any slob can do a sit-up.
I've done like. There was one time I did 2 pull-ups, and that's been my max my entire life.
Oh wow! Yeah.
I right now I don't think I can do one.
I don't think I can either. I'm too weak. Which is fucking
keep all that in mind.
Pathetic. I could definitely do crunches though. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I could do.
Especially with something under my feet. I could do those like probably a lot. But yeah, in this one
so maybe that makes sense.
It would change the pattern though. It'd be like L2. You'd go L1, R1, L2, R2, but then sometimes it would go opposite. And our artist friend was telling me like that fucked him up. Like it was like that with his. He says he has like mild dyslexia. He's like that was like impossible for me. And I was like, dude, it took me less time than the pull-ups by like a magnitudinous amount. Like it was way less.
The
time.
pull-ups were a brick wall for both you and me.
Yeah,
that was rough.
And in this one though, I was like, all that and no trophy. Like, god damn it! At least the pull-ups new.
I do like. There's a couple things about this game that I really like. In addition to what you just said, the fact that there are extra things and they don't equate to a trophy is pretty cool.
Yeah.
At the same time, I would also like a trophy at the end of it.
Yeah. Give me some reward.
Another thing that I really like is that a lot of the side quest stuff, not a lot, but like a handful of the side quest things, and in 16 there was like one. There wasn't a reticle on the screen telling you where to go.
Yeah.
Like, I think it was the photography quest stuff. It was like just some random guy you accidentally like can talk to, and then you can get a photography quest, and then you find the photography place.
Yeah.
And I thought that was nice because I think what's ruined RPGs in a way, especially if you're a person who appreciates like the old school ones like we do. Now there's problems with them too. So I don't know what the perfect middle answer is.
Yeah.
Because I used to get lost in RPGs like crazy. But now the problem is the opposite. Now, because we all want to clear our notifications on our phones or whatever. We see like a little quest thing with an exclamation point, and we are just like with the blinders on, just being led to that place. And so when you're doing that, going from one quest to the next, or just one story piece to the next story piece, and you're just following a little quest marker thing on the map or on your compass or whatever, and you're just going towards that thing, all you want to do is just like check mark off things.
Yeah.
Instead of like you did in FF8 with the cards. You go up to someone and you go like, do you play cards? You go up to someone else, do you play cards? Or in the old games where you're like, can you give me information? Can you give me information about where I go next?
Yeah, you had to talk to people.
You had to talk to people. But then, of course, the areas were much smaller. In the PS1 era, they were pre-rendered, and they were like designed in a way to kind of lead your eye in a certain direction so that you would subconsciously go to certain areas.
Yeah.
Which was like kind of a bit of the art that is missing now in games. It really bugged me. This is like a modern game thing.
It's like the same functionality, but like, it's the artistic value of it that's off.
Yeah.
It's like, because in the same way, because we would bitch about like the hallway in 13, but like 9, there's a lot of places in 9 where it like won't let you go. It's like, no, you can't come here. And it's like, it's kind of enclosed, but like there's an art to like hiding that fact.
Yeah. And
I feel like, they've lost that ability because it's just icon above head. Go to this guy.
Yeah.
Do this thing.
So I hated getting lost, so I do understand why they don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
And I think that stopped a lot of people from continuing to play RPGs. But at the same time, I hate being led by the nose too at this point.
Yeah.
I think I used to like it. And now I'm starting to look back and being like, no, I think actually there was an art to leading a person somewhere subconsciously. Just through your game design or just through your world design.
Yeah.
And they don't do that anymore. And this game, I think, was, in comparison to Remake, this is another improvement on this one, which I loved Remake, and I don't think I could really have too many areas where it could be improved. But at least this one had multiple areas, thanks to the story. And so each area was pretty unique and pretty cool. When in Remake, it was just like all, not all, but largely looked pretty similar areas. And then like Final Fantasy 15 is like one big map, for example.
Yeah.
And these are all improvements on that idea. At least the areas do look different and do look unique, and you can kind of memorize areas, except for fucking Cosmo Canyon. I can't figure out which hallway to go into to go see the fucking guy that drove me fucking nuts. But outside of that, like there were things pulling you in there, and then there were some things that you could do in the game that had nothing to do with the reticle, that no one was telling you where exactly to go. You could even like come upon some guys, and I realized after a while they were in the map under like purple dots, but there were like little scenes, like extra scenes in the game.
Oh yeah.
That the game wasn't telling you with some icon to like go see necessarily. It wasn't as loud, at least, of an icon. So
yeah,
that was something I was just like, I kind of want more of that, because then you're going to explore the world more, and you're going to be able to appreciate the art of the world more, and you're going to appreciate just everything.
Yeah,
and it's going to feel endless. When you give us a checklist, and I'm not saying they didn't do a good job, because they did, even with a checklist. When you give us a checklist, that's what it becomes. This is a checklist.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I got to do all 6 of these quests. I got to do this. Instead of being like drawn in and pulled in and exploring. And
I think that's what I love about the Exiled Lands so much. Is like there's nothing, man. Like,
fine.
They don't tell you
Exiles,
shit.
for anybody who's a new listener.
Yeah, they don't tell you a goddamn thing. Like, they kind of teach you how to craft, but they'll be like, "Hey, find this guy." And it's
I do think there's a middle ground to be found somewhere, because I don't think Final Fantasy XI, for example, in the Final Fantasy series,
that's true.
that one just spits you out, and it's like, go fuck yourself.
I mean, both of us wanted to cry when we started playing that. I was like, I can't do this, man. I don't know what to do.
The learning curve is insane.
It's like, I don't even know how to pull up the menu. Like, what the fuck? Like, oh, it's the little hyphen button. I'm like, why? Why is it the hyphen? I don't even use that key. It's like brand new.
Fuck, dude. Yeah, there's There's a beautiful middle ground somewhere. This is the closest that the newer Final Fantasies have gotten to it. But
Yeah.
it is. Yeah, that's a thought I've had recently with RPGs. I'm like, do I need the reticle? Can you? I realize everybody loves Skyrim, and that was a big open world, right?
Yeah.
To explore, and that's kind of what they're all doing. But when they're trying to tell a story, they have to use reticles to get you to kind of move on to the next area. Or they do the hallway like 13 did.
Yeah.
And then no one appreciates it. So I guess you cannot, well, I guess at the end of the day, you can't make everyone happy.
I think that's one of the things I like about the Conan, though, is like you got your map. And you could put shit on your map, like, hey, I found something over here. And you like, bam, just mark it on your map. I think that would be a cool middle ground where, like, it's a huge world to explore, and you have a map that you make, and you, like, write down the stuff. Like, hey, this guy's here.
I mean, Chadley marks it down for you when you get to the
towers.
You get to the towers a little bit.
Yeah. I don't know. It's not the same, though.
It's tough. It's tough. I wish it was like the old days. Because that's all there was. Like the old days, they just had a much smaller world. It would feel huge.
Yeah.
But it really wasn't. They would kind of lead you in certain directions. And with side quests, you'd be going through areas talking to different people, and then things would pop up.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be, you must do this, you must do that. 12, I think, might have been pretty good in that way.
Yeah, it was. And I mean, like, there's like a fishing mini game that no one's played. You know what I mean? Like, you got to do some crazy stuff. Like
we might have talked about this in 16 because the hunts in 16 don't.
Yeah, they don't tell
reticle.
You where. They give you like a...
They give you a story, and they give you like a description of the area.
Like a hint, yeah.
Yeah, which... I mean, of course, I looked things up because I was just like, "Where is this fucking thing?"
I think I maybe looked up one of them in there,
but
I wanted to do it all natural.
Yeah, but that was something that was really good about 16. I
Yeah.
kind of wish they would start doing that with the rest of the fucking game.
Yeah,
like the story and the other side quests.
It kind of helps you immerse yourself in the world a little more too. It's like,
yeah,
this monster. It was like I was out in the wild and this fucking thing came up on me and almost killed me. Like it was somewhere over there, that vicinity. I don't know. It scared the shit out of me. And then, I don't know, it just kind of makes you appreciate the world a little more, I think.
Yeah.
I did like the little combat scenarios in this one. I thought they were cool where you had to, you'd find a group of dudes and you had to kill them and, it'd be like, hey, stagger each one.
Oh, that stuff drove me fucking nuts.
I thought they were fun.
Oh, man, dude, because I would always take the assess materia off.
Oh, I had that on all day.
I was like, I don't want to hold on to this assess materia. It doesn't fucking do anything for me.
It assesses, man. I was assessing the fuck out of everything.
And there were things when I came back later and did a few of them because I had to for some of the quests in order to get item drops. I would accidentally kill guys too fast. I think it was, it wasn't item drops. It was the Yuffie pulling the other guy around for the training.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, if you come back and you're a really high level, it kind of fucks you up. You will accidentally kill everything too fast.
Yeah.
In order to you have to stagger things twice or whatever. I remember having to do something 5 times because
you're just too strong.
I was too strong.
Yeah, that makes it kind of dumb. There should be a level sync. There is with a lot of stuff. Some of the Chadley combat simulation stuff, it'll level sync you to make it more of a challenge.
Yeah, I'm thinking about I should have me take over Epic's games, and then we'll get Rogue, and we'll get the Rogue money from Rogue 2.
Hell yeah.
To start my RPG company where they just make RPGs for me.
Yeah.
Just all perfect for me.
Yeah, man. Speaking of Chadley, I can't believe they made Chick Chadley. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Chadley was annoying because Chadley would talk all the time, but now you've got a female Chadley and the regular Chadley arguing on my controller, and I'm like, guys, just shut the fuck up.
For everyone to hear.
Yeah, I'm like, God damn it. And sometimes it would get hope level of FF13 3, where like it's just a wall of chatter from Hope. Like Hope he's just been stuck in
Light.
Yeah, and I'm like, there were times on the last playthrough of that one where I would like, it was straight up like minutes, like 15 minutes straight of him talking, because I would finish the quest so fast. It would be like, before he finished his thought, he would have a new thought, and it would be like a really long thought. And I'm just like, God damn it, do you ever fucking stop talking, dude? Like, oh my God. And now I've got Mai and Chadley arguing. I'm like, these are AI. Why are they fighting on this? And it's coming through my controller, and it's like, I forget to turn it down. So like it's late at night, the TV is quiet. I don't even know how
to turn down the controller volume.
Yeah.
I have no idea how to do that.
It's like, why do I have to turn my controller volume
Yeah, that
down?
was something I would always like take my thumb and press it over the speaker.
Yeah, it
on
was
the
like,
controller.
It took me a while to figure it out on the Wii too, because that Chocobo's cunt dungeon, same thing. Like the Chocobo quail sound was like fucking loud, man. And I'm like playing at like 5 a.m. and it's like, it's just screaming. I'm like, God, shut up. Like the kids are gonna wake up, man. And then I got these two AIs fucking fighting and like turning each other's fucking mics off and like, God damn it. I'm like, guys, read the room. We hated Chadley. We didn't need Chickley. Like, there was no reason for FemChad. Like, there's absolutely no reason. But they brought it in anyway. So now we got fucking two Chadleys and they fight. And it's like, God damn it. Like, oh, it's just
rough.
Yeah, it was annoying.
Rough times, especially if you're doing a lot of those quests.
Yeah, in a row, especially. Yeah. But there's a million things in gameplay.
There's so many things.
So much gameplay to be had. But I think I've talked enough about the gameplay.
Okay.
I think. Are you got anything else you want to add?
Nah. I think we can move on. We're okay. Let's do it. Sound and music. Fantastic.
Yeah. I like the remixes a lot. The one thing I was disappointed in, for sure, and I had a feeling I would be, because it's kind of a lot of like classic themes, just kind of more muted. And like I'm into like really big, like bombastic music, you know, like I like metal, I like Metallica a lot, I like soundtracks like the Conan the Barbarian soundtrack is like fucking huge.
It's amazing.
Or like Lord of the Rings soundtrack, it's like big, it's like huge and loud, and John Williams, huge, loud, like fuck. Ennio Morricone, the fucking Western guy, like huge, loud. I love loud, man.
Love
like,
huge and loud, dude.
Huge and loud. And this is like small and quiet. Now, for the most part, they're all really well done. But the one that really disappointed me was Cosmo Canyon, dude. Because like Cosmo Canyon, when you get there in the original game, it's just like fucking in your face, man. It's like so fucking loud and like crazy. And you're like, God damn, man, I just got here. Like, holy shit. And you guys are like screaming at me with this song. Like, it's so loud.
Yeah. There's something about, I think maybe the MIDI sample that he was using was just, it was like peaked out on the waveform.
Yeah, it was just a fucking wall of sound.
Just a wall of sound from Nobuo Uematsu in the programming that occurred in order to make the soundtrack of the original game. But this one's, Nobuo's not really part of this soundtrack team, but they are all just making his soundtrack again, and adding some obviously new score elements in there. But yeah, they're basically taking his old MIDI stuff and then turning it into like fully all sorts, like fully in like full instrumentation. Like they're using all the tools in the toolbox to make like a really big sweeping score.
Yeah.
It is like an incredible score.
Oh yeah, I even though it's not as like in your face, like whipping its dick out and like shaking it right in front of your eyes, like as the original game was, it's still really good.
Yeah.
Even the Cosmo Canyon theme is still really good.
Oh yeah, it's a wonderful theme. I think we had a conversation because I got there before you. I think we had a conversation where I was like, yeah, it's not as big as it was before.
Yeah.
Now it's just kind of like normal.
Yeah. It's not screaming from your TV. Like,
Yeah.
like, damn, this is way too loud. It's got it on 1 and it's like waking people up. But yeah, I don't know. I think it is partly the MIDI. But yeah, it's definitely more melodic now and like a little more tuned down, and it's still really good though. I thought it was awesome, and like hearing the old themes kind of retooled was fun. All of it. I really like the music in this game. I don't really have anything negative other than
I don't really have
metering.
anything negative, but I also don't have. I'm having trouble remembering, and maybe I would if I were playing the game, remembering anything original to this one.
Yeah.
That I liked or that like stuck out to me. In the first game, I still don't remember what the name of this track is, but when Tifa is like going across, she's like on the monkey bars trying to get into the building.
The like workout video theme song.
It was a fucking sick track.
Yeah.
And it was original to the game, and I thought it was fucking awesome. Still don't remember what it's called. But there was nothing like that in this game. There was nothing that was like amazing and stood out. It obviously has its original song, which I don't hate the song, but I hate the fucking scene. So now I associate the theme song of the game with the scene I hate.
Yeah.
I guess that song's fine, but otherwise there's nothing that really sticks out on the original side of things.
Yeah. I don't know even for sure if there is an original theme. But like it's really cool hearing the old themes just kind of like, yeah, you know, kind of watered down. And
they'll use the melodies from the original songs.
Yeah.
And then they'll incorporate different parts of those melodies or different rhythms, and then they'll like expand that into like a bigger, different, more complex version of it. I remember they used the Aerith theme, or the what was it? Was it the Aerith theme? The ding 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 ding. And there was like a horror movie version of it.
Yeah.
And I thought that was like they turned it into its like melodic minor, I think. It's been I would have known if you were to ask me when I was 14. But whatever that was, like they made it so that this like major or this melody that we'd heard that was kind of like the sad melody was now this like scary melody.
Yeah.
For like a section of it. And they do that a lot. They take themes and then they weave them in and out. And they also do, I know they did this on the last game, they do it again on this game, and it seems like this is now the thing that video games want to do. You remember how Doom 2016, like the soundtrack would change based upon what you were doing in the game?
Yeah.
And it would be a completely seamless like transition.
Yes, yeah.
And God of War recently did the same thing, and now this game is doing the same thing where it's like what you're doing in the game is like the soundtrack changes in a very seamless way.
Yeah.
That's kind of new to the newer technology.
Now, to be fair, I don't think this soundtrack is as awesome as Doom 2016 soundtrack. Admittedly,
that was much
fair.
bigger. You're right.
Yeah, that's not fair, but like, that's like a danger. That's like the setting in your car that goes faster turns your music up when you go faster. It's like, we're going to die if I leave this on. Like, because it's like, yeah, I love this song.
Okay.
And like, so it's not, it incorporates that though. Definitely like with the battle theme when you're fighting, like it does change. And like when you hit certain parts in the boss fight, it'll like seamlessly like adjust the theme. And like, it's pretty cool. It's not as cool, but it's still pretty cool. Like, it's not perfection, but it is pretty good.
How dare you say that Nobuo Uematsu's Final Fantasy soundtrack is not as good as the
Doom?
Yeah, the Doom. What the fuck is that guy's name? I knew his name at some point.
Fuck, yeah, I know his name
Mick
too.
Something.
Mick Gordon.
Mick Gordon, there you go.
Almost said Mick
I was
Jagger.
thinking Mick Jagger too. I was like, what? It's not Mick Jagger.
His songs are pretty good, but
but it's no Mick Gordon.
There's no Mick Gordon, let's be clear. Like, sympathy for the devil doesn't get more intense the more people I kill. Like,
yeah, that's true. That's true.
But yeah, it's a good soundtrack. I liked it a lot.
What'd you think about the look of the game? We're now fully into the PS5 era.
I think it looks pretty good. Like, I feel like they definitely could have upped the graphical intensity a little bit, but I think with how big the world is, I think it looks great.
That seems to be the exchange.
Yeah.
I don't work in the video game industry, but that does seem to be the exchange, is like more graphics or more shit on the screen.
Yeah.
Like, what do you want? Because either way, like, you're taxing the system the same way, and you have to worry about, memory on your on your system being able to pull that stuff fast.
Yeah, and I did overheat once, I think, or glitched.
What?
I glitched. Dude, it was tragic. It was like in the gold saucer, I had done all of the Queen's Blood stuff there and 2 of the mini games, and like I don't think it overheated. I think it just glitched. Like something happened and it was like an error has occurred, and I was like, oh.
No.
Because like it only auto saves when like you progress in the story. And I didn't progress in the story at all, so I lost all of that, and I was just like, oh man, my afternoon is just gone. Like, fuck, they just stole the last hour and a half from me for no reason. Like,
dude, that hurts.
Yeah, and when I went back, it took me less time, but I was still like, well, now it's 2.5. It's like 2 hours 15 that I spent on this.
Oh, that's wrong. I'm sorry.
But that does seem to be the trade-off. Now, that being said, this game does look amazing. Like, the environments, it's so cool seeing the old classic areas from the original game, like the cave near the beginning of the game. Like, I was like, oh man, this mine area is so fucking cool. And it's like, I can see the original version of it in my mind. Like, when I played the OG FF7, and now it's here again, and it's way bigger, way more expanded. And I still think it looks great, even though, I definitely think they could have made it look better, because like God of War Ragnarok for sure looks better.
Sure, yeah. It's also more limited though.
Yeah, there's less.
Yeah.
There's less there.
Was God of War made on Unreal?
I think it was.
Okay.
I think so, yeah.
Because they are dealing with they're not doing their in-house, thank God. I'm sure that saves them like $10 million.
Yeah.
Every project.
It's like one of those things where you got to
doing an internal company engine.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, because they only used them for like a few games, and then it would be outdated pretty much. Like, unless you're Call of Duty, who somehow used the same one the entire time, like, you're not going to get the lifespan.
They've used the Quake engine forever.
Yeah.
Call of Duty. And they've just updated the engine.
Yeah.
Which is very interesting.
Interesting
way to go about it. But I mean, there's a lot of different games that are made on Unreal, and I know some people complain. No, some people. One person has complained, and I've heard him on a podcast complain about it. Named A4, sort of named A4, fake named A4.
Yeah.
I know his real name
and address.
So they've complained that the Unreal Engine has like a look to it. It has like I called it the shiny Unreal Engine look.
Yeah.
Which now, since he said that, I do see it.
Yeah. Like the Mako boxes are like real shiny.
I could see the shiny. I feel like shininess is something you could probably control.
Yeah.
But that was something I've heard of, but like, it's not the same game as Kingdom Hearts, despite the fact it's on the same like game engine,
Yeah, it's like vastly different.
Yeah. So I'm glad that they're using outside development tools to save cost and save on development time in order to go straight in. And
I mean, there's a reason why so many people use Unreal. And it's because it's very well made.
Yeah.
So like
pretty much everybody is using Unreal or Unity. That's like the whole video game industry.
Yeah.
Is like those two game engines. And I think on Unity, you don't even necessarily need to use coding. So there's like a lot of like indie game studios that'll be started like on Unity because they don't need to have they don't need to be able to code in C++.
Oh, that sounds awesome. Yeah, we could make a game. Yeah. Not gonna, but could.
And the thing is that those engines, so I don't know, when we were growing up, it was different. There were different game engines. I remember Unreal at the time, it would cost, I think it cost $10,000 to license Unreal per person working on the game.
Damn.
So like per machine that it was installed to, it was $10,000. to license it. And then there was a licensing fee for when you publish a game too. Now I think they just take a straight percentage. And so a lot of companies are using them now because now it makes more sense.
Yeah.
Of course, it might not with huge companies. That might not make sense. with,
That'd be a lot of money.
yeah, then
depending on the game.
they probably negotiate on the back end. I think Unity is the same thing. It just takes a percentage of like how much the game makes.
Nice.
So at least that's I'm sure people know more about it than me. Don't fucking listen to my shit. I heard that like twice somewhere.
Yeah, we'll probably get pulled off of YouTube for misinformation.
Yeah, misinformation.
Just like with the COVID stuff that one time.
Yeah, it's great because people come to us for information on COVID and video game engines.
Clearly looking at us, we're health experts.
Yep.
Experts
here. Yeah, we're not even experts on Final Fantasy.
Yeah, let alone COVID. Like, let alone world pandemics.
So anyway, I don't like the game. I think it looks really good. It has a couple of pre-rendered cutscenes in it.
Yeah,
ending, some of the middle stuff, big stuff with Sephiroth.
Yeah, I like how they did the graphics, like with Barrett, like his arm hair, like you can see it blowing in the wind and stuff. Like that was something that was like, does this game really look better than Remake? And then like stuff like that would happen, and I was like, yeah, it definitely looks better.
I didn't think so until I saw some video footage of Remake, and it's only in comparison. I'm like, oh. Yeah, there's an improvement, marked improvement.
It's weird. Our memory just like upgrades everything.
That's
with time,
the thing.
I swear.
That's the thing. I've talked about this before, but like I remember when I was a little kid, and of course, video games were like banned from my house after I was like 7. From like 7 to 15, there were no video games in the house. And I just remember going over to a friend's house, and he had an Xbox, an original Xbox, and it was like the year 2001.
Yeah.
Or 2002. It would have been the year 2002 because the Matrix, Enter the Matrix came out.
Yeah.
And I remember the cutscene, like, it morphed from, like, the Lord of the Rings games did this too. It would, like, morph from the actual, like, movie footage into the game. And I remember just looking at the graphics of just in-game cutscenes in the game. And they were like talking on the phone or something. I have the image in my mind of this cutscene where they were just talking on the phone. And I was like, wow, that looks so good. It looks so real. Yeah. I go back. It doesn't even look good for the time.
Yeah.
It looks
like shit.
It looks like shit. It looks like a movie tie-in game. Like, that's what the graphics look like. And it was fucking, Xbox, PS2, GameCube era graphics, which, I mean, sure, better than a big leap from the generation before it. I think this is a smaller leap.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But at the same time, you can go back to PS3 stuff and be like, oh, this looked state of the art last time I saw it, but now it looks like
that's why
grubby.
When people are like, oh, this looks like a PS3 game, I'm like, dude, no, the PS3 could not handle this fucking game. Are you kidding me? Like, it doesn't look that good, but like you gotta go back and look at some PS3 shit. Like, it looks rough compared to this.
That being said, like FF13 looked really good.
Yeah.
It still looks pretty fucking good.
Yeah. And like Halo 2 is a great example too. Like,
but that's more like their art design was done well.
Yeah. Like, how amazing does Halo 2 look in your mind? Like, when we first played it on Xbox, like, holy shit.
Yeah.
It was like they had like shine, like everything looked legit. And now, like, even the remastered Master Chief, dude, Halo 2 does not look that good anymore.
No.
Like, even when you turn on the high def, and when you don't turn on the high def, which if you need to find out where you're going is the best way to do it, because the game looks like shit. It's like, it's crazy. Like, I don't remember that. Your brain just upgrades.
Yeah,
but it definitely looks better than Remake.
Looks better. I remember, was Remake the one? It was one of the newer Final Fantasies. I think it was Remake where there was like this like shake going on and like some of the side character. When they would talk, there'd be like a bit of a...
Oh, I think so, yeah.
Like just a subtle shake in like the elements going on. I can't remember. It didn't look... That's not here in this game. Whichever FF game, recent game that was not a problem in this one. So, yeah, I thought it looked good, honestly.
Yeah.
And I thought the areas looked really good and unique. And
Yeah. Voice cast. Speaking of sound, we forgot to talk about the voice cast.
Oh yeah, English voice cast. We both played it in English, I assume.
Yeah. Excellent job.
Great
I
job.
didn't have a single problem with the voice. Acting.
Don't love the Nanaki voice change.
Oh,
I already
yeah.
talked about that, but
Yeah, that's awkward.
it's a little awkward.
It's weird because
If he had started like the second voice, it would be less jarring to me.
Yeah.
Sid, I think the other thing that we're having trouble with is that there's voices for these guys from Advent Children,
Yeah.
and those are kind of plastered. They're plastered in my mind, at least. And so when like Sid does not have a Southern drawl anymore, or it's very subtle in comparison to his old one, I'm like, that doesn't sound like Sid to me.
Yeah. Sound as a Chocobo
Because like
sounds
everybody
like Sid.
else sounds pretty fucking similar to what they sounded like in Advent Children.
Yeah. they're
Except
pretty
for
close.
Sid. Sid is a lot further away in my mind than he was in Advent Children, which is another like thing that was funny when we played Remake. It was like, why replace these people? They sound very similar.
Yeah. Yeah. Where's my Lance Bass for Sephiroth, bro? Where's he at? He's definitely not making music, I'll tell you that.
No,
I guess I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure not.
I have no idea what Lance Bass is doing.
I'll text him.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Let him get back to us about that.
Yeah, see what JT's working on too. You know, just text the old crew.
Is Lance Bass, he's in sync?
Yeah,
Okay. I didn't know that. I can't fucking remember if it's in sync or Backstreet Boys half the time.
yeah. With the songs, I can't.
No.
But I thought I could, but then I found out one of them was the other one. I'm like, oh shit! There's so much I don't know.
There's so much I don't know about 90s boy bands.
Yeah, even for me, a straight
So
man.
much I wanted to know, but I don't actually know.
Yeah,
Damn.
it's a real shame. I feel like I could have focused more. It would have been a different
I
place.
should have watched all those music videos and remembered to get all the magazines and memorize everybody's names.
Yeah, and the shirtless posters on my wall. Like, oh, if I would have done that, I would have known.
Well, let's say bye to this conversation. Let's move on to your guys' questions and reviews. All right. So first off, we got one from Joshua. The main campaign gameplay was fantastic. The overworld was so good. Each region felt full, and I loved how diverse it was. I can't believe how fast everything loaded. Nibelheim felt a little bit rushed and small. I wish Northwood / the Way to the City of the Ancients was actually developed. I think it was a misstep and hurt the pacing by not having it in there. Overall, the world felt very full. It was a huge improvement from 15. Character gameplay was wonderful. Kate Sith is a huge improvement from the original and interesting, but not enough to want to use him regularly. Yet the hard mode playthrough so far is bullshit. I was so deeply annoyed about the Genova Emergent boss difficulty. Like, I would not have been able to beat this as a kid. I don't know why Square has to hop on every popular bandwagon. FF does not need to be From Software with level of difficulty. Other than that, I really enjoyed the gameplay mechanics. My main gameplay party was Red, Cloud, and Yuffie. My hard mode party is Cloud, Aerith, and Yuffie. Minigames were okay to frustrating. Some of them, mainly the last Chocobo flying minigame in Cosmo Canyon, clearly were not play-tested.
Yeah. No shit.
Excuse me. The worst minigames are the ones that tried utilizing the PS5 controller gimmicks. I turned off the settings so I could just play normally. I think the worst one with all that will probably stop me from platinuming is the Ab Crunch minigame. Speaking of, sorry, this isn't part of your review, Josh. The fucking piano.
Oh, yeah.
We
fuck.
didn't mention the piano.
Yeah, did you get all the piano pieces?
Fuck no.
Oh, I did.
Oh, fuck that, dude. I would try them for like a second. I'd be like, I'm stupid. And then I moved on.
Yeah, I got that trophy.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
I don't know, man. Just they got the tism, bro.
I think learning and playing the real pieces would be easier to me
than playing the pretend.
Than playing this pretend thing with the thumb flick time. I still don't understand the timing of it, which is clearly why I can't do the fucking game. It's awful.
Yeah, I don't know. I just channeled and I made it.
Oh my God.
And the last one I did in one try too. It was crazy.
Side quests were great to fantastic. Sorry, we're back on Josh's review here. I love the fact that they included cut content and rumored stuff from the original. Test Zero being cut content and Goblin/Kid G being a rumored playable character in the original. Yeah. I think my favorite overall was the chicken side quest. I was in shock in the direction it went into. Interesting. Interesting, Josh. Story, dear God. So it started out great, minus the Rufus plotline. Before Crisis and its storyline was not popular. Stop making it a thing, Square. I love the retelling of the Nibelheim incident. I love how they reworked and expanded the character relationships and personalities. Vincent Green being a giant bitch when he meets the party / treats Kate Sith was great. Was a great rework of his character versus what you got in the compilation. Then, when I saw the swarm of plot ghosts at the end, I thought... plot ghosts. I thought at the end, I thought to myself, here comes the bullshit. The last chapter was so extreme and so hard to follow that it killed my interest for the rest of the story. What I am not interested in is the multiverse story. Square / Kitase stated that the remake trilogy will still lead into Advent Children. So what is the point of all these changes if it just ends up the same way? Why have Zack survive if he just dies in the end? It feels like they just do not want to commit to the permanence of killing off characters, and how they are getting around the choices they made is having a multiverse. This has been the problem with their storytelling since Squaresoft became Square Enix. Titus comes back. Sephiroth cannot die. Luna is more active in death than in life. Noctis gets an alternative ending where he doesn't have to sacrifice himself. Aerith stays around as a ghost and communicates with Cloud, and Zack gets to survive in an alternate universe. If you are killing off your character and plan to bring them back either as a ghost or reviving him, there is no point in killing them in the first place.
Yeah, that's for damn sure.
Aerith's death was no longer impactful because 1, the boss rush, 2, throwing in Bizarro Sephiroth, 3, the multiverse reveal. This is arguably the most iconic scene in the whole series, and it was a mess. Maybe this could have been because of timing, and this is why the lead up to the City of the Ancients was so different. Yet this whole project / the last 2 games, it feels like everything has to be at a 10. Every character is overly designed. Every story moment is over the top. It doesn't make it better. It just feels cheap and hollow. Tell us what you really think, though.
Is that the whole of his review?
I think so. Yeah.
Well, I mean, some of that makes sense to me. The Aerith thing, I mean, they do kill her again.
Yeah, so she's dead regardless of which timeline it is. It is definitely a confusing back and forth thing. And I think the thing that confused me and that I had to get told to me later on in a story overview video was that the Zack timeline. That still confused the fuck out of me. Or that confused the fuck out of me until someone else explained it to me. But I understand that there were 2 different timelines, and I understand that Aerith kind of knew. I think Aerith knew she needed to die, because I think that was set up in some dialogue earlier in the game.
Yeah.
And so I kind of I kind of get. I do understand a lot of these points that you're making here, although I don't really agree. I actually liked I think because it doesn't replace the original game, that it doesn't bother me as much.
Yeah,
because it's a sequel to it. It's not saying the stuff in F7 didn't happen. And like you're bringing up the Advent Children like lead up thing. And I don't know. I would have to look at the quote that he's talking about, but that doesn't even bother me either. Like, Advent Children is much worse property than any of these games.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of like not really bothered. Like, yeah, go ahead, fuck with the timeline.
And Advent's after anyway.
Yeah.
It's after the fact.
I mean, Advent Children doesn't ruin the original Final Fantasy VII for me.
No.
Despite the fact that movie sucks.
It ruins it for them, for Square, but because then everyone's, yeah. But I don't know. I mean, I kind of agree with the multiverse stuff. That's kind of stupid.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely been a lot of it in like the last... Gosh, when FF7 Remake came out, it wasn't, I guess. When did we have Endgame? I don't know my timeline on recent media right now. I'm having trouble remembering.
I feel like Endgame was before it.
Yeah, Endgame was before it. But we didn't have Everything Everywhere All at Once yet.
Yeah, that's
and we
true.
didn't have Multiverse of Madness yet. And those came out the same year. So yeah, it does feel like there's a lot of stuff going on right now. But when they planned it, there was only the one giant media franchise that was using the multiverse thing. So, to be fair to them, this was already baked into their storytelling. They can't be like, oh,
well, and I mean, they did
everyone else has already done it.
And they did it with 14 anyway, where they do the take-backsies. And they've done that for years. Although this one's a little cheaper, because then it's like, oh, well, it's just a different timeline version.
Oh, you know what? They've done that with the original Final Fantasy. Messing around with timeline stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
So maybe it's just a baked-in Final Fantasy thing, and now it feels overused.
Yeah, that could be it. All right, well, thanks for your review. This one from Red Rico. Caleb and Joe. I've been a long-time listener, first-time contributor. Just finished Rebirth, and here is my review. Looking forward to hearing your thoughts on the game. FF7 Rebirth review. Absolute masterpiece. Incredibly, this game improves on Remake in almost every way. The amount of life they brought into the world made me smile most of the time I was playing. Costa del Sol and the Gold Saucer in particular look like what I imagined playing FF7 in the early 2000s. The art direction and design were incredible. Those chapters along with the Junon parade sequence were the highlights of the game for me. For the story, almost every story beat hit just right. The development and expansion of character relationships was fantastic. Not only with Cloud either. Tifa and Aerith genuinely seem like best friends. The intra-squad banter is hilarious and charming. Barrett got some of the best dialogue in the game, and his scenes in Corel really hit hard. Sid and Vincent were great. Even Yuffie is charming.
That's true. And that was something about Remake's DLC that I was like, I can't believe
they made Yuffie likable.
I don't hate Yuffie. I still hate Kate Sith, but I can't believe I don't hate Yuffie.
Yeah, that's true. I've also got to say the characterization of Aerith in this game was masterful. I'm usually a Tifa man, but Aerith really melted my cold heart in this one. All of her scenes with Cloud were incredibly heartwarming and bittersweet. Yeah, that's fair. That's something I commented on in Remake as well. I was like, I'm always Team Tifa, but Aerith's a lot more likable. Not that you don't like her in the original game, but it's like I can see why you would be more conflicted now. With Tifa in the OG game, it's like Aerith looks like a rag, man.
I can give you two big reasons why you should go with Tifa.
Yeah, I can give you two big reasons, and I bet you could guess them both. In terms of the combat, it's always kept fresh. Synergy skills are dope. This combat system is almost perfect. Every character feels so unique, and they have their own role. Side quests were fun and charming. Voice acting was on point. Music was absolutely banging as always. I mean, the dog escort track has no right to be that good. The graphical fidelity was great. Hard mode is fun, and the post-game content, while a grind, is mostly excellent. Cons, mostly nitpicks. The eerie mood in Nibelheim was completely lost. In the OG, the townspeople were trying to hide the fact that the town was destroyed and identically rebuilt, making Cloud and Tifa seem like lunatics. In Rebirth, everyone openly acknowledges it, which doesn't make sense. Chadley. Heavily Nomura'd at the end. Yeah, that's true. Would like a second set of 4 command shortcuts. Blocking could be a bit snappier, plus guard cancels. I have been spoiled by Souls-like games. That's fair. My biggest gripe is that they hinted heavily at the possibility we might be able to save Aerith in this game, only to likely rip it all away at the pivotal moment. That's one of my complaints. Although there still might be a chance she isn't truly dead, it feels like they aren't heading in that direction. I wanted her to live this time, damn it. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Yeah, and I mean, there's a chance they can multiverse her back in, but that would be just cheap.
There's a chance, but I mean, I think for all the other characters, she's dead. For Cloud, her presence is still felt.
But and Red 13 though, remember, because she like touched.
Yeah, but Red 13, it was her and Red 13 were the ones who could feel the time thing.
Oh, that's true. So maybe
because they weren't normal humans. They're like she's Cetra and he's whatever he is, right?
He's dog.
He's dog. He's magic dog.
Yeah.
And because of that, they're like more connected with like the live stream, and they're more connected with like what destiny and fate are in this world.
Yeah.
So they're the ones who can feel the difference, like when something's coming.
Yeah, that's true.
So I do feel like that's why Red 13 could sense her, even despite the petting of the fur or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I thought for sure they were going to save her. I honestly don't know why you'd remake this game and let her die still. But it makes sense.
And also the cutting around in that scene is confusing as shit.
Well, yeah, because he blocks it.
Yeah.
And then she's dead anyway. And then she's dead in the other timeline anyway. I'm like, well, when was the block then? Like, and then he was going to cut her down. I'm like, yeah, like, what is this scene?
Well,
yeah,
it's like you have a couple different sequences, and then there was the one with the whispers flying around too, where it's like, oh, Cloud's gonna kill her, and he doesn't. You've got it. There's nothing he can do. You're gonna stop. And like, and either way, like,
yeah,
the whispers are like, no, she gonna die.
Yeah,
and there's nothing you can do about it.
Pretty much, yeah.
So
says,
I can understand that. I guess I'm more curious to see how it'll end up. Like, I guess I was just more surprised by it than like annoyed by it. I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
He still has to die. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
But then again, I maybe the idea is like, let's say you're sitting down in a meeting and you're like, okay, we got to make a new Final Fantasy. Okay. So here's how we can do a remake without wanting to kill ourselves. We do it as a sequel. We do it as an alternate universe thing. And that Sephiroth is somehow messing with the timeline. Okay. All right. And then you go, okay, well, if it's alternate universe, do we let Aerith live? And then the answer would be, actually, no, that would be the obvious thing. So now we're going to go with the opposite of the obvious thing, because you don't want the game's ending to be super obvious.
Yeah, that's true.
Because that's the obvious. Like, if the game had ended that way, we'd go like, oh, yeah, we called it on our last review.
Yeah.
4 years ago or whatever.
That's true. We
called it. And now it's something you can actually talk about, and it's different, and it changes the story in a way that you didn't expect, even if you played Final Fantasy VII before. So,
True.
I think what would be even more interesting though is if like two different endings opened up.
Yeah.
That would be nutso. Like, kind of like you do with the date, like a totally different ending happens.
Yeah.
But then how would you make the third game if it was that open-ended?
You'd have to make one canonical, I guess.
Or you make Aerith useless, and so it doesn't matter if she's in the cutscene or not.
Yeah.
In certain sections of the
Give
game.
her like heavy dose of brain damage or something.
So in either way, I think you're kind of fucked in either way.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I guess that's true.
Unless you added like another big surprise, which they did with Zack being alive, but that was not super clear.
No, and it's, yeah. So, yeah, because like with the Zack stuff, I was like, is this like after he falls in the live stream maybe? Like maybe that's when he's sick? Because there is that part where Cloud falls in and he's like all in the wheelchair, all fucked up. He's making the like sound like as he's moving in the wheelchair. So I was like, maybe that's then. I don't know. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
So he says, overall, this game is a goddamn masterpiece and is in my top 3 favorites of all time. It made me excited again about the future of Square Enix, and I really hope they answer all the questions in a competent manner in Part 3. I'll be on the edge of my goddamn seat until the conclusion in 2027, 2028. Questions. Feel free to ignore if already answered. What is your opinion on the several theories surrounding Aerith, i.e. alive in another timeline, now a part of the live stream, etc.? Is there a chance her and Zack can be saved and come back to the main Rebirth timeline? I mean, there's always a chance of that, I guess. My opinion on it is I don't think they made a clear-cut decision in any way. And they're leaving themselves wide open to do whatever the fuck they want for the next one.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think she's clearly dead at the end because all the characters in both like cutbacks, she's dead except to Cloud. Because the other characters, how they're reacting.
Yeah.
But possibility of bringing her back, sure. I guess that wouldn't be expected. What I'm thinking about, like we can definitely like, oh, will they do this? Will they do that? And like, we wouldn't. I don't think we would have guessed this. We all guessed the opposite. We all guessed, well, if it's not in fact a remake of 7, then they're going to save Aerith.
Yeah.
And I think last time I joked, well, what if Cloud dies?
Yeah.
He didn't die either.
No. Or if Cloud kills her. I think we mentioned that too.
Yeah, that'd be nuts. So.
He tried, I tried. Shit, I was like, yeah, I'll hit those button combos.
He tried it. The game would not let you fight against it very hard. It'd be like, no, you better hit that.
Yeah.
I think, what did you say earlier? It's like,
all right,
don't you want to kill your friend?
Yeah. Don't you want to go kill your friend? Your buddy over here? Like, come on, hit the button. Kill your friend. Yeah.
Yeah, mash L2, R2 to kill your friend.
Yeah. Okay.
I guess I have no choice because Genova cells.
Yep. Got no choice. He says, is the next game setting up a bigger rift between Cloud and Tifa, especially given her reactions to him in Chapter 14? No, I say they still totally bang in Part 3.
I mean, they kissed in the date scene if you got Tifa.
Yeah, under the the high wind, I think they're totally gonna smash.
Yeah.
And he's gonna never go back.
Yeah, dude.
He's gonna be like, God damn, those
like,
things almost smothered me.
Then I have my this one girl that I didn't even have anything with. She's haunting me now.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, no more, man. Oh, fucking no more.
I mean, Tifa is a barkeep. Like, she is a fucking bartender. Maybe she's an absolute fucking psychopath.
Yeah, maybe we're only seeing the good side of her.
We're only seeing like the world-ending, this kind of world-ending quest version of her. We're not seeing her day to day,
Yeah, maybe she's like nuts.
Yeah, she could. Yeah,
she's probably fucked up.
Yeah.
Do you think there will be a DLC in a year's time? I think there will be a DLC in between now and the next one for sure. At least one.
What do you think, Vincent?
I think Vincent.
You said Vincent
first.
and Sid. I think Vincent is the obvious one.
Yeah, Vincent would be the fan favorite. I kind of like Sid more, but I don't know. I relate to him on the cruelty.
Because you smoke and you're not a goth.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm really mean to my wife.
I love airplanes.
Yeah, I love planes. I definitely think there'll be DLC, and I'm fine with the DLC. The way they did the Yuffie one, I didn't feel like that was cheap, like the 15 stuff, at all. I was like totally down.
Yeah, it wasn't like baked in bullshit. We still haven't played the 16 DLC. I don't know if we will, but
yeah,
DLC is not on our required list.
No, it's like if we feel like it. So,
yeah. But 16 did what 15 did, where it's like taking place in the middle of the story.
Yeah, I don't like that.
But it didn't cut away and go like, "Are you missing stuff?"
Yeah.
So that
like, I'll tell you where I was later for $4.99. Turns back to Noctis. Anyway, what are we doing now?
Wouldn't it be great if like a button pulled up and it was like buy now on the PlayStation Store, press X, and then it like there's a timer thing, waiting for you to press X.
Oh, quick. Oh, fuck, I bought something.
Damn, Square. Hire me. I'll make you a few more bucks.
Yeah, some accidental dollars. I mean, shit. They hired the person they hired last time for the fucking the thing. You bought the art book. You bought the fucking
oh my god
soundtrack. You're like, oh no, it's just digital deluxe. What
Dude,
the
I
fuck?
fucking love that DLC so much. I bought the art book and the soundtrack to it.
Yeah, and that was before I even played it. Yeah. Love that digital art book. Fuck. Something you could really get your hands on, you know? Like, feel the pages, smell the book.
I think there could be nothing less interesting than a digital art book.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Like don't care at all. I barely care about physical art books, let alone a digital one. Who the fuck?
I actually think art books are pretty sweet.
Yeah.
But they're always like $1 million because they're like so much paper and ink.
Yeah.
And they only print like 50 of them. So
the digital one.
I have told my mom, I've told my girl, I'm like, my fiance, I've told everybody like, yeah, for Christmas, I would love art books, I love Baroque paintings. I want a big art book of Baroque paintings.
Yeah.
Like big, full-sized, sheets so I could look at them and enjoy them. No one's ever gotten me that. There's also like...
It's because they know you're treating yourself to the digital ones, man, all day.
Yeah, digital ones, digital art books. That's what I have to... I mean, that's the biggest screen I have in here. Like, my 55-inch television screen, I mean, why would I get... a 12-inch, large print paper copy,
Why would you go
I get
11
you.
and a half by 8?
No, actually, I would much prefer the physical art book. I'm so fucking mad about that. Anyway.
Oh, man, fucking hiding it. Hiding the truth.
God.
Oh, man. All right, so he says at the end to conclude, thank you for the continued dedication.
Thank you for the cut.
Thanks for the cut.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. I had to remove what was there before to make that happen. So I'm glad someone appreciates it. My sacrifice. Thank you for the continued dedication to the show and the laughs. Oh, there you go, one more. Although the show is winding down, I always look forward to your reviews of the new titles. All the best, Red Rico, the Red Rocket in your pocket. He didn't put that part, but...
Thank you, Red Rico.
Oh, man. Thanks for the...
You're welcome. We're out here making cunt.
Yeah, making cunt.
All day.
Making cunt of reality.
SB Brown review. Sound, great all around. Soundtrack and voice acting is a highlight of the game. Gameplay, enjoyable combat that built on remake and trimmed off parts that didn't work. Weapon upgrades from remake. I personally felt... the side content was a little too Ubisoft bloat and ended up skipping it when I got to Gungaga. I wish there wasn't main story details hidden at the end of long, non-mandatory minigames like Queen's Blood.
Whoa. Easy. Queen's Blood is the game, okay? I don't know how many times we got to say it.
Sorry, you can beat the game without beating Queen's Blood? I didn't know you could do that.
Not if you want the real ending. Sephiroth pulls out his deck and you guys fucking lay down the law.
I didn't think that was really like main story detail.
Not really, no.
No, it was like character detail.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say it like affects...
I mean, you could say Sephiroth could have played if he took over the one guy, the one fucking test experiment guy, like, Cloud, pull your deck out.
Oh,
what
shit.
No, no.
Dude, that would have been the most amazing thing ever. Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
that guy turned into
sick,
Sephiroth, and then he's like, and Cloud is like pulling out the deck, and he's like shaking, like he's got the black materia or something, but it's just a deck of cards.
Give me your rare cards, Cloud.
You have to beat Sephiroth, or else you lose your cards.
Yeah, that would have been real. Like, I would have been in, man. I'm like, oh fuck, I better win.
That's okay. I'll just press replay halfway through it when I know I'm fucking losing.
Joke's on you, Sephiroth.
Story, loved it. And how they pretend to go on a different way than the OG, but mostly stick to the same story path. Ending was very Nomura. That's true. Graphics. Performance mode looks terrible. I ended up suffering on 30 FPS so I could actually see the character models. My biggest complaint is this category. Overall, great follow-up to remake, but a little too bloated for me, and I had obvious performance issues. I would give it an 8 out of 10 at the highest. The bloated part, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. I think it's more like those things are optional, and there's so much optional shit to do, and it's amazing that there's that much stuff to do. I don't like IGO core things. I'll just fucking like, okay, whatever. I'll just go forward and do the thing that I want to do, and I did in this game.
Yeah.
There was a certain point, like I wanted 100% it, like the last game. When I figured out that it was going to take me 1,000,000 years, I was like, nah, I'll just do the stuff I want to do.
Yeah, I'll just play the cards, and then
I'll just play the cards,
beat the game.
And then at a certain point, I was like, okay, I'll go and beat some side quests that I'd missed.
Yeah.
And that was enough for me, for now. But if you're not doing a podcast where you have to review something, you have all the time in the world, dude.
Yeah. And that's the beauty of it. It's all self-inflicted. You don't have to do the extra stuff. But it's there if you want it.
Yeah, so I don't know if I agree with the bloated thing. Unless you mean bloated like in the actual story, but you said you liked the story, so.
Yeah. All right, we got one more email here from Renegade6606 on the Discord. This is an email, though. Final Fantasy VII Remake review. What? I wonder if he meant Rebirth. I'm going to assume so, because I don't see another section. It took about 7 weeks to complete the game. My playtime was 112 hours, which included doing all the side quests apart from that last motherfucker, all the proto-relic quests apart from the last summon fight motherfuckers, and the last motherfucking Chadley challenges. I did a replay of Disc 1 of the original game before playing, so the OG game was fresh in my mind when I played. The whole of Disc 1, including getting Aerith's ultimate limit, took 20 hours. Quite why they have expanded that into 200 hours of gameplay over the two games, I don't know. Story. Love how much they honor all the tiny details of the original. I was intrigued by the Zack storyline throughout and thought it was well done. It didn't outstay its welcome, but they returned to it frequently, teasing out more. Excellent story parts. Junon, Costa del Sol, Barrett's storyline, and Gagaga stood out. I believe Joe has said something similar before, but I really like it when character development is weaved into plot rather than just plot happening for plot's sake. I felt they did this really well, expanding motivations and making changes to the story that made it more mature in the sense that it was more complex. Tifa not just hiding the fact that Cloud was talking bullshit about what went down in Nibelheim, for example, and introducing more about the Gi in order to introduce the purpose of the Keystone earlier. Part of me really wishes I had played straight through the story instead of doing all the side content, because I feel some of the impact of the story was lost in amongst some of the inane or frustrating side content. Yeah,
okay, just play it again in hard mode like it wants you to.
Yeah, and then you'll be like, man, I really wish I would have used some items in normal mode, because now I can't. Weaker chapters. The cruise ship. Nowhere near as creepy as the original. In general, I think the remake games are not getting the horror feels as well as the original. It was the same with Sephiroth killing the president in Remake. Yeah, that's kind of fair, actually.
I think that is a fair comparison between the two. Yeah, this one's less scary.
Yeah. The Cosmo Canyon chapter felt like it cut Red 13's story short by immediately shifting on from his father to the Gi. It felt quite jarring. One of the most heart-wrenching moments in the original, and his voice, that was really weird. I'd read it had something saying it was more obvious in the original Japanese dialogue that he spoke in a different way, but I still can't really get on with either voice. Although I am sure that there are others who love it. I don't know about that. The worst chapter was the one with Kate Sith, though. Poor guy. He gets all the shit gameplay sections in this franchise. I can't remember what game it is, but I remember...
He is the shit gameplay, dude.
Yeah. He is the shit. And not like the one you're thinking of. Like the actual shit.
Yeah.
I can't remember what game it is, but I remember hating playing as him in some other game. It's just any game. I thought the mansion was way creepier and atmospheric in the original, and the endless Shinra tunnels underground were just dull. Much like the Hojo section of Remake. It went on too long and was dull. The voice acting is amazing and really gets across the nuance of the characters. I don't know about the Remake. Well, no, the Hojo section in Remake was really long.
Yeah.
Like endlessly long.
It was. There's a few sections of this game that just feel a little long in the tooth. I do think Cosmo Canyon with the Gi is one of them. I think the Kate Sith section. I honestly thought that just went on forever because I can't play as Kate Sith.
Yeah, just can't.
And I'm talking about like the areas. I'm not talking about story. The other one was the Yuffie by herself. doing all the little puzzles.
Oh,
we
yeah.
already discussed that, but that one felt like, oh, how long is this gonna go?
Yeah. So can I play the game again, please? Like,
yeah.
where the cards are at? Like, I don't know why we're flying around here.
Oh,
There's cards to be
or
played.
going up that mountain. There's a big mountain that you go up. Mount Nebel.
Oh, yeah. That part was long.
Yeah, that just felt like a long time getting up there with a lot of repetitive stuff. So there was a few parts where I was like, oh, come on, can we move? But I don't know. It is a little nitpicky, and I'm just kind of like, I guess I was ready for a change of pace at a certain point for some of those. But
yeah. So he says the voice acting is amazing and really gets across the nuance of the characters. I'm still undecided about the ending, but felt they nailed Cloud's struggles with mental illness and how the other characters are reacting to him. At the end, because he sees Aerith still, it seems like he isn't grieving, and the others are... And to the others, they're like, dude, you callous fuck, what's wrong with you? And the added element of Cloud now seeing across multiple universes is a great addition to his fragile psyche. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I also love the Messiah-like feels you get from Aerith. She seems to know what is going to happen to her, but goes ahead anyway. The scene where she is killed starts off great. My heart sank when it looked like it was going to happen again. Then you think Cloud has saved her, and then you realize he hasn't, even though he totally did in front of your very eyes. I added that last part, sorry. My main issue with the story at this point is the multiverse shit. Like, Kate Sith rocking up 5 minutes later, it runs the risk of removing all impacts from the character deaths and choices.
I could have definitely lived with Kate Sith just being dead forever, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He said this is an FF4. Also, that did happen in the original, too. And I was also like, well, I didn't care about him, so I guess he's alive again, whatever. I love how these games are so meta and are playing with the fan base's own expectations and experiences over the last 20 years. I remember spending hours looking for ways to bring Aerith back as a kid. The scene when she appears in the church on Disc 3 in the original, the rumors of the Game Shark codes, etc. So I'm all for them playing on that in the final game, but multiple worlds just seems too easy. After Remake, I was excited but a bit nervous about how they will handle the story. I am more worried now, especially as Nomura has a track record of making convoluted messes. Kingdom Hearts 3, what even was that? Overall story rating, 8 out of 10. Gameplay. I think the combat gameplay is excellent. This is my favorite FF system by far. I thought 16 was dull and repetitive. I don't know about that, but... One issue with it was an overload of new abilities. For a lot of the time, your materia loadouts seem barely worth thinking about because all of the new synergy abilities. I preferred the weapon leveling system in Remake as well. Some of the controls when traversing the gameplay or the game world were a bit janky at times. Cloud would occasionally get stuck on a random bit of scenery, or the animations would jerk around.
That did happen to me.
Yeah, I got stuck to where I thought I was going to have to reload my game once.
I did have to reload my game once.
Oh, damn.
It was early on, and I wonder, it didn't seem like it happened to me as I went further into the game, and I wonder if that was updates.
It might have been.
Like little graphical glitch updates.
There were updates as we played, yeah.
Okay. I'm thinking that, I think they might have fixed some of it if you played it right off the bat. Which we did. So there was going to be some little janky things here or there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the sad state of the modern game world. They don't actually put out the game when it's done.
Yeah, no shit.
But then again, you don't have like Alone in the Dark New Nightmares.
Getting sucked into walls.
Still being the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
Officially.
Yeah, that's true.
So
they just came out with another Alone in the Dark game. Like, just barely. I don't know for who, but you know it's out.
I don't know who doesn't take one of those and just immediately throws it in the trash.
Yeah. Just buy up the whole store and then throw them in the garbage and save us all. The minigames, though, dear Lord, some of them were great. Chocobo Racing, the Fort Condor, etc. Some of them made me want to put my face through the TV. That fucking frog jumping game.
Fuck that one, dude.
The Chocobo flying in Cosmo Canyon. Ah! Also, I could go without ever seeing that fuckface Chadley ever again. He must have made up about 50% of the dialogue for the whole game. I was really enjoying the Proto-Relic questline, but gave up when I got to the final zone, whose fucking idea was it to make us fight 2 summons at once. Yeah, no shit. That's what you do when you get all of them done. You have to go into a new area where Gilgamesh is, and you have to fight 2 summons at once. And I fought it was Titan and I think Bahamut Risen, and I just got flattened. And I was like, I just fought him once, and I was like, fuck this, dude. I'm out of here. Like, I cannot spend 40 hours getting this shit done. So it's dick. He says, no chance I'm beating that. It seemed an unfair difficulty spike when I was really looking forward to finishing that storyline. Yeah, that's fair, because Gilgamesh is always a fun time. He says, overall gameplay rating, 9 out of 10. Design. I didn't notice any of the shit graphics that sometimes cropped up in Remake. It was awesome seeing the zones fully realized for the PS4. Gold Saucer was truly epic. Overall design rating, 9 out of 10.
I'm sorry to cut off his graphics thing. Gold Saucer just came up, and I remembered the biggest disappointment about this game.
Oh, yeah?
No fucking basketball.
Oh, yeah, no basketball game.
What the fuck?
You could, like, cheese the hell out of that thing.
There's no basketball. There's no snowboarding section.
Yeah, that'll be... Well, that might be in the next part.
It might be. That's one of those things where I'm like the old man where I'm like, didn't this happen before?
I think Icicle Inn happens later. I think that's disc 3.
You think that's after Aerith dies?
I think so, yeah. Because that's like...
Oh, man, dude, it's hard. It's hard for me to remember.
Yeah, I think it is, because that's when you go up north. Music. This continues to be my favorite part. The way they weave melody lines from different pieces into the background music in ways that elicit different moods and feelings was incredible. A masterwork of composition. Hats off to the composers. They have perfectly blended a tribute to the original music with a fresh take on them. There were some pieces that were still as annoying as shit after 100 hours, but I can't remember which, so they can't have been that bad. Overall music rating, 10 out of 10. Overall, I would rate it a 9 out of 10. It is not perfect, and parts towards the end do drag a bit and get too convoluted, but the gameplay is consistently fun and challenging. It does a great job of honoring the original, bringing it up to date both story and gameplay-wise, and creating something intriguing and new. I would say this is a must-play for any FF fan. In the name of the grind, Renegade 6606.
The name of the grind. Okay. So on Discord, there were a few replies because people didn't see that I said send them to fffanatics123@gmail.com. And the reason for that was because of spoilers, but I guess we're far enough away that maybe it's less big of a deal. Splurge says, Rebirth was good, jerked off several times, would play again.
Nice.
Bravura asks, are there examples of trilogy video games in the sense of a continuous story where the subsequent parts do financially better than the predecessor? I don't mean sequels, but like in films with Lord of the Rings and Dune, where the story is sequenced out and the following parts exceed the preceding. I can't think of any. What was Square Enix expecting? What were the fans expecting? And other musings on the success of the game, not from a gameplay perspective, but cultural success. Is Gen Z as invested as Gen X/millennials who played the original? Whoa, this question goes in a lot of different spots, and I'm not sure.
I feel like Dune...
Or are they just a list of questions?
I feel like Dune 2 did do better than Dune 1. I'm pretty fucking sure. Which, if you think about it, it makes sense. It's a really good... Dune 1 is a really good movie, except for Jason Momoa, which you
who's in a different movie.
Yeah, he's an Aquaman.
Everyone else is in this really serious movie, and Jason Momoa came straight out of fucking Aquaman, played the exact same character as Aquaman.
Yeah.
He's like, hey guys! It's like Jar Jar Binks in Star Wars. It's like, where the fuck did this thing come from?
Yeah, what movie are you supposed to be?
What movie is this guy in?
Yeah, he's just goobering the whole fucking time.
By the way, no one else except for me and you seem to agree on that. I swear to God.
Momoa.
Yeah, Jason Momoa.
No one else complains.
Being like sticking out like a sore thumb in the original Dune.
Yeah, dude, it's bad.
Yeah, Dune 2 is way better.
Dune 2 is sweet. And it's done more financially. I'm pretty fucking positive. And if you think about it, that makes sense, right? If you have a really good movie and it's the first one, yeah, maybe not everyone saw it in theaters, but then a lot of people will watch it on DVD and in streaming and be like, holy fuck. And then the second one comes out and more people have seen the first one after it went out of theaters. So the second one you'd think would make more.
Yeah.
Because people are loaning the first one, you're borrowing it, you're streaming it for $3. So it makes sense if it's good that the follow-up would do better.
Yeah. I do think it might be different for games because it's a much bigger commitment.
Yeah. Yeah, movies only the Dune movies.
Just because a bunch of people bought a game doesn't mean they finished it.
Or liked it, yeah.
So, what percentage of people finished Remake? And then there's going to be a bunch of people that, and because you need to play Remake to play Rebirth and get anything out of it outside of confusion, then, you kind of already need to be baked into that. They'll be like, yeah, you need to play Remake first. And if you can't get through Remake, you're not going to play Rebirth.
Yeah.
Yeah. And outside of so I don't know what Square was expecting. I don't know. I don't work for Square. And just because they put something out doesn't really mean that's actually what they were internally saying either.
Yeah.
So who knows what's going on in Square's mind. I mean, the first game I brought up the same sales figures you did earlier while we were taking a break. The first game sold 5.5 million copies worldwide that we know of. The second game has sold so far over 2 million. It was like 2,400,000 or something. But I mean, it gets screwy because the video game industry is not super public with their sales numbers anyway.
Yeah.
Somehow, the original Final Fantasy VII went from 10 million copies in sales to 15 million copies in sales. There was some giant gap between years in which Square Enix said what number they sold something at. And we didn't find out until later that it sold even more.
Yeah.
And okay, well, and are they with the FF16 news that we talked about before? They're like, oh, it's only sold 3 million copies in the first week, and then it dropped off the charts in Japan. And it's like, okay, we only know charts in Japan. We don't have charts here.
Yeah.
And then
plus it's an action game.
And then I think the thing was with that one, it was only counting physical sales.
Yeah. So it's like,
and it's
fucking cares?
At this point, now that you're having to download the game off a server anyway,
yeah.
Once you have the disc, there's no fucking reason to buy a new game physically anymore except to have it on your wall, which I think is cool.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's there's not actually an actual reason to do that anymore. It's not like with a Blu-ray or a 4K Blu-ray where this thing, all the information is stored upon this disc, and I put it in there, and it gives me a better quality image and sound than it would if I were streaming it.
Yeah,
period.
Exactly, yeah.
There's a reason to have it, and you will have it forever as long as there's a device that reads that. It's different with the games because these games are so big, they can't fit on the fucking disc, and you're just downloading it from a server somewhere.
Yeah.
And all the disc is saying is that you own it.
Yeah, pretty much.
And allow you to download it onto your device.
Yeah, and you can borrow them out. That's another one. That's where it's it makes sense for the sequel to be better, is because I can buy 7 Remake and I can let 10 people play it.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean they're going to like it to the point to buy the new one.
So it gets squirrely. We have no idea actually what the real sales numbers are unless Square says what they are to their shareholders.
Yeah, of which
they do sometimes do, and then that information becomes public. But they don't do it that often. They usually go this is our revenue.
Yeah.
And that's for the quarter, and that's it. And then you can kind of see, you might be able to but they have so many properties, it's going to be impossible to.
Yeah, and it's also weird because, I looked at Rockstar's Take-Two Interactive, who owns Rockstar. I looked at their stock around Grand Theft Auto 5's release. It didn't really go up that much.
No.
And that's, the second highest selling video game of all time? It sold almost as many copies as the entire Final Fantasy series, just in that one game. But Red Dead Redemption 2, when that released, the stock fucking skyrocketed. And the reason is, Grand Theft Auto 5, everyone knew was going to be huge. Red Dead 2, it's Red Dead 1 was pretty big, and all Rockstar games are pretty big, but it wasn't Grand Theft Auto big. But then the second one was fucking massive. It was probably 20 million or something. And so it jacked the price up a lot because it did better than expected. So the expectations Square, I feel like they mitigate their losses with their stock by being like, oh, it didn't quite perform as well as we thought.
They're also Japanese. They do like the humble thing.
Yeah.
There's like the humility in their like broadcast to their.
We don't have that here.
They're like, we have a responsibility to our shareholders, and we must tell them we will do better, shareholders.
Yeah.
And it's like that's just not a cultural thing here. So that humility on Square Enix's part, like if it were an American company, it'd be like, yeah, it did great.
Yeah.
It did better. It was the number one game for weeks. What the fuck do you want from us?
Yeah.
Like, even if it didn't do as well as the first one, like, there'd be a bit of that, like, yeah, well, fuck you. It did great. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Or, like, if it didn't do well, it'd be like, COVID. It didn't do well.
Yeah. The chips, man.
So, continuous story where the subsequent parts do financially better. In movies, yes. In games that are story based, not as much. Fable 2 did, but I mean those are separate stories. No, that's not a continuing. Is Red Dead continuing?
It's a prequel.
Okay. And you brought up God of War earlier, and I looked up the God of War stats. The God of War 2018, which was like a reboot of the franchise, so it wasn't really a sequel to the trilogy of God of Wars. In a way, to the audience that was new.
Yeah.
That one did 23 million, and then Ragnarok did 15.
Yeah, 23 is a huge number.
So it hasn't beaten out its first one.
Yeah.
So the next one's probably going to do like, if it's a continuing story. Although this one, it didn't feel like it was like wait till part 3.
No, it's
that.
like they're done.
It kind of ended there.
Yeah.
But if it hadn't done that, then the next one would probably do like 10 million.
Yeah, I can't wait till we go to Egypt, see him tan under that hot desert sun. Raw.
So I'm assuming a drop in sales was probably pretty expected, and they're probably making more sales than they are actually saying.
Yeah. Do we think Gen Z is invested as Gen X and millennials who played the original?
No.
Yeah, probably not. There's a lot more stuff out there now.
There's so many things to do now. It's hard to have something. I mean, think about when. I mean, this is just in general. Like when we were kids, there were just less outlets for things, just entertainment in general. And so now, when new outlets come out, one of them being just free video, advertised video on demand. Is what it's called. It's AVOD. You have multiple platforms for that. So you have like YouTube, and you have Instagram and Facebook and Tubi and whatever. Like you bring in a new media entirely into the mix that's also powerful and that everybody uses, just like everybody watches TV, just like everybody watches movies, just like most people play video games now. It just becomes a little bit more diluted. So, and there's more of those things being made because the financial cost of making those things has gone down as everything's become digital. So the fact that like anybody with a decent computer could make a video game technically at home, there's suddenly a bunch more video games because now you've empowered, you've democratized the art form.
Yeah, I mean, fuck, how many of the games that we play not for the show are like bullshit $5 games that we'll play the shit out of? Like,
we have done that.
Yeah. That's like, fuck, these are not big games. Like,
no.
But they're a blast.
Yeah, they're made by like 12 people, 6 people,
fucking
maybe 3 people.
Yeah, I was going to say
sometimes.
Faz, I think was one guy.
I'm thinking Pacify is like, that's got to be like no people made that
It's
game,
probably
right?
one guy. I think it is actually.
And then, and they have to bring in like music people or something. the skills that they don't have. They just have to hire that out real quick.
Yeah.
Or the fact that I can make a movie now.
Yeah, an indie movie. Yeah,
I can make it.
Hire out the soundtrack. It's not that you couldn't do it. It's just that, fuck, how long do you want to spend?
Why the fuck would I do that? I could do everything in a movie. Like, I can literally do all those things, but it would take me a gazillion years to make anything. It already takes me a while.
And you'd have to not be doing anything else.
But the fact that, like, a movie like Chicken Coop would have probably cost the equivalent of $100,000 if I had made it on physical print film and had to print those things out. And then actually distributing those things would have cost many more hundreds of thousands of dollars, because then you would have to actually make physical prints of 35 millimeter and ship those to different movie theaters and cover all those costs. And if you weren't doing that, then you would have to pay for a run of DVD or VHS prints or whatever. As opposed to they upload a file onto different platforms, the same file.
Yeah.
And then each of those platforms has their own requirements or whatever. They might have to shift things around, and maybe you have to deal with like the professional cost of having to do that. But it's nowhere near as expensive as a $35,000 print of a movie on 35 millimeter film.
Yeah.
So, I mean, because of that, there's just so much media out there. So there's the cultural touchstones. All of our eyes are looking in different places. They're not looking in just like 15 different spots.
Yeah.
You're looking at a basically infinite number of places. Now, I think you should fucking get rid of your social media. I think it's a fucking scourge on society. Except for our Discord channel, link in the description.
Yeah. And Twitter for porn, of course.
But outside of that,
get rid of it.
Get rid of it.
That Facebook Marketplace will bankrupt you, man. It's too fucking good.
You're just going to keep on buying dumbbells all day.
Yeah, or like PS3s, just till I fucking can't fit anymore in my house.
Yeah.
I have like 5 PS3s.
Yeah, and every podcast except for ours. I'm kidding. I love podcasts. I think there's good things about it and there's bad things about it. One of them is that, like, you don't have as many big cultural touch points.
Yeah, like big shit'll happen and people won't even know about it.
Yeah, they'll have no idea.
And it used to not be that way.
Yeah, it's crazy that like a new Metallica album comes out, it sells a gazillion copies, and then someone doesn't even know it exists.
Yeah.
Like, oh, they have a new album? Like, yeah, they have a new album. It was number 1 or number 2 on the last one.
Yeah, it was number 2. Failures.
I remember that because I was playing some Metallica while I was working at Maverick or something, because it was 4 a.m. and I was like, fuck you, I'm going to do what I want. And the guy was like, what is this? Sounds like Metallica. And I'm like, it is Metallica. It was hardwired to self-destruct, which was like a huge album.
Yeah, no, it was big. Yeah.
Or like when the Tool album comes out and it's like number 1, it beats out Taylor Swift, and like still no one hears about it.
Yeah.
Taylor Swift, I guess if you do over and over and over again, really recently, number 1 albums over and over and over again, then you're going to get, people are going to know who she is, right?
Yeah.
Over time. But yeah, you can, exactly. Big thing will come out, makes a gazillion dollars, and like half of the people you know, it's not even on their radar.
Yeah.
Because they have so many other things that they're looking at. Like, I work in the YouTube space. I make YouTube videos. No one ever goes into our Discord and be like, Joe, is this Joe from Outdoor Vitals?
Yeah. Yeah.
And the 2 worlds that I'm in, don't touch. They don't touch. The 3 worlds that I'm in, don't touch.
Yeah.
Like the film people, no idea that I make podcasts. Like just my little film community. Or like the poor people watching 13th Cross for some reason. Like they have no idea that I'm making podcasts. They're not looking up my name and like tracking me down because they have a million things they're doing, or this podcast. I've gotten some people to like help me make some movies, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. Definitely more bleed over that direction.
Yeah, there's more bleed over that direction.
People watch movies, but they don't play RPGs.
Sure.
Like,
yeah, and I've had like one person who knew Outdoor Vitals and who commented being like, I did not expect like the Final Fantasy podcast guy to be the Outdoor Vitals video guy. Like I've had one comment on that.
Yeah.
Ever. I'm like, okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah. I wonder if James feels this way because he's the bassist in a band. It's like no one's ever known who I was.
And it's not like any of these platforms are big. I mean, Outdoor Vitals is a pretty big company in outdoor space, but it's not like a huge YouTube channel or anything. Yeah. But it's still like I can see people's attention being in like a million different places. And like me as a person making this stuff, like I could see that there's just no connection there except for me.
Yeah.
I'm the only one connected to these things. So
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool when like we hear a voice actor and we're like, hey, is that the one guy from Game of Thrones? And it's like, oh fuck, it is. It's the guy from The Witch and Game of Thrones and like 500 other things. But like we don't have that. We don't have that.
Oh, you and me? Yeah, we don't have that.
We don't have that at all. And the industry doesn't really have that much either because the crossover is limited. I would say less so from like gamers to movies, but like movies to games, like yeah,
That's not happening.
because it's like you play games, sure, but I play shooters. I play Candy Crush. Like I play RPGs. Maybe the RPG guy will know you, but like the other people, no.
No. Yeah, it's just something that's just different about the world that we're in. In a way, like you're going to get way more stuff, and that's great in its own way.
Yeah.
And way different stuff, and there's not nearly as many gatekeepers. But at the same time, those gatekeepers were quality keepers.
Yeah.
They were
That's
like,
true.
don't do that. That's shit.
And now it's like
We're not investing in that because that sucks.
Yeah.
And now there's a lot of stuff that sucks.
it's just out there.
And that's the unfortunate thing is like there's a lot of stuff out there. There's a lot of great stuff out there, but now you have to dig for the great stuff because it's covered in a pile of shit.
Yeah, and that end, like I almost feel like the accessibility of things that you're into kind of limits you as well, because then it's like, well, I don't need to try another genre. There's a million other thing I already like. You know what I
that's
mean?
true.
And so it's almost like the algorithm in that way where it just keeps feeding you what you're looking for. And so you never look outside of that.
It's like there were only, for the NES, there were only 700 games, I think.
Yeah.
And
There's
that's
like
it.
something to that, yeah.
And there is something about that where it's like, how many of those games were classics? I mean, percentage-wise, not that many.
Yeah.
But there were a lot. And now the percentage is even smaller.
Yeah, exactly.
Like each of these new systems coming out or whatever. Or like how many Netflix original titles are, you know, household names after a year that it's been out.
Yeah.
And it's like Netflix puts out way more things than Paramount did in the 60s. But you're going to be able to name more of those movies.
Yeah, for sure.
Because there were less movies.
Yeah, Netflix does not care about quality most of the time.
They have their exceptions. They do some Oscar chasing every once in a while. They'll make something pretty good. But
Yeah.
that fucking Society of the Snow movie, I know it's in Spanish, but that movie's fucking gnarly.
Yeah.
That was like one of the best movies I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do they know of the snow down there?
In the Andes.
Yeah. In the famously snowy place on the mint candies. Yeah, man. What do they know?
You wouldn't want to eat candy while you're watching that movie, by the way. I was eating popcorn and I was like, I don't want to eat popcorn anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn, that's got to be a pretty
Dude,
nutso.
It made me not want to get on a plane for a couple days because it starts with like the worst plane crash scene ever.
Yeah.
I have not seen a plane crash scene like that. Like there's plane crashes in movies all the time. Like that's just like a cliche of movie of moviedom. And this thing, it was so fucking brutal and gruesome, and it like had close-ups on things you didn't like. A lady when the chairs are like going back and forth because they're dealing with like insane turbulence before the plane actually crashes, and then when it crashes, it's really fucking bad. But like, I just saw like a lady's like bones crunching up against the seat in front of her, and the way it was filmed and the sound design was like, oh my god. And that was before people started eating each other in the movie.
Yeah.
Like, oh man, that movie's brutal. But it's really good.
What the fuck is it called?
It's called Society of the Snow.
Oh, man. Okay.
And it's a Netflix original, and it's like one of the best movies I've ever seen. But it is, get ready. Be ready. You're going to want to eat the popcorn in the first 5 minutes of the movie and then put the popcorn down. because you're like,
The crunch is gonna make me sick.
oh man, dude, the crunch is so bad. And then there's like people because the back of the plane is ripped out. Like when they crash, it just like boom, like and all this, people go flying and shit goes flying back behind them. Oh god damn! Society of the Snow, great movie. Fucking
Prepare yourself.
I would, in my mind, that's anybody who's seen that movie. I think all of like the 4 people I know who have seen that movie, they're all like, "Oh my god!" But yeah, would that be a classic? Probably not.
Yeah.
Maybe after a while, maybe after a few years of assessment, but then you would have to actually get people to watch that movie.
Yeah.
Which is tough. Let's see. Volten X is the next one. You want to take that one?
Yeah, I think SB Brown's questions we already did. Which region of the map was your favorite?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see your question.
Oh, he said, who did you end up going on the date with? We answered that. Which region of the map was your favorite?
Favorite region of the map. Which one had the most cards?
I mean, probably
Gold Saucer or Costa del Sol in a way.
Yeah, but Gold Saucer's in Cosmo, which is an ass map design. Wait, is it in Cosmo? No, it's not.
It's in
Corel, right?
Corel.
Corel is probably my favorite.
Corel's got a lot to it.
Yeah, there's a lot, and you can't even explore half of it until later.
Yeah. I mean, Corel had the most stuff in it. Maybe that's a way to answer that question.
Yeah.
As far as cards. The vibe, I liked Gangaga's vibe, but I didn't like moving around until I got the Chocobo.
Yeah, and even then, the bouncy bounce.
I liked that. That was fun. That was fun.
Dude,
it reminded me of a Mario Kart level.
It was obnoxious.
It's hard to answer, like, which one was my favorite? Because they were all, like, a challenge when you first get them. It's not like, I love this challenge.
Yeah.
Like, the Cosmo was cool, but then I couldn't, like, there were things about Cosmo I didn't like. Like, it took forever to get to certain spots. That's a tough question. Mount Junon, or not Mount Junon, Junon ended up being pretty cool.
Yeah.
With like the grappling chocobos.
Yeah, that was cool.
Really, I'm just thinking of the different areas and how the chocobos moved around.
Yeah, the water one was really stupid, but I kind of liked the area, I guess. I just thought it was weird that they were like power pissing their way across the land. It's a little odd.
I mean, fill me up
with
enough of these 54-ounce Diet Cokes.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like something Konzan would write, to be honest.
Which of the party members did you use in combat the most? We did answer that. Mine was Tifa, Cloud, Barrett combo.
Yeah, I did red. Just red.
Just red.
I killed everybody else in this battle.
Yeah.
Red Cloud.
Really wanted a challenge.
Yeah, that's why it took me so long. And Yuffie. Volten X. I wanted to write a longer review, but trying to get this in quick before you start recording. That's okay. 8 hours ago, so that's funny.
It's funny because I was like, you guys have 2 hours, and then Caleb comes over and he's like, just so you know, I didn't beat the game yet. And I'm like, oh.
Yeah, I was like, I've got 4 problems. Problem number 1, the game's not done. Problem number 2, I had 3 hours of sleep. Problem number 3, I don't remember.
Because I had 3 hours of sleep.
Exactly. Thought the game was amazing. 95% of the game stuck to the OG timeline, which was great. Love the expanded Gongaga section, especially the spot where Tifa is in the live stream. That part will be awesome in part 3. To address a couple common complaints I see on the interwebs from people. Too many side quests / minigames. Side quests are way better in this game than Remake and many RPGs I played.
Every fucking Final Fantasy game. It's better than every Final Fantasy game in terms of like overall like side quest score from me.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, FF7 was cool because it had mini games, but it's not like those mini games actually are very good.
Yeah.
Except for basketball. And I mean, the card game, this is the best card game in the series because FF8 had a good card game until you fuck up the rules somehow.
Yeah.
And it starts like a fucking venereal disease.
Yeah,
it goes through.
Spreads like fucking herpes.
It's the worst.
Like, oh man, I got a scab on my card deck. Fuck.
Like, you could literally just fuck up your game in FF8 based upon your decisions. Like, and it makes the card game impossible. Which, thank God they didn't do that in this. That would have been the worst.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
You're good. They all expand on the lore or character building of the game. Also, they are side quests. If you are whining about too many of them, just skip them. I thought most of the mini games were good, with the exception of throwing boxes with Kate Sith. That dude is a fuck. People have also complained about not showing enough around Aerith's death at the end. I think more payoff will come from this moment in Part 3. Cloud's mind is so fucked in this moment. Either he or Aerith is repressing what he is perceiving happening to shield him. It's clear to the rest of the party that physical Aerith died. When Cloud finds himself in Part 3, he will fully remember what happened, and we will get the water burial payoff that was missing in this game. Also think there is something cool they added to this death scene. The rest of the party did not see how Aerith died. I think this will play out in Part 3, but there is more potential that the party, including Tifa, might wonder if Cloud killed Aerith, not Sephiroth. I think this would further Cloud losing his mind and push him into becoming a black robe before falling into the life stream. Going to have some crazy payoffs in Part 3. Excited to hear what you guys think. I'm a long-time listener, but started only about a year ago. Catching up on all your podcasts. Thanks for the great podcast.
Thank you. And those are some interesting hypotheses.
Yeah.
I'm interested in seeing how they'll go from there. Some of those things I didn't think about before.
Yeah.
Forgot about Cloud putting her in the water.
Yeah. Yeah, that's probably Part 3.
Frost says, spent 150 hours and still haven't finished the platinum. Love 99% of it. They tried a little too hard to be obtuse with the ending, but it's one of my favorite games ever.
Fair enough. Liquid Nightmare. What did you think of the whole Red 13 Nanaki with the uniform and the voice change? The uniform was hilarious.
The uniform was pretty funny.
I liked Barrett's pirate uniform too. That was pretty sweet.
Barrett in the
sailor,
like sailor outfit.
With
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a pirate outfit.
With
it
the
was
mech hook.
It was like he belonged in like God, what's that 50s
Popeye?
Sure, Popeye.
He looked like
I'll
a
go
bad
with Popeye.
guy in Popeye. He looked like the one bad dude that's trying to bone his olive oil. Yeah. That was sweet.
Shinru, what music did you enjoy the most?
Probably the little like Sephiroth like theme that they had at the very end. It was really quiet. Sometimes the sound design was like fucked up in this thing, by the way. I forgot to mention that. Like there are times where like the music is way louder than the people and I can't hear shit. Like it only happens every once in a while and it's like for side content, but like the soundtrack will just be like drowning them out, man.
Do you have any special sound settings on your TV?
I don't know. Maybe.
There's like clarity sound things where they try to boost the mid-range on the television for people because most people are in an environment where the sound is going to suck. And so TVs will try to make up for that. And so if you're not wearing headphones or if you don't have good speakers, you're not really going to be able to judge. Like there are moments like that make me think like, okay, their tech is way past. And I think this is just a thing with like modern media. Like the tech of what the gameplay like makers are doing is beyond most of the at-home audience.
Oh yeah.
Especially in sound design. Like how many people do you know that actually have a 5.1 surround sound system set up?
Like nobody.
Like no one. And yet like half of the things that you're streaming are in 5.1. Now they might do a stereo remaster, but then it's stereo and you're watching it from a TV where it's pumping the stereo out the back of the TV so the sound bounces off of your wall. You take away some of the bass, you take away like you accentuate some of the high end, you lose the mids just because of your surroundings in your house. Like there's a bunch of things going on there. And I wonder like in something like that where you're like, oh, the music was super loud and the voices were super quiet. I'm wondering if it's like, yeah, but it probably wasn't supposed to sound that way. It was probably supposed to sound a different way.
Yeah, it might.
I always wonder on those things.
I didn't wear headphones for very much of this game.
It sounds great in headphones. I didn't wear it that much either, but I have had that with modern games where I'm like, I think this is not them. I think it's me.
Yeah.
I think it's my setup not being like up to date.
Yeah, that's fair.
Hardest boss fight. Fucking 4 hours on the final fight because I didn't think I had to put anything on Aerith, and so I didn't. And Aerith had fucking no spells.
Oh, man.
She didn't have very many stat boosts. I don't even know what weapon she had on her. If it was something I was probably just building up, to get the next ability.
Yeah.
So I got fucking... When he did Heartless Angel on me, Sephiroth, it was like over. I eventually was like I looked for help online because the thing is, I could have gone back and redone my shit, and I could have gone and fought him again if there weren't 19 other phases that all take a very long time.
Yeah.
It's like an hour of fighting before you get to Sephiroth. So I kept on retrying that final phase of Sephiroth over and over again because I was like, oh, it's going to take me an hour to do the other stuff again. Then there was a certain point where I had passed like the amount of time it would have taken me to do all that shit again. And I was like, I'm getting too good at this now. Like I'm getting to like a certain point where I'm like, I'm so close. I just need like the RNG to be right for me. So I found out with Heartless Angel, which is where he takes both your guys' health down to 1 and then immediately does an attack move on your characters, on both of them. If they're standing next to each other, you're fucked. If they have no fucking like ability bar filled out, you're fucked. You're totally fucked if that happens. And that's pretty much what would happen, is that I would like hit him with all I got because I staggered him, hit him with a limit break, and then he would come back with Heartless Angel, and I would have nothing, and no way to kill him, and then he would kill me. That was like the first 2 hours of me trying to kill Sephiroth. Damn. And then he would just sometimes kill me because he was really strong, and Aerith was a weak little bitch, and then Cloud, who was the only guy with anything, if he died, and Aerith was kind of low on shit, and Aerith didn't get the item off in time before like Sephiroth started like getting everything he's got on her, and she can't do anything. I can like dodge around a little bit and hope that my item goes off and raises Cloud. Man, dude, it was fucking brutal. Just because I wasn't prepared for it. I think I told you to make sure you're prepared for it when you had started. I was like, just so you know, if you want to restart that Genova fight to put some materia on all of your guys because you're going to need them, you should do that.
Dude, I had 2 spells on Aerith, and they were offensive spells, so I was not prepared.
Okay, so that's not good either. But yeah, you did a lot better on him than me. You had a miracle item. Like you were able to use your items on Heartless Angel, like in between his 2 moves.
Yeah,
and that almost never. It's not like I didn't try that. It almost never actually went off for me. So, and the RNG was helpful for you because he didn't use Heartless Angel except for 2 times. So I was watching you because I was watching Caleb do this. Obviously, I was watching you fight him. And I was like, you lucky fuck. You know how many times that guy, because he's got a 50% chance he's going to use Heartless Angel, where he takes you down to 1, or uses another thing, which is like Merciful Fate or something. It's got some metal name to it. And he like just does some like hard attacks. And you got that one. Like, you got that one twice, and then you got Heartless Angel once.
And I think the time I killed him, I think he got me Heartless Angeled once, but I only staggered him like 3 times maybe.
Yeah.
And I killed him.
So the key with getting stuck on Heartless Angel, if in case you put nothing on Aerith, is that you just save your limit breaks and you don't use them after you've staggered him. And then you can... the character that used the limit break will be invincible for the time that they're using the limit break. So Heartless Angel misses them. And then at full health, in case Sephiroth hits you, you will be able to raise the other character. So that's what I had to do. I had to get the timing right and like never use the limit breaks. So it would take longer to kill him, obviously, because you're not using the limit breaks.
Yeah.
And
His
then,
moveset's not that hard.
And then he does the fucking the end is nigh. And that's when you have to stagger him as fast as possible. And I didn't know that.
Same.
A couple times. And of course the battle is forever log, and I'm still dealing with like Aerith being a bitch. And I'm getting down to him on the end is nigh, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. And then there was a certain point where I was like, okay, it's a stagger bar. Maybe if I get it to the top, I'll be able to stagger him. And I wasn't staggering him that fast. Because I'm not like a stagger fiend in this game. It's not like FF13. You really don't have to stagger everything.
Yeah.
There are certain enemies you want to stagger, but it's not like the game is not like punishing you for not staggering things.
Whereas 13, it's like if you don't stagger, you're not getting anything done.
Which is exactly what happens in that Sephiroth fight.
Yeah.
So I had to look at Cloud's move sets and be like, oh, this one says it'll do in like stagger. And then I used his limit break. I used shimmering firework. What the fuck is that thing called?
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
I'm sure it's not.
Super gay move.
Anyway, whatever that move is, he like slices towards him. That's the one that gives him a lot of stagger. So basically it was like I did the limit break and then I did that over and over again and I was able to kill him.
Yeah, there you go.
Man, dude, that was like 3.5, 4 hours of me doing that fight.
Damn, that's brutal.
And like,
fuck, I beat the whole thing. The last.
What do you mean he ain't dead? And I'm thinking the same thing. I'm like, thanks, Barrett. And you have to watch that like 1 minute cutscene before it starts. So that was really frustrating. I didn't do that much of the extra stuff. That was the boss that I had the most trouble with, and it's because I wasn't ready for it. I didn't know I was going to have to use every character, so I beefed up Cloud, Tifa, Barrett.
Yeah.
And then no one else has anything.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I had done more extra stuff, so I like because there's certain ones that you have to do with certain people. Like there's Coliseum challenges where you do 2 parties of 3, and 1 party of 3 will go up and you'll fight your enemies, and then the next party will go up. So I had shit on everybody. It wasn't always the best stuff, and there were times when I stole from one and didn't give them anything else in return. I was like, I want this materia, give it. And I never like replenished what they had. And so Aerith, and I never played as Aerith because I hate her playstyle.
Yeah, I don't like her playstyle either. She's probably my second least favorite.
Yeah, well, Kate Sith is just
Kate Sith
retarded.
is the worst.
So. Like hers at least is like, it's got some brain waves. Like I understand.
You can do the warping. I mean, that's whatever.
But damn, so it wasn't easy. I mean, I guess the Vincent one, I didn't really have that much trouble. I died to the demon wall, I think 2 or 3 times. I almost killed it every time, which was maddening. And then the lava bird motherfucker, I died to a few times as well because I didn't realize the room was the size of a football stadium, and I like had forever to run away from the lava pool, and I was just getting melted by the lava, and I was like, how fucking fast do I gotta kill this guy, dude? Like, oh my god. And then when I figured it out, I smoked him, so.
Fuck, what were those guys that would like reflect on you and then they would start throwing fireballs on you? They looked like big oxes with like green grass growing on them.
At the very end?
Yeah, near the very end.
Yeah, the like green adamantoise guys or whatever.
Yeah.
They were hard too.
Those guys fucked me up a couple times.
They were a challenge. And then like they'd put you with the Pantera guys. That's what I always saw. It was like Panthera or something. And it was just like what did you say? But
yeah, that was a fun combo.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah. I would just like level the Pantera guys and then
yeah, of course,
work on the other guy. But I did die, I think, at least twice to those. And I'm like, God damn it. I just want to beat this fucker. And like, it's just endless. The most fun one, though, is in the Temple of the Ancients when you fought like the bees. Dude, with Yuffie and the bees. Oh, man. I just like doppelganger and just fucking like bam, 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 bam. There's just fucking bee carcasses just everywhere. It probably sucked for you.
No, I think I had red. No, was it Barrett?
Yeah, Barrett probably leveled him.
Yeah, Barrett was good on those guys.
If you use
he did like the Maximum Fury.
Yeah, that's a sweet move.
Just carve through a bunch of weak guys.
And then I had an ability with him where you would start the battle and you'd have an overcharge like immediately. That was sweet.
Okay.
That was awesome because I'd fucking fire it off just like right away and I'd just level like the noob guy. And then it's like, all right, now I can focus on the big boy.
Oh, speaking of the Temple of the Ancients, the puzzle with the upside down rooms. I know you were having trouble on that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was annoying.
I thought it was fine. But I think I just lucked out and just chose the right paths. But it was trying to lead you with like the light lines or whatever.
Yeah, I think
it was like, this is where you go. And I sunk in on that pretty quick.
I think mine was like the backtracking. And I didn't realize I could take back the like life force shit. And I was like, because I blew my load on one that I didn't have enough to finish. And I was like, fuck, how do I? There's nothing. No,
it
one
really
else is
was
alive.
just clear it all until you had enough energy for the next place.
But it's weird because in the first zone, I don't feel like anyone was respawning. Whereas the second zone, I killed the bees like fucking 40 times.
Oh, it wasn't respawning for me.
Oh,
No, you just had to go. There were just more little hidden pockets.
Oh, yeah.
And you had to go get those and then crack open the crystals and shit.
Yeah, I liked doing that. I like killing the ancient dead. That was fun. I did that even after the fact.
The Seath or the Lassie or whatever.
Yeah.
Best dungeon? I think that was probably the best dungeon.
Yeah, I would agree.
What surprised you most with what they did to the story? The ending?
Yeah.
I mean, a terrible surprise was Aerith singing. I wasn't ready for that. I don't remember that from the original game. It was after Barrett Shakespeare, which I wasn't ready for, and laughed. I howled laughing at that part.
Yeah, I was laughing pretty hard.
There's a lot of little surprises in the game that they did. Everybody's doing their trials at the end. I thought
that was cool.
Great
yeah.
section. Prediction on what they will do next for the story in the third game. I mean, Zach's there, so he's going to be a part of the game.
Yeah, I think they're going to reunion the story, the timelines, and the Sephiroth pieces and the biddies of Genova scattered across the land. And I hope they wrap it up well. I don't know.
Oh yeah, my prediction is that they defeat Sephiroth at the end.
Yeah. Yeah.
I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, you never know.
Yeah.
That could be an OG timeline.
But that is my guess.
Yeah. Why do we think it sold less than Remake in 16?
I know why it sold less than Remake.
16, 16's a different... Well, I don't know, because they're both PS5 exclusives.
They're both PS5 exclusives.
Well, I mean, one of them's been out a lot longer, too, so...
But no,
the
only freaking, like, numbers we've seen have been from, like, their initial sales, so... We don't have final sales numbers on either of these games. So I don't know if we actually know anything. And I did. I looked them up between you go to the bathroom. Because I was curious. I think what surprised me is that Remake didn't do as well as the original 7. Because I thought Remake like took over the world.
Yeah.
But then I looked, it was like only half as many, and I was like, oh, wow, okay. It makes sense already that a sequel makes less than the original, especially in a game, and especially something narrative and that's very long, and that you have to complete the end of the game in order to appreciate the next game. That makes sense, and it'll make even more sense if the next one sells, 2/3 the amount of copies again. That's what I'm guessing they'll all end up doing. So right now it's sold about half of the original, maybe less than half of the original that we know about. Or the original remake, excuse me. And I think that pattern will continue because with Final Fantasy XIII, that pattern happened where like the first game had 6 million copies, the next game was 2 million copies, the next game was like 500,000 copies. Like it all kind of goes in that direction, I think. If we had made these games a little quicker, like closer together, I think that would be less the case.
Yeah.
It's also on a different system.
True.
Final Fantasy 16, it'd be like, for people who don't even play Final Fantasy, you know it's a new one. You know you don't have to play the other ones to play this one and to check this one out.
Less buy-in, yeah.
There's less buy-in for a new Final Fantasy game.
It's rated M, so it's edgy.
That's true. It has the word fuck in it.
Yeah.
And gay sex and straight sex. And
was there gay sex in 16?
There was a gay guy.
Oh.
Which implies
he doesn't have sex.
So I don't know.
What if he's the only gay guy? Then he definitely doesn't have sex.
Oh, yeah, that'd be a bummer.
Like, oh, man.
That'd be a bummer.
It's like it's a 1% thing in the population, and there's only 100 people. I'm the only one. Like, fucking A.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, FF7 Remake outsold, as far as the numbers that we can see, 16.
Yeah. So far.
And that's the one. That's the thing that's like, oh, that sucks that the new Final Fantasy didn't sell as well as the old one being, remade.
But it was 7, though. That's a big deal.
Yeah. It was the biggest of their games. So, I don't know. I think it kind of makes sense. Kind of.
Yeah.
I mean.
In like a weird way.
Yeah.
Less buy-in.
Let's buy in. Still a big game. Still critically acclaimed.
It's still a PS5 exclusive, so it's got a lot of. It's got.
I think it really is the buy-in. I think that really is like the big separator between the two.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't because it's the 14 guy.
Maybe that is. It was just like newer fans. There's probably like I don't know what.
Yeah, there's a ton of. I mean, it is the game.
A couple 100,000 people that are gonna
do it just because of that.
Do it because of that.
Yeah, and that's the only game they play, and they're at a Final Fantasy 14 convention, and they only played 14.
That'll give it a little bit of a boost on the first week.
Yeah.
And then it being critically acclaimed and not having to have a buy-in, I think that's a big deal. It also not being this one 16 had the extra sales added because it was not a RPG, not turn-based, not action-based, not command-based, even though this is definitely still an action game.
Oh, yeah.
I don't... that has bugged me forever with the 15 and with the 7 remake. And you call 16 is like, it's the first action game in the series. Like, fucking no, it's not.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's more action-y than 15.
Sure, it's more action-y than the action game.
Yeah.
Because the other action game had some like foot in the door from previous games.
So we got to make a meme of
it's like, oh, you can throw an item on there,
Yeah, we got to make a meme of 15. Like, am I not action-y enough? Action RPGs club.
Who had the best boobs? Ash Shinru.
Tifa for sure.
Barrett.
Yeah.
Best pecs. Tifa's boobs are great.
Yeah, man. Who else? I don't even know if anybody else had boobs. I mean, we had Rocket Tits from Remake. Jessie with her fucking metal armor.
That's true.
Tits. Those are pretty good.
Rocket Tits.
Yeah. Fucking Elon Musk launched those fuckers into space.
Who's the best girl you liked?
Tifa. For sure.
I mean, I know I'm not Cloud, but...
Tifa, I like Tifa more. I've always liked Tifa more than Aerith. I feel like she's more mature and the connection is stronger.
Which character was the most annoying?
Kate Sith.
Of the main characters, for sure, Kate Sith.
Yeah.
Oh, did we talk about Yad Roche or whatever?
Roche?
Yeah.
No, he's pretty awesome in here. He goes evil though.
I want to call him an annoying character because he's goofy.
Yeah, but he's kind of.
But he's actually fucking awesome. I love every scene with that guy in both remake and in this.
Yeah, he definitely comes back, and then he comes back again.
I wish he would come back a third time.
Yeah, I mean
he's not going to be in the third game.
Yeah, he was pretty fucked up after this one. Yeah, that's fair.
But I didn't think we would get Andrea again. I didn't think we would get Madame M again. We got both of those.
Yeah, in passing.
I do think the girls at Costa del Sol selling me on the date game, those were kind of annoying, and there was a lot of them.
Yeah.
And then in the side quest wise, it was more of the Costa del Sol workers looking for like the fashion show thing. You remember that?
Oh yeah.
That was pretty
and
crazy.
the cactars you had to find the hidden cactars.
I think the dialogue scenes in those were pretty cringy on me. Those were pretty rough.
Yeah, Kiri is pretty annoying.
Kyrie?
Kyrie, yeah.
Kiri. Yeah, but Kyrie is like, again, annoying on purpose.
Yeah, she's supposed to be the annoying child character.
Yeah, and then the guys, like the gang guys.
Oh, yeah.
That are really stupid.
They were kind of fun, though.
Yeah, they're fun, too. They're fun. They're dumb, but they're fun.
Yeah, they did a pretty good job with that. I mean, yeah, they're doing better with the annoying characters. They're making them actually fun and annoying. So.
Yeah, so I don't know. Well, I guess we should get to our wrap up of this game. Well, kind of our general thoughts and rank it, shall we?
Let's do it.
So, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Caleb, do you recommend the game?
Oh, yeah. This game is a lot of fucking fun. There's a ton of shit to do. I think it's got the most content in any Final Fantasy short of 14, and that's an MMO, so come on. Of course it's going to have more content.
And 11.
And 11, yeah. 11.
Don't forget 11.
Who could
Everybody does.
A lot of shit to do. Really fun. Really solid gameplay. The mini games are a lot of fun. The card game is fucking amazing. It was a blast. I had a really good time playing this game. I'm glad it took as long as I did. I wish I had time to finish up the last of it before reviewing and go back and play it again, but no. Not right now. But I will go back, and I will platinum it eventually. It was a lot of fun. Totally recommend.
I really liked it. I found it really addicting to play. That's why I put so many hours into it. Like, I'm not a person who has the need to do side content that I don't give a shit about and that isn't fun to me. Especially when I'm doing it just for a podcast, and especially when I have like this thing in the back of my mind, like I want to beat all these games.
Yeah.
Of course, when I found out it wasn't even going to be possible to beat it before the 10th anniversary, all these games, I was like, oh, I might as well enjoy this one and do what I want to in it, which ended up being, considering this game, I guess, only takes about 30 hours to beat if you don't do any of the side content. Like, that's an extra fucking 50 hours of gaming that I put into this thing.
Yeah, that's saying something.
So that's saying something about how fun this game is to play. And I think the story is generally pretty good. I still hate Kate Sith, and there's nothing that's going to save this game from that. I really wish there was a way for them to remake the games where Kate Sith
doesn't exist.
Could either be reimagined in a way that's palpable or doesn't exist. But I guess that may be just me. I don't hear too many other people complaining about Kate Sith.
They should just put him in there instead. Just like fucking Reeve is a party member.
Oh, yeah. That'd be a good idea.
Yeah,
I'd rather take one of the Turks. The Turks are a lot of fun. They're so much fun to watch.
Yeah, they're a blast.
They're also probably the best part about Advent Children too. But I think it's a fantastic fucking game. Honestly, it was so good. And I was just playing it. I was like, oh man, this is such a good game. And even among like the newer Final Fantasy games, it stands out. Kind of have a similar thing with the remake where I was like, I can't believe that a fucking reimagined sequel game is as good as a main series, which is unusual for this series.
Yeah, I would say
even like the other Final Fantasy VII media has been generally pretty shit. So
yeah.
Either way, yeah, I was surprised that they could make a game as good as remake, and improve it in many ways, and they did, and I was and how many hours of fun I had with the actual gameplay itself. It wasn't just that it was an interesting story that I'm following along with. It's like the gameplay is so fucking good, it's addicting.
Yeah,
which is also an unusual thing with the Final Fantasy games. Like sometimes the story is good and the gameplay is like lackluster. Occasionally the other way around, but for both the story and the gameplay to be like really fucking great in this, I'm just really happy with.
Yeah.
So I definitely recommend for anybody who listened to this whole thing and was spoiled on every single moment of this game.
That's right. Every single moment. We would never leave anything out,
Yeah.
like the item synchronizations or anything of the sort.
Sure. So with a glowing review, maybe a few nitpicks along the way, we must do what we must do, and we must rank this against the other Final Fantasy VII media. Now, I did not re-listen to Final Fantasy VII Remake's episode to find out what my old rankings were. So this is a new ranking based upon new memory of the games and side content of Final Fantasy VII. For those not familiar with the show and are just tuning in for this episode, we do not do cash grabby mobile game titles.
Yeah.
We refuse to. We have gone and read the novels back before there was a fucking official translation for some of them. So keep that in mind.
Thank you to the livestream.net.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, we didn't read the book. We listened to their translation of the book.
Yeah. That's true. Turks, the Kids Are All Right, I think was the one where it was some random person's translation, and then I had Google read it to me, and it was like the worst experience of my life.
It was like people driving cars with no windshields and a little like chute that Rufus Shinra escaped out of as the justification for him not being blown to pieces.
Yeah. So there's two different ways in the official Final Fantasy set, which now makes sense. Now the multiple universes, there are three different fucking ways for President Shinra to have escaped from the fucking attack. 3.
Yeah.
So here we go. Rankings for Final Fantasy VII media that have been reviewed on this show. Final Fantasy VII, to me, still number 1 for the Final Fantasy VII series.
Oh, you're going in top-down order?
Oh, shit. Okay, let me go the other way.
Well, I mean, you spoiled it.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I think, okay, well, you still don't know where Rebirth is going. Except
I'm
you know
pretty
it's
sure
not
I
number
know.
1.
Yeah.
Okay. Turks, The Kids Are All Right is the worst of the worst.
Agreed. Bottom.
On the Way to a Smile, the book is probably the next worst. I remember it just being kind of like, things happen.
Yeah, wasn't there like bestiality or like the sense of that with Red 13 or something?
There was
something weird.
we were joking about, but mostly it was like the FF13 tie-in novels where it was like you get a little bit of expansion into character, but nothing that really affects the game at all.
Yeah.
And then Dirge of Cerberus, I would put as third to the last.
Okay.
I really fucking hate that game. I really hate it. It's clunky. The story is impossible to understand, and it's shitty. So fuck it. I hate it. And there's a lot of Kate Sith in that one too.
Oh yeah. Too much.
The episode Denzel, short. I thought that was all right. I guess I put it above Dirge. It's not as good as Advent Children Complete, I guess, because that's like a whole movie. Above Advent Children Complete, I have Intergrade. Final Fantasy VII Intergrade, which of course, really fun DLC. The only thing that it suffers from is that it's not a full game, which of course is a full game above it. Crisis Core. Crisis Core is a full game. Still don't like it that much. There are things about Crisis Core I like. Interesting expansion on the lore. The ending, I don't think is that great, and I think I might be one of the few people who think that. Advent Children, I put above Crisis Core. I've actually watched Advent Children a lot. I love it. I do think it's a shitty movie, but I kind of like revisiting Final Fantasy VII in that way. I hate the changes that they did for Advent Children Complete. I really hate them. I thought it was a better movie without that stuff.
Yeah.
So Advent Children is number 5 on my list. Above Advent Children, I think the best non-game in this series is Last Order Final Fantasy VII, which isn't even canon.
No.
And it's just way better made. It's like a 20-minute short that's taking an actual part of the story of Final Fantasy VII and it's just showing it in anime form, and it was really well done. I really like that one. Okay, now we're to the trilogy of actually good things.
Okay.
Like through and through, really great shit. You got Final Fantasy VII, you got Remake, and you got Rebirth. I will tell you that Remake and Rebirth are basically tied in my mind. I think there are things about Rebirth that are better than Remake. The world exploration, the side content. I think that it's also like kind of, it still has the same problem where its story is incomplete and therefore it is flawed. Just intrinsically. It doesn't have the same kind of big question mark that Final Fantasy Remake has at the end, because it does give us some answers, and the Final Fantasy VII Remake stuff out of context makes no sense.
Yeah.
Like the Kate Sith stuff and then the random shit at the end. Like, if you'd never played the original FF7, the game makes no sense. As a sequel to FF7, it makes you wonder what's going to happen in the next episode, which of course is what we're reviewing. I think that the thing that I like about Remake more than Rebirth is the fucking just the whole sequence with Andrea and Cloud cross-dressing and all that stuff. It was fun to play the first time and the second time when we played it on hard mode again.
Yeah.
I really loved it. And I think the game is fucking great. It's so fucking hard for me to put one against the other, because I think Rebirth is a better game in general. Okay, I'm gonna put it above Remake, but there's nothing that goes as hard as that one section in Remake, which I think is like the best thing in the whole series almost.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'm going to put Rebirth number two on the list.
Okay.
There you go. Sorry, that took me forever to get through that ranking, but go ahead.
All right, so I've got Turks, the Kids Are All Right at the bottom. Absolute dog shit. I have Dirge at number 2.
Fair enough.
From the bottom.
I can believe it.
3, I put On the Way to a Smile. 4, I did Advent Children Complete. Then I did Denzel, On the Way to a Smile, because Complete was a betrayal. Then Advent Children, which also was a betrayal, so I guess it doesn't fucking matter. I agree with you. Last Order is the best official. Well, it's the best non-game.
Non-game, yeah.
It's actually good, so it takes that one. Then Crisis Core. I didn't really know where to put Crisis Core, because the longer I go from playing it, the more I don't like Crisis Core that much. Like, I really liked it the first time I played it on the PSP, but then when we played it for the show, I was like, I mean, the soundtrack's amazing. It's really good. It was like the metal soundtrack, but I think the game's kind of dumb.
It is time, because I think we gave it a positive review.
Yeah.
But I remember being pretty underwhelmed with it, and now I think about it, I'm like, it was just kind of repetitive. It just kept doing the same thing over and over and over.
Yeah, it's definitely a PSP game.
Yeah.
Then I put Intergrade because of that. You gotta love that.
Oh, that game is so fucking fun, dude.
Yeah, man. That mini game. It's too good. Number 3, I did FF7 Remake.
Oh, okay.
Excellent game. A lot of fun. Not as good as Rebirth, which is number 2. Not as good as FF7, which is number 1. Now, if we were to combine parts 1, 2, and 3 once part 3 is out, I wouldn't be surprised if I liked that more than the original FF7. But the hard thing is
the ending.
Yeah, if they land the ending. But the hard thing is 7 is a full, complete game, and these other 2 are not.
No,
One
seven
Remake
like tells a tale.
Remake tells a story pretty much front to end. Like, it has more that happens afterwards, but it does have more of a beginning, middle, and end than Rebirth, I feel.
Yeah, that's true.
But the big part is Sephiroth is the final fight, but he's not dead. So the game's not over at all. Whereas the Fate guy in the first one, he's dead. That thing's dead. So, like...
Okay, so yeah, one of the threads
is closed.
It's closed.
It's like
you also get out of the one place that you're in.
It's like a Mission Impossible movie. It's like the last one. Yeah, Dead Reckoning Part 1 and Part 2. But Dead Reckoning Part 1 actually had like a through line.
Yeah.
A beginning, middle, and end. And we knew there was going to be more after.
Where the fuck is the second movie, by the way?
I don't know. I thought
it's been a minute.
Yeah, I thought it was supposed to be out by now.
I really loved Dead Reckoning. It was a lot of fucking fun to watch.
It was sweet. I saw that in theaters. Yeah, it was awesome. So that's why I give the edge to FF7. Now, I think the parts that they've redone are better and more fleshed out, yes, I do. For the most part. There's some stuff that they changed in Rebirth and Remake that I don't like as much. But I wouldn't be surprised if combined all three would overpower FF7, because I do think it improves on it in most every way. It's just not complete yet. And the shit that they're doing and pulling with the story, if they don't land, it's going to hurt. And it's going to hurt bad.
Sure.
It's just like the shit with Advent Children. Why I don't like Advent Children is because I feel like it changes the characters in such a drastic way that I don't like it. Like Cloud's way more emo, way more of a moody little bitch. And I didn't feel like that was the original Cloud from FF7. I feel like that was like,
True. I also think
Cloud.
The tone was weird with Advent Children.
Yeah, it is.
Like the rock music and
Yeah.
it's not humorous.
It's off. Yeah, it's just off. It's almost like they made the characters what the fans thought the characters were, which I'm like, I didn't really feel that way from the game.
It's interesting though. It's coming from the same person.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
and we're getting a much more toned down. Yeah, a lot less kung fu movie version of
they
it.
definitely
So
had
weird.
the Advent Children moments in this though, where they're throwing each other. And
They did, and that almost seemed like a reference to Advent Children.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, I thought so.
With the behemoth.
And then they're
scene.
like goat seeing fate or whatever I joked about. Where they fucking holding open the fate hole. Cloud, quick, jump in the fate hole. The what? The fate hole. Get in there, boy. Come on, Merc. Get in the fate hole. I want you to stick that Buster Sword through that fate hole, boy.
it's fucked up.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough to compare them to the original. The original, though, there wouldn't be the sequels wouldn't exist without it.
Yeah.
And they're not so much better in all the ways
Yeah, to where
to be actually better than the original, because the original is the best of its class.
Yeah.
And these are almost like, this is a different type of game. This is a
Yeah, it's
3D
hard to, it's not fair to compare almost.
3D game with cinematic, seamless cutscenes and action elements. If it was a turn-based game with no voice acting,
Yeah.
it would be a lot easier to compare them like apples to apples,
Yeah. That's what makes it hard. It's like, which one would I rather play? This one, Rebirth, for sure. But
That's actually a hard question for me.
But which one do I think is better? That's the thing, is like my favorite FF12. Definitely not the best FF. Like,
Sure.
I would not say that. The gameplay is not even the best. The story is definitely not the best. But like just the amount of stuff and the time it came out, and like it has a special place, right?
Sure.
Doesn't mean it's the best. I feel like that's where I'm at with Rebirth, right? It's a lot of fun. I really loved playing it, and I'm not even done. There's still so much more to do. The hard mode playthrough, and the hard mode playthrough was so special on Remake too, because like that was like, oh man, that was satisfying. You know what I mean? Like I beat it, and I was like, okay, cool, got all the side stuff, and then when we went through on hard, it was like even better, man.
Yeah.
Even
That's a good
better.
point. And this one might improve too because of that.
Yeah, and we're not fucking around with the fucking pull-ups. Like we did that
Yeah.
once, we're done. Like,
Yeah, don't need to do that again.
straight story.
That's a good point. And then when you were playing it the second time, you can kind of appreciate it the second time.
It's like first time around, you're trying to master it. Second time, you can just, enjoy it on hard. It's going to fucking rock you probably.
Yeah, that's tough. They're going to have to land the ending because the ending to FF7 is really good.
Yeah. And he better nail Tifa. I'll be disappointed.
I better be able to use my L2, R2 buttons to
grab
kind
her.
of
Yeah.
to maneuver,
Pop that
That'd be great.
Tifa on.
Why is the next Final Fantasy AO?
Yeah. Just like L2 grab one hip, R2 grab the other hip. Just damn. Yeah.
Okay, I won't go into where I was about to go with that.
Yeah.
No, I really like it. I can see what you're saying. I don't know, because FF7 to me is like, It's almost perfect. You also get that added benefit. It's not just the story being together, but it's also the gameplay of like, really exploiting the materia system and really beefing up your characters.
Yeah.
And going from beginning to end with like that progression.
Yeah, whereas in this, it's like...
And it's always it's partial
over.
in both of these games.
Yeah, starting over, and it's like, fuck.
You don't even get to a level like the satisfying as a Final Fantasy fan, level 99,
Yeah.
I think that's 70, not even an option.
I think 70 is the highest in this one.
70 is the max.
What I think they should have done is you get 33 levels of pop. So like part 1, you're level 33 at the end. Part 2, you're level 66 at the end. Part 3, you're level 99. And it plays like 14. That's what they should have done. I really think so. And and it's just numbers. It's just 13 number city. Like, numbers, number damage. Look at that. I did 17,834 damage. Numbers. Just fucking
like 13.
Yeah, digits flying. So like they could do that. They could have done 33, 66, 99.
Sure.
And just change the number game, I did 9,000 damage as level 33. But now I'm 66, so I can do 9,000 again. Like, I think they should have done that.
Or keep your materia from the old game somehow. Like, I was able to get extra shit from having the previous game.
Yeah, which is cool. I wish I would have done that. That's
why I didn't get summons. I had summons.
Yeah, that's fair. I played it on a different PS5 than I did the Intergrade. Because I got 2 now.
Oh.
And that's the old PS5. I keep the new one for me. The boys can play with the oldie.
Okay.
So I don't have PlayStation Plus anymore because I don't play video games other than this 130-hour video game that I played in 2 months.
Yeah.
I don't play games.
Yeah.
Games are for children.
Yeah, you're really anti-game.
Yeah, I fucking hate video games.
It's the same thing. I say the same shit, dude. I'm like, I don't really play games except for the ones I have to play for the podcast.
Yeah,
except I've been doing it for 10 years at an average of like an hour and a half a day at games.
Yeah, for a decade.
For a decade.
Yeah, no shit. That's how it feels. But yeah, other than that, I don't really play.
Yeah, I don't really play. I just dabble,
Yeah.
Every once in a while. Like, Lara just didn't believe me when I was like, when I'm done with these shows, like, I'm not going to play games. Like, every once in a while, we'll do something multiplayer with my friends or something, but
yeah,
I'm not going to play games. She's like, I don't believe you.
I would believe her. I believe you when you say that. I mean, I assume
I believe me too.
Yeah. I will not be doing that, but I'm going to scale back pretty fucking heavy on it. Like, unless something big comes out, and that'll be like a treat, like when a new Resident Evil comes out or like a series I love, it's like, oh yeah, cool. I'll get it. I'll play it a bunch and then I'll be done.
It's funny, like, because we were doing average of 3 hours a day up until like a couple months ago, and we were just fucking wrecking house.
Yeah.
Thing is, I looked at my time with this and I saw, I did the calculation like the other day. It was still back to an hour a day on average.
Damn.
So I had just gone back to the normal level of playing.
Yeah, because it was usually...
And I was like, oh, God, I'm so busy. I have no fucking time for anything. I've got chicken coop deliverables. I'm planning a fucking wedding. I'm doing this. I'm doing this. I'm doing this.
Gotta not eat.
I'm doing so many fucking things. I was still doing an hour a day on this fucking thing.
Yeah.
So I still think that's pretty dedicated, honestly.
Yeah.
Anyway. Well, with that being said, thank you for listening to our review. Our next game, we have 3 games officially left for this podcast.
Yeah, officially.
Officially, unless Visions of Mana gets shat out in the next 3 months, which I'm praying to God doesn't happen.
It'll scare us. It'll spook us.
Oh, man. There is also a part of me that's like, well, I might as well check out Vision of Mana. Isn't that wrong?
Kind of.
Where I'm like, the podcast is almost done.
Dude, I thought the same thing. I'm like, yeah, we'll play it. And then I was like, will we though? Like, will we?
And then I looked at the dates just to make sure, and I was like, oh, there's not an official date yet. Okay.
Yeah, they just said 2024. There's still 7 months of the year left here.
I mean, my vision of this Mana is that it's going to suck.
Yeah, probably.
Just like every other fucking Mana game after Trials of Mana.
Which was pretty awesome. Yeah.
You got 3 good Mana games, Two of them, honestly, great mana games.
One an okay mana game.
No. That okay one is still shit, dude.
You think the PS1's shit?
Yeah. Legend of Mana sucks, dude. That
It's
one
got
sucks.
some cool ideas. And it
plays like a fucking cell phone game, dude. It sucks.
Yeah, it actually kind of does.
Yeah.
Man. And like
It looks and feels like a cell phone game.
yeah, in like a bunch of ways. Now that you bring it up, you can make the world ever you want. The stories are like there's like 4 stories going on. None of them strong. Yeah, you know, that's fair.
Anyway, I'm glad.
just-
I'm 10 hours into Bravely Default. No, I'm 14 hours into Bravely Default.
Oh damn, I'm like 30 something.
Fucking what?
I don't know, man.
All right, so Bravely Default's pretty close to being reviewed.
Yeah.
So if you played Bravely Default, go ahead and send us your review to fffanatics123@gmail.com. That is fffanatics123@gmail.com. You can also, there's also a place in our Discord that you can put reviews and questions for that review for Bravely Default. And then the game after that is Bravely Second End Layer. And then the game after that is Bravely Default 2.
Yeah.
Because
Obviously.
there's 2 Bravely Default 2s, as far as I can tell, based upon those titlings. But I guess with Bravely Default 2, they were like, yeah, just forget about Bravely Second.
It's such a bastard series, dude, because it's like started as 4 Heroes of Light. They were disappointed in the sales of 4 Heroes of Light, which they thought would sell more because they slapped Final Fantasy's name on it. So then they made it a new series called Bravely Default that did well. Then they did Bravely Second, which didn't do well because no one tied it to Bravely Default. Then they just did Bravely Default 2. It's like such a tumultuous fucking series name.
with the titling. Yeah,
They can't handle it, man.
They can't, but it is honestly a pretty easy to pick up game.
Yeah, it's fun.
So it's going to
good.
be, unlike Xenogears, it's not going to be like a chore to like pick up. Like,
Yeah,
am
you're
I going
not
to play
gonna-
this bad port on this old system?
Yeah, and not be able to save before I have to go, to bed.
Not that Xenogears wasn't in a lot of ways a really great game, but man, that ending, it was rough.
Yeah.
God. All right, well, I hope you enjoyed this 3.5, 4-hour episode. I have no idea how long this was.
Yeah.
Of Ultima Final Fantasy, the ultimate Final Fantasy podcast. Again, Bravely Default reviews, questions. Send them our way as soon as you hear this.
Yeah, and also one more reminder, guys. Can't
Magic
forget Magic Mind. Check it out. MagicMind.com. Slap in that sweet, sweet promo code Final Fantasy 20 to get 20% off one-time purchases and up to 48% off your first subscription.
Ooh, 48% off.
Yeah.
That's a really good deal.
If you sub, you save.
There you go.
So get in that flow state with some brain shrooms with our friends at Magic Mind.
All right, and with that, guys, we'll see you next time.
Enjoy the grind.